right, welcome everyone. I'm Paul Edwards. I'm the co-director of the Stanford Existential Risks Initiative, and it is such a pleasure to welcome all of you today. I'm going to speak very briefly, and then we will have our first panel. I wanted to talk a little bit about what SERI is. So we have been around since really 2019, when my co-director Steve Luby and I started a class for freshmen on preventing human extinction. We are in the, sixth round of that right now. It's been a transformative course for many of those students. And part of the reason we wanted to do that was to kind of guide students into pathways where they can make a difference on any of the existential risks in the rest of their college careers and in their lives. So the approach that we have taken at SERI, which is different from that at some of the other existential risks centers, is to really focus mainly on the near and medium term, on risks that can be analyzed with empirical data and with some hope of predicting what might happen. So maybe the longest term risk you could think of in that way is sea level rise over the next 300 years or so. We can predict that pretty well. And we've also really stressed scholarship and teaching support. So we offer summer fellowships for undergrads, 2-year postdoctoral teaching fellowships, and we have our first panel will be moderated by an alumnus of that program, Dan Zimmer, and also conferences like this one. So what's existential risk? The first thing I want to say about this is that this term is used colloquially in many different ways by many people. And of course, it's a scary word. It's kind of the maximum risk you can imagine. People apply it to all kinds of things, and they don't always really mean that, in the sense that human extinction is a really high bar. There are lots of definitions of existential risk floating around. This is one. Our colleagues at Rand Corporation, a couple of whom are here today, have produced a really great report called Global Catastrophic Risk Assessment for the government. And they have their own discussion of that and definitions of it, and there are many others. But global catastrophe of 1 billion people dying, an even worse risk if many more people were to die or something like a nuclear war were to happen, loss of population, armed conflict, loss of long-distance trade, loss of government. Those are the sorts of things that people working in this area typically think about. So this is a study from 2023 of a US-Russia exchange of basically their entire deployed arsenals of 4,000 total 100 kiloton nuclear weapons, and the ensuing nuclear winter with a lot of smoke injected into the stratosphere. And this group estimated that most of the deaths would come from the aftermath of the war, not the war itself. And the dark areas at the top of this map are areas where they predict famine would ensue and people in those areas would mostly starve. There's also, of course, what we are witnessing right now, the rise of authoritarian governments and far-right parties. This has happened all over Europe, and many European countries are kind of on a knife edge between a far-right, which is not as extreme as ours, and slightly more centrist governments. In Brazil, there was an insurrection, as there was here in 2023. South Korea had a similar kind of event. So these are real risks, and one thing that tends to come along with them is the de-governance of things that were once better governed. So I work on climate science and climate change issues, planetary boundaries issues, and we're seeing with our own administration the withdrawal again from the Paris Agreement this time will happen faster and last longer than it did the first time, when it actually was only in effect for about 3 or 4 months before the 2020 election. So in this scenario, things like the progress that has been made on fossil fuels gets reversed. You know, drill, baby, drill. We will expand the use of fossil fuels, and suddenly the risk of a higher temperature increase is greater than it was just 3 months ago. Another feature of governments like that, and something that happens kind of organically anyway in many situations, is what people in STS call agnotology, the science or study of ignorance. And there are a couple of forms of this. The one is deliberate production of ignorance through secrecy or destroying things like data and denialism. There's also the phenomenon of active dismantling of well-established knowledge infrastructures. So those include expertise, personnel, instruments, and facilities. And of course, we're seeing this across the board with science agencies and environment agencies, and the reduction in funding for research. Also, the government's scrubbing of the phrase climate change from most of its websites. So I'll stop by just saying that some of the risks that we're facing are not just material risks, but also epistemic risks, risks that we will not know enough to stop our own destruction. So I have several examples here. One is that climate change and planetary boundaries, people sometimes don't talk about the intersecting risks, the cascades of risks that would ensue from extreme climate change, such as tipping point effects. There's the land carbon sink that failed in last year, essentially absorbed very little carbon. That effect is not taken into account in a lot of climate models. Tipping points are poorly modeled, so we need to know things about that, and now we're retreating from an aggressive research program in climate science. There's the push now for a return to live testing of nuclear weapons in the atmosphere, because there was a knowledge infrastructure in place for that when we did testing underground, and it involved things like drilling, sensors underground, expertise about how to measure underground blasts, and so on. All of that essentially disappeared after the turn to use of simulation instead of live testing in the 1990s. And I talked already about authoritarian governments undermining or destroying knowledge infrastructures. For us, many of us are scholars. We are concerned about the lack of attention to existential risks across boundaries. So there's a whole cadre of people who study nuclear war, but how will that interact with climate change, either with or without a war? How will it interact with artificial intelligence as a command control system, as a disinformation system, et cetera, et cetera? So we're partly here to encourage you to cross those boundaries, think about interacting risks, and work with us to help solve them. So I will stop here and introduce Dan Zimmer, Dr. Dan Zimmer, who will lead the first panel today.
Thank you for that introduction, Paul. Welcome, everyone. This is our first event of the day. This will be a roundtable on the theme Global Catastrophic Risks in a Changing World. As Paul mentioned, my name is Dan Zimmer. I am currently a lecturer at Stanford's Civics, Liberal, and Global Education program, and I'm a very proud alumnus of the SERI postdoc program. The way this will work is we've got three very illustrious people. I will introduce them. They will then have about 5 minutes to say a little bit about themselves and their work, to introduce themselves to one another and to all of you. And then we'll open things up to discussion. I'll have a couple prompting questions for them, but the goal really is to have a kind of horizontal discussion between these experts in different domains and to open up the floor for questions from the audience. So with that in mind, I'll begin with Dr. Rupal Mehta. Dr. Mehta is Chair of Research and Postdoctoral Fellows Program and Senior Fellow at the Center for Global Security Research at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. She is an Associate Professor, currently on leave, in the Department of Political Science at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. Previously, she was a Stanton Nuclear Security Postdoctoral Fellow in the Belfer Center's International Security Program and the Project on Managing the Atom at the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard University. Her research interests lie in international security and conflict, with a specialization in nuclear proliferation, counterproliferation, extended deterrence, emerging technologies, and elite decision-making. Her first book, Delaying Doomsday: The Politics of Nuclear Reversal, out from Oxford in 2020, explores the conditions under which nuclear aspirants stop their pursuit. Her work has appeared in the Journal of Conflict Resolution, International Studies Quarterly, the Journal of Strategic Studies, the Washington Quarterly, and her commentary has appeared in the New York Times, Washington Post, NPR, BBC News, War on the Rocks, International Studies Quarterly, and the Washington Post's Monkey Cage. She received a PhD and MA in political science from the University of California, San Diego, and BA in political science from the University of California, Berkeley. Dr. Drew Endy is a science fellow and senior fellow by courtesy at the Hoover Institution. He leads Hoover's biosecurity and leadership efforts, which focuses on keeping increasingly biotic futures secure, flourishing, and democratic. Professor Endy also researches and teaches bioengineering at Stanford University, where he is the Martin Family University Fellow in undergraduate education, a senior fellow, also by courtesy, of the Freeman Spogli Institute for International Studies, and faculty co-director of degree programs for the Hasso-Plattner Institute of Design. Professor Endy helped launch new undergraduate majors in bioengineering at both MIT and Stanford, and the International Genetic Engineered Machines, iGEM, competition, which involves thousands of students annually. Endy has served as the U.S. National Science Advisory Board member for Biosecurity, the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering and Medicine Committee on Science, Technology, and Law, the International Union for Conservation of Nature's Synthetic Biology Task Force, and briefly, the Pentagon's Defense Innovation Board. He currently serves on the World Health Organization's Advisory Committee on Variola Virus Research, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, Global Forum on Technology and Synthetic Biology Task Force, and the Defense Science Board's Emerging Biotechnology and National Security Task Force. Endy earned his PhD from Dartmouth in biotechnology and biochemical engineering and has been recognized in Esquire magazine as one of the 75 most influential people of the 21st century. Rob Lempert is director of the Frederick S. Pardee Center for Longer Range Global Policy and the Future Human Condition, a principal researcher at RAND, and a professor of policy analysis at the Pardee Rand Graduate School. His research focuses on risk management and decision-making under conditions of deep uncertainty. Lempert's work aims to advance the state of the art for organizations managing risk in today's conditions of fast-paced, transformative, and surprising change, and help organizations adopt these practices to make proper stewardship of the future more commonly practiced. He is a fellow of the American Physical Society, a member of the Council on Foreign Relations, coordinating lead author for Working Group 2 of the IPCC Sixth Assessment Report, a chapter leader for the Fourth U.S. National Climate Assessment, chair of the peer review panel for California's Fourth Climate Assessment, a member of California's Climate Safe Infrastructure Working Group. He has also been a member of numerous study panels for the U.S. National Academies, including America's Climate Choice and Informing Decisions in a Changing Climate. Lempert was the inaugural EADS Distinguished Visitor in Energy and Environment at the American Academy of Berlin, and the inaugural president of the Society for Decision-Making Under Deep Uncertainty. He is an author of the book Shaping Our Next 100 Years, New Methods for Quantitative Long-Term Policy Analysis. He holds a PhD in applied physics from Harvard University. Our fourth panelist, Jackie Schneider, unfortunately could not be here. So with that, I'll turn things over to you to say a little bit about your work, about 5 minutes, and in the order I introduced you.
Well, thank you, Dan, for that kind introduction, and I also want to thank the organizers of the SERI conference for inviting me to speak here today. I want to note that I am speaking in my personal capacity, as these are my own views on these issues. I am not speaking on behalf of Lawrence Livermore National Lab, the National Nuclear Security Administration, or the Department of Energy, or any other federal agencies. I am honored to be included in this roundtable discussion to talk about some of the challenges and risks we face today in nuclear security, and unfortunately, they are significant ones. In my brief remarks today, I'm going to highlight 4 topics that I think deserve some extra consideration and some of the ongoing research that seeks to address it. First, we stand at a precarious juncture where the very foundations of nuclear security are being challenged. The erosion of trust, particularly the perception of abandonment by allies, fuels a dangerous cycle. While nuclear nonproliferation was one of the core pillars of the rules-based liberal world order, we are starting to see some very serious cracks emerging. When states feel their security guarantees are unreliable, they are more likely to pursue independent nuclear capabilities. And in recent weeks, we have already seen allies such as Poland, South Korea, and others openly explore the value of developing an indigenous nuclear weapons deterrent apart from any extended deterrent commitment by the United States. This unrestrained proliferation creates a far more complex and volatile strategic environment. In this environment, regional conflicts can be amplified by now multiple nuclear-armed actors, each with their own unique security concerns. This is not theoretical. It's a direct consequence of a perceived inconsistent and perhaps unreliable commitment by nuclear patrons. My own research suggests that some avenues for creating credibility-enhancing mechanisms within alliances can help to curb the likelihood of reckless behavior by allies in disputes and potentially reduce incentives for nuclear proliferation. But no doubt, many serious questions remain about whether we will enforce our alliances and our partnerships. Demonstrate unwavering resolve and reestablish the credibility of our security commitments to dissuade that type of proliferation. Second, in a world rife with tension, the risk of misperception and inadvertent escalation to the use of nuclear weapons is alarmingly high. Communication breakdowns, technological errors, or misreading an adversary's intentions can have catastrophic consequences. In the nuclear age, a single miscalculation can trigger a chain reaction leading to global devastation. Consider the rapid decision-making required in a crisis. With cyber attacks, disinformation campaigns, and other forms of disruptive emerging technologies, the potential for misinterpretation is amplified. This is likely to be especially salient in the midst of crises, as actors are looking for off-ramps for de-escalation or can perversely leverage this uncertainty to press their claims further. Specifically, it is necessary to better understand how different actors are reacting to this escalation of risk and what this might mean for policy outcomes. And if we can indeed predict how different actors will respond to these stimuli, fear, uncertainty, anger, and now vengeance, and high-risk decision-making contexts, can this help conflict resolution outcomes? Robust communication channels, clear red lines, and a strategy for de-escalation embedded within our own strategic thinking will be increasingly important in this complex decision-making environment. Third, despite the urgency of the nuclear threat, especially in a two-peer nuclear environment, recent efforts at strategic risk reduction and arms control have stagnated and in many cases regressed. Key treaties such as New START are set to expire in the next year, and new arms races in the nuclear, conventional, and emerging technology domains are surfacing. This is a profound regression at some of the remarkable efforts at arms control throughout the Cold War and post-Cold War eras. It will be increasingly important to reconsider this trajectory and work to rebuild some of the tools that have kept the international community safe for decades. As noted by some of my colleagues at CGSR at Lawrence Livermore National Lab, this might include revitalizing arms control dialogues, exploring new avenues for risk reduction, navigating and regulating new and emerging technologies that can blur the lines between conventional and nuclear conflict. These efforts may aim to be cooperative and certainly aim to include buy-in from all the nuclear powers, but unilateral restraint may also be increasingly appealing in the current security environment. Most importantly, states must seek to establish a framework for stability and reducing the likelihood of catastrophic conflict. The current trajectory points to increased instability. It's critical that we reverse this course. Finally, recent research reveals the limitations of focusing solely on an adversary's capabilities. Understanding adversarial intentions is equally crucial. This will require sophisticated intelligence gathering, nuanced diplomatic engagement, a robust research agenda, and a willingness to engage in dialogue even with those we disagree with. Recent research, including some of my own, has sought to move beyond sort of simple state-level explanations and to recognize the complexities of strategic decision-making. What drives adversaries' actions? What are their core security concerns? How do adversaries' leaders perceive our own actions? What type of domestic politics might be driving their decision-making? Without a deep understanding of these factors, we are operating in the dark and perhaps prone to miscalculations and misjudgments. New survey experiments that leverage elite perspectives on foreign policy, public opinion regarding nuclear use, or even my own work on exploring subjects' brains using MRI under nuclear scenarios that exacerbate fear and stress represent new frontiers in developing better logics and testing new theories about the causes and consequences of nuclear weapons in the international system. The central paradox of nuclear security is precisely that normatively desirable outcomes have limited variation. As noted by my dear friend Eric Gartsky, quote, "Good news has meant both that the nuclear holocaust has been avoided and that we cannot be sure how best to avoid it in the future." In this increasingly challenging global security environment, it has become even more important to continue to navigate peacefully around this paradox, continue our scientific efforts aimed at preventing the spread and use of nuclear weapons, while working to ensure peace and stability in our global community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me make 4 points. When I wake up in the morning, I'm a naive optimist, and I think about flourishing. And for me, the physics of flourishing are really good. And what I mean by that is that I can imagine a future where we could enable 10 billion Homo sapiens to provision joules, bits, and atoms sufficient to have a good life where they are. And photovoltaics helps a lot with that for the joules, the energy. And biology operates at the intersection of the joules and the bits and the atoms. And so we're going to have to get fully deployed biotechnology in a form that nobody's seen yet, distributed all over the planet to get this job done. And I want to get it done by or before the year 2050. Now, when I talk like this, other people react differently. When I was in Washington in 2003 advocating for investments in DNA synthesis, the ability to print DNA from scratch, rather than getting a $100 million program funded from DARPA, I got all public funding for DNA synthesis cut to zero. I got negative money. And that was because of my naivete around risk having to do with the anthrax attacks and other things related to bioterror. And that continues. So when Mark Warner, the senator from Virginia, comes to visit, he looks at me and he says, "You're the scariest person I've met." And I wake up and again say, I don't aspire to be that person, Senator. But there are risks in bio, as we know. The thing that took out a US carrier group was an RNA virus. It wasn't a ballistic missile, right? The thing that killed of order 10 million people was an RNA virus. The thing that killed hundreds of millions of people last century was smallpox. So we know that there are risks in bio. We also know that we can heroically overcome some of them, right, through a vaccine eradication campaign for a pox virus. If I look today and going forward about risk in biology with an eye towards existential, there are increasing risks. We have an increasing threat surface. The number of things that biorisks can come at us via are going up. A good colleague and friend on campus, Mike Fischbach, with his team, recently bioengineered microbes that live on the skin to, if you will, tickle the immune system to create an immune response. This work is done in mice. The initial application is to vaccinate mice against melanoma. So you can have a living skin cream that protects you against skin cancer. No needles, no syringes, sounds pretty good. But what else could you do if you could tickle people's immune system through microbes on the skin? Interesting to think about. We also have interesting upgrades in capacities. I read yesterday a neat paper, a preprint, that had just been posted from a research group in Shanghai, where they have a new method for building DNA from scratch. They have a whole center focused on getting better at building DNA. Finally, somebody's doing that. just not in the United States. And according to their preprint, they're now able to use the classical chemical synthesis method for DNA to build fragments that are just under 1,000 letters long, 600 to 1,000 letters, about the size of a gene. The nerd in me is pretty excited. We also, as mentioned, have heard about artificial intelligence. Another good colleague at Stanford, Brian He, trains large language models not on English, but on nucleic acid sequences. And so a so-trained model, when you prompt it, emits nucleic acid sequences. Right now, these are interestingly useful at generating molecules, proteins or so, that are functional. But the latest work in his lab is getting to small genome scale, right? And it's looking like that might work sooner than I would have expected. So there's upgrades in terms of who can do what where with biology. Another thing to note is, even though last month, I think, was the 50th anniversary of the Biological Weapons Convention, and I don't know of a nation state that publicly brags about having offensive biological weapons programs, for the last 3 or 4 years, I see increasing chatter between nation states accusing one another of having offensive biological weapons programs. So China is accusing the United States. Russia is accusing Ukraine and the United States. The United States is accusing Russia, and so on. That's new to me. I don't remember that happening 5 or 10 years ago. If a nation state remilitarizes biology with the tools we have and are coming, nothing good comes from that. So existential to what? It's pretty easy to imagine biology being an existential risk to democracy. What's the casualty rate you have to get to until you get authoritarian government? Not that high. I think we know that. Biology existential to civilization? Probably. What's the casualty rate you have to get to where you just can't operate the civilization anymore? And what we heard in the opening comments about the connections of things rings true to me. Biology existential to Homo sapiens? I don't see it. I don't think you can take out the species. That's pretty hard. But the other two things are important enough to me that I don't need to go that far in my thinking. The last thing I'll offer as a comment is the narrative structure. What's the story we're telling about ourselves and our future? And I think there's a whole other category of existential risk that just has to do with the stories we tell each other. I was recently in Bangalore and Mumbai leading a biotech delegation. There was not one conversation about biosecurity in that whole week in India. They got other things that are higher priorities. It'd be a luxury to worry about biosecurity. Right. When I go to DC next week, for the launch of the National Security Commission on Emerging Biotech Report, what's going to be the story? Part of the story is we're going to want to keep our leadership position in biotech, make sure China isn't ahead of us. That's actually the wrong story. In my view, we're already behind, right? So like, the other part of the story is, are we telling a positive story? And if we can't bring ourselves to tell a positive story and fill that in, good luck. I'm really jealous, actually, of I'm looking forward to talking about this, the culture and storytelling around nuclear security, because somehow in that domain, people have been capable of becoming heroes. Whereas in biosecurity, I think people who are inside the space know who the heroes are, but the broader community doesn't, and so that means there aren't heroic career paths for people to solve these existential problems. Thanks very much. Looking forward to the discussion and questions.
Thanks. Thanks for the introduction. Thanks all for being here. It's a real pleasure for me to be here and be part of this panel and this conference. So I want to just talk a little bit about two things related to add to the discussion. One is this Global Catastrophic Risk Assessment Report that RAND put out last year that Paul mentioned, and then a set of ideas and methods that are central to a lot of my work and help support that report, called Decision Making Under Deep Uncertainty, which I think are very relevant to the topics we're discussing today. So to start with the GCRA, the Global Catastrophic Risk Assessment Report, Congress Congress asks Department of Homeland Security and FEMA to coordinate an assessment of global catastrophic and existential risk relevant to the United States over the next 30 years. And sort of toss that over the transom, and because RAND runs a federally funded research and development center for DHS, they tossed it over to us. And about 20 of us wrote this report, including Ed Geist was one of who you'll hear from later, is one of the team on this. We started actually by developing frameworks for trying to think about this, and focused on assessed risks in 6 areas: artificial intelligence, asteroid and comet impacts, nuclear war, extreme climate change, pandemics, and supervolcanoes. So that was our palette that we were supposed to work with. Lots and lots of interesting questions, most of which I'll dance over very quickly, but just mention a variety of really interesting definitional issues, which Paul mentioned and also been mentioned here. Existential risks involve essentially human extinction or permanent, unrecoverable end of human potential, is the language that some use. A catastrophic risk is one which, I think this was the language of the legislation, significantly harms or sets back human civilization at a global scale. So, how do you decide what goes in those buckets? There's numeric numbers. I think Paul, you stuck up 1 billion. Some use the number 10 million. Billion may be high. Problem with 10 million is we lose something like 30 million people a year to cancer and cardiovascular disease. So there's some novelty that goes along with the number. So we could spend the whole day on that topic. In the report, we ended up using the 10 million mortality criteria and then a number of other criteria as well, so essentially multi-objective. There's a whole fascinating set of issues having to do with primary and secondary effects. A difference between catastrophic and existential risk is the permanence, which means you need to think about what can you recover from, what sorts of shocks lead to civilization collapse, and if that happens, can civilization come back or not? What sorts of civilization collapse lead to extinction versus other futures, all of which is well in the category of deeply uncertain and a low evidence base, so difficult to engage with. So in this report, we engage on the primary effects. What I want to spend a little bit of time on is the very interesting question, to me at least, is how do you compare across these risks, right? And sort of the classic way we all learn in our first class on this is we calculate the probability of the hazard, look at the consequence, we multiply it, we get a number, we rank the numbers, and we say, oh, that one's high, let's pay attention to that one, right? And that is, in fact, what the legislation sort of suggested that we do. And that is, while there's some shades of that, that's not really what the report does. There's really not a primary focus on estimating probabilities, quantifying consequences, and multiplying them. And in the end, we thought that would obscure a lot more than it would reveal, in part because these risks are all very different levels of types of processes, levels of evidence, and so forth. Just think about the difference between thinking about an asteroid and what, say, Mr. Putin's going to do with his nuclear weapons. And those are quite different levels of processes and thought and evidence bases. But also, although the risks are very different, there's lots of commonalities in the ways you might want to deal with them. So what we chose to do instead is treat this risk assessment as an exercise in this field of decision-making under deep uncertainty. And just to say a little bit about that here, it's a set of decision analytic methods which aim to answer the question, how do we conduct rigorous policy analysis in a fast-changing world where the only certainty is surprise, and not incidentally, people have contested values which then interact with their expectations about the future. Some people stick wicked problems on a set of these issues. So how do you do policy analysis in that vein? So part of the DMDU idea is while much risk and policy analysis focuses on predictions in these worlds of deep uncertainty, when surprise is certain, prediction-based analysis can sometimes get in the way and exacerbate broken conversations between experts, decision makers, and the public. Essentially, if you're in a prediction-based form, it encourages the experts to be a lot more overconfident than they actually are about what they think is going to happen, because the whole communication line is you need to be a good predictor in order to have anything to be listened to. So you end up breaking the conversation between experts, public, and decision makers. So what do you do instead is really turn the analysis around, and you use your analytics to stress test plans or alternative plans and ask questions. Plans have goals. Under what conditions, types of futures is my plan consistent with my goal? Under what sorts of futures does my plan inconsistent with my goal? If I've got completing plans, under what sorts of futures do the plans, A better than B, B better than A, or we can't tell. That information, which is often much higher confidence than what's going to happen, can be brought into ideally co-designed participatory processes where people use their analytics and their creativity, their knowledge of the systems to work with the experts to come up with new plans which are more robust, resilient, often adaptive, that then when you run them back through the stress tests, do a lot better than what you started with. So that's the essential idea. So the GCRA report was really an assessment and to get all the way to policy, but it was inspired by the ideas. It was very inherently multi-objective. We looked at different categories of consequences: mortality, ecosystem instability, social instability, and reduced human capacity, which was on the list, not solely, but in large part because of AI. We may be, physically well, but lose all our agency, and so that also represents a catastrophic risk in this lexicon. So for each of these very different risks, we ask a common set of questions. What are the processes, the causal chains that would produce risk? What are the potential categories, consequences in each of the four categories? The types of actions that can reduce risk, either by intervening in the causal chain that causes them and breaking the chain, reducing the risk, or reducing the consequences. And then what's the evidence base for all these assessments? And so, we have wonderful chapters, a brilliant one written by Ed, that basically follow this structure, and then a bunch of tables that allow you to compare on that. So what do we find? Of course, we need a bottom line assessment. So global catastrophic risk is going up in recent years. For supervolcanoes and the extraterrestrial impacts, asteroid comet strikes, the risk should remain constant, or in fact be going down in large part because we're making some progress on being able to observe and maybe respond to asteroid comet approaching Earth. For the others, human action appears to be increasing the risk. Not surprisingly, AI is the one where it's hardest to say anything definitive about the sign. Four key factors contribute to these risk increases: technological change, failure of governance, and we particularly railed on failures of international governance, though we might rail on other things today. Failure to advance human development, so dissatisfied people, and interactions among these different hazards. Have a list of recommendations. Do a better job of incorporating comprehensive risk assessment into the management of these risks. Research to both reduce uncertainties but also improve understanding needed to do a better job managing the risks. Improved international cooperation. When sufficient evidence is available, very specific risk management strategy, plans and strategies. This was for FEMA. And then to really embrace this idea that many of these risks are going to be beset by irreducible uncertainties, and we have to adapt our planning approaches to deal with that. The stress test idea over a wide range of scenarios, emphasize robustness, resilience, adaptivity, dealing with systemic risks and systems problems as a way to get across multiple risks, and actually having government and bureaucratic processes that are more resonant with those ideas. So thanks, and look forward to the discussion.
All right, thank you all very much for giving us a brief glimpse at what you're working on. As all of you probably know, when we're dealing with global catastrophic and existential risks, these are things that have tremendous consequences for humankind as a whole. Each particular risk could more than justify an entire life's work of working on it. You've got nuclear experts, people working in AI, biology. And one of the reasons that SERI exists is to provide a forum for people to break out of the silos and the kind of professional networks in which they usually operate and have these sorts of cross-cutting discussions. So for starters, I just wanted to see if, in light of having heard about what one another are working on, you have any immediate questions you'd like to ask.
Rupala, I'd like to just hear more about how you think about the intentionality of potential adversaries in a systematic way. I mean, how do you go beyond just the storytelling on that?
Yeah, I think this is probably the biggest question that we're facing in the nuclear security research environment right now. So historically, what we've done is used documents from leaders, we've looked at memoirs, we've looked at sort of primary source evidence to understand what types of things were going through their head in the midst of crises. I'm not sure that's satisfactory, in part because it's a retrospective analysis, and people in the midst of crises often think differently than what they reveal later in memoirs. So one thing I think has been very helpful, and there's actually people here in the audience and at CSEC that have done this type of work on public opinion, that have tried to sort of look at taking subjects from other decision-making environments or informational environments to understand how they're sort of approaching these things. I know that there's been work at Stratcom and other places to sort of have analysts that have deep expertise in Russian decision-making or Chinese decision-making, sort of embody that in the midst of scenarios, tabletop exercises, or war games. It's very challenging. I was telling Dan earlier that one of the things that we're trying to do at the lab is use AI in wargaming to sort of take all the data that we have on adversary intentions, look to see what has been published, look to see what has sort of been revealed over time, and see if the sort of AI tools can help us better understand. But this is the biggest challenge. I mean, we're not going to I don't think in my lifetime I'll have President Putin come into my office and sit down in front of our MRI and have us conduct an experiment on him. I think that would be quite alarming if that were to happen. But yes, but I think there are ways to sort of get at that a little bit better. And certainly I think when we have not been looking at it at all, we've been primarily focusing on capabilities, nuclear superiority, number of conventional weapons, deployable platforms. This other aspect of the crisis decision-making chain is equally as important.
I have a question for both of you. What if Hiroshima had never happened? How would we be thinking about nuclear strategy or nuclear security differently? And for some of the types of existential risks, we haven't experienced them. We're aware of their possibilities. We know that asteroids come in, but like hasn't happened in the lifespan of our civilization. And so I'm curious if there are, if you do a deletion test on Hiroshima, right? Are there any insights we might take from the impact on what followed to get to strategy and Stratcom and NSA and all these things? So any reaction or thoughts to that prompt?
You want to go first? Well, I'm going to generalize the question, but if you want to do meetings first, go ahead.
I think this is really interesting, but I think we've made some progress in understanding that, in part because we've been surveying younger folks that obviously don't have any knowledge of it firsthand. They do not remember hearing even stories from grandparents or parents about this. And if you ask them, have nuclear weapons ever been used in the international system? Their answer is no. Or they have very limited knowledge of the horrific impacts of the atomic weapons attacks in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. What I think that tells us is there's very little nuclear knowledge that is being passed through generations. We talk a lot about this at the lab, especially in our training of next generation programs, which is nuclear IQ or security IQ is quite low amongst our population. A lot more work needs to be done to raise that IQ to make sure people are aware of not just nuclear weapons attacks, but nuclear crises like the human missile crisis, to make sure they understand that these have almost happened, and in some ways, understanding why they did not is similarly as important. But no, I mean, I don't have a good answer for you other than I think we're approaching a time when a lot of people will not know the details of those attacks.
No, I think that's a great question, because I mean, I think the generalization of it is something that I find terrifying, actually. In the resilience literature, there's the sort of the creation destruction cycles, the observations that failure breeds success because you respond to it, but success breeds failure because you get careless. I attended a great talk years ago by Henry Petrowski, the engineer who writes on this theme, and just one of these things that sticks with me forever. But he basically, through a wonderful slideshow, shows how over 2 generations engineers forgot how to keep suspension bridges up. Roebling was the first one to make a suspension bridge stand up the Brooklyn Bridge, wrote a manifesto. There were 3 things that you needed to do to get the bridge up, and then Petrowski goes through and he shows you all these bridges that then people built that only had 2 out of the 3 because it was cheaper, prettier, then 1 out of the 3, cheaper, prettier, and then we've all seen the movie of the Seattle-Tacoma Narrows Bridge, which had the first bridge that was built in like 2 generations that had 0 of Roebling's 3 principles, right? And no one involved in that process had ever seen a suspension bridge fall down or had ever studied with someone who saw a suspension bridge fell down. So it took 2 generations for the engineering profession to forget how to keep a bridge up. If you sort of look across disciplines, we've had a lot of stability in the world, and there's like do this to keep from having civilization-wide disasters. And we said, oh, we've gotten along pretty well. Only doing, we can take this one out, we can take this one out. We're sort of pulling the pillars out one by one. And so that's sort of my generalization of your question, and it worries me.
Well, if I may ask you a related question, Dr. N.D. I know there are some people who think that the nuclear taboo that's held, I mean, that whether or not there's a nuclear taboo is debatable, but to the extent that there is, it's perhaps in part inspired by the horror of seeing the human aftermath of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But what if an attack on that scale couldn't necessarily, there was deep uncertainty as to whether that was human-caused or natural? An asteroid strike has been shown to cause similar levels of devastation. What if there were a global pandemic, per se, that some people in high levels of the American government believe may have been caused in a lab versus having emerged naturally? What does that sort of ambiguous warning shot do for a field?
Where did SARS-CoV-2 come from?
I am not qualified to answer. I will defer to your judgment and not ask you to say anything that would be professionally.
So it's a good question. We've all asked ourselves that question. We've all been asked that question. What's a better question? Better question might be, sort of picking up on some of your own, why have we made it hard to answer the question? Right? This is, in my view, a major policy failure in biosecurity policy of the 2010s. It goes back a little bit earlier, but it's a major policy failure that we've not made it easy to answer a question. So what are the costs of that, I guess, is your question. Collapse of trust. The collapse of trust is going to lead to new laws, new executive orders, not allowed to do this, not allowed to do that, not allowed to get funding to work on antiviral, I mean, like just cascades. Yeah. So basically nothing good comes from that. It's not fair to use smallpox as an example because smallpox has been eradicated. But if you wanted to look at how smallpox research is governed, the answer is no. Don't do it. Right? Unless you can make a convincing case to a multilateral international body that you have to do the research to make a needed improvement to a diagnostic treatment or vaccine. And only then can you get a permission slip to do the work, and only then you should do the work in one of 2 labs that get inspected every other year by a multilateral group. Now, are other people working on smallpox? Probably, maybe, you know, but geez Louise, if smallpox came out tomorrow, hopefully not, we'd have an easier time figuring out, did it come from the 2 labs we knew might be working on it, right? And so it's not a perfect example or solution rather, but it makes it a little bit easier to answer questions. And then if you can get to this, then you're back in the realm of struggling to create and sustain trust. And I don't know how to do security without trust and verification, right, on an international basis. And so this is, in my view, like the biggest puzzle at a nation-state level around biosecurity, and we've blown it. And it's not easy, and I'm hopeful that maybe in the current moment we'll be brave enough to propose some new ideas that prioritize trust over scientific freedom in a way that hasn't been true. It's baffling to me how hard it is to get people to punch through this puzzle. But anyway, here we are.
See, thank you. So at this point, I'd like to open things up to the audience. I believe we have people with microphones. If you have any questions, in the back. Herb Lin.
Thanks. Herb Lin, CSAC and Hoover. My question goes to RuPaul, where you said that you focused a lot on trying to understand intent. And the way you did it was to look at the historical record, think about how AI might help, and so on, okay? And I agree that the forecasting of, or prediction of intent is really the, 1, really, really important, and 2, probably the hardest thing to do, much harder than understanding capabilities. My question is, of all of the methods that you use to understand and assess intent, how would you ever have anticipated somebody like Gorbachev against the backdrop of the former Soviet Union? Or Sadat in Egypt, when he, was willing to sign a treaty with Israel, and so on. These to me are the major discontinuities that really shake things up, and major discontinuities seem to be the only way we can get a paradigm shift in any of this stuff. Please comment.
No, I think you're exactly right. And in my book, one of the things I tried to do when I was looking at nuclear reversal, so instances in which countries had developed nuclear weapons programs and then had stepped back away from that, maybe in response to offers to negotiate with the United States or with the European Union or whoever. And one of the things I learned is that it often comes on the heels of regime change. There might be a new leader that comes to power that is more willing to do that. And there are these windows of opportunity that might exist. But I think what you're talking about is a larger phenomena, which is basically these sort of isolated instances that are not matching the sort of overarching trends, but there are discontinuities or disruptions to those trends that are really important to understand. And here's where I think the intersection of domestic politics and international security is really critical. I think for a lot of our literature's history, we have siloed domestic political contexts from the study of how foreign policy is made or international security policy is made. And I think there's been recent efforts at trying to mirror some of the really great work in political economy, which does exactly that, Milner, et cetera. And we're trying now to understand domestic political changes on the ground, the emergence of sort of different types of political actors that come about, or there's a lot of fantastic work that looks at personal relationships between leaders like Gorbachev and some others in the United States, or even maybe we'll see this in the next couple of years, President Trump and President Putin, right? Two sort of different actors or idiosyncratic actors that have come together to have some sort of agreement, some sort of negotiation. These are not the sort of normal trends over time, but I think it is really important to analyze those. They're not gonna I don't think we're gonna be able to predict these. I think we can only sort of look at it in retrospect, but learning the context under which they come to power and how those agreements are formed or how those decisions are made, I think is equally as important as looking at sort of the long-standing trends over time. Probably not a satisfactory answer, but I'm part of this research agenda, but I'm not at the forefront of it, so I don't have a lot of good data for you. I'm not sure that data exists yet, but thank you for the question, Herb.
I think if you think you live in a linear world, then discontinuities are a surprise. If you think you live in a complex system, then discontinuities are just part of the thing that the system does. In the climate world, where I've spent much of my time, there's increasing interest in what are called tipping points, which is conceptually still fairly muddled, but the physical climate scientists, this is something that they are paying a lot more attention to as climate shift regimes, and as we're forcing the climate system harder, it's starting to do things which do look like tipping points. It had one stable, quasi-stable equilibrium, and you see it shift to other ones. And so in a physical, by physical way, that's a discontinuity. On the socio-political economic side, there's also, in the climate world, there's a lot more interest in tipping points, because if you're trying to, say, decarbonize the economy quickly enough to meet the Paris goals, that you need to force discontinuities in the system, and you're as a policy matter, you're trying to force a discontinuous change, and that whole understanding is a lot more muddled, but still, the question is like, how do we force a discontinuity, and then when we come out the other end, it's largely beneficial and doesn't have too many unintended side effects, which is a difficult problem. But again, I mean, in the system we live, discontinuities are part of the ecosystem of things that you would expect. They don't come as frequently as sort of the constant behavior, so they're harder to predict, particularly with the time series you may have. But it's part of the behavior.
Thanks. This has been super interesting. And before I say anything else, I want to just call out Drew's DNA socks. We have to wonder what gene is expressed on his socks. Great. So I ran a little workshop last week with my great French colleague Benoit Pedobidas about the intersection among nuclear, climate, and authoritarianism. And one of the critics that was signed up to comment on our panel said, well, these are really different things, because nuclear war is an event, but climate change is a process. And we spent a while thinking about that afterward, and I think it's an interesting dichotomy, because you can recast both of them in the other light. So yes, a nuclear war is an event, but everything that has led up to it, the gigantic nuclear establishment we have, and all of that is a very long process that is directed toward that end. And then in the case of climate change, there's really a very substantial role of luck in whether people experience that personally or not in a catastrophic way. I mean, because we're getting extreme weather events that are, kill people, destroy their property, and they're happening with increasing frequency and intensity. Those people have experienced the risk. Everyone else is just looking in from the outside. So I'm just kind of curious, especially for Drew, to talk maybe a little bit about bio and that, because you are also talking about the development of science over a very long period. and the risks that, of kind of sudden breakout moments. But I'd be curious to hear all of you talk about process versus event.
Apparently there's a historical record from New England about when the stones fall through the frozen lakes. And it's a very long trail of data going back hundreds of years. And this is useful for ice fishing, right? Because when the stone falls through the ice, you don't go ice fishing anymore. And if you look at the historical record, there's noise in it, but the date on the calendar that the stone falls through the ice has been getting earlier, closer and closer to New Year's Day. It used to be late April, now it's March or February or something. And that's a climate trend or process. And it makes it very personal, it makes it very local. My mom used to live in northern New Hampshire, up near Woodsville, and the winters be cold, -20 for a number of weeks. And because of that, the tick-borne diseases were suppressed. But over a period of time, starting around 2010 to 2020, started to get new tick-borne diseases, not just Lyme, but other stuff, until one day she fell ill with a disease I'd never heard about, and I always mispronounce it, but it's a tick-borne parasite, a microbe that infects your red blood cells like malaria. And so she was, as an 80-year-old, getting spiking fevers, and thank goodness azithromycin exists, right? And, but otherwise she'd be gone. And so, it's like I really like your question. And there's a little connection between climate and bio, right? Like suddenly we have malaria-like illness in northern New Hampshire. It just wasn't there in 2010. Coming back to your question and intersecting them, in a professional sense, and I'm sure this is true for other colleagues here, the COVID-19 pandemic was professionally depressing. It's hard to overstate how professionally depressing it was, because you could see the trends, and it must be like other areas where you can see the trends, you can see and then suddenly you have an event. Admiral Bernard's here. He did some work in 2004 proposing how to use emerging biotechnology to secure biology. Exactly right. It's 21 years later, we're still not doing it. It's not his fault, right? It's like, it's our fault, right? This window of opportunity comment you made, big deal, right? Like, windows pop open, then they slam shut, and if you don't drive a bus through the window when it's open, good luck. We got something really heroic in National Security Memorandum 15, if I remember correctly, regarding pandemic resilience and biosecurity, had a vision statement. The United States of America creates a world free of biological catastrophe. I'm paraphrasing. That's good. Like, that's a good vision statement. That puts in motion a heroic narrative that can, if we drove a bus through that opening, sustain a campaign to get to something better. But to your point, if I take it, bioengineering is the youngest engineering department at Stanford. We're now 20 years old. When I first started teaching, the cost of building a gene was $4 a letter. Every letter on this sock is $4 when you go to print it into DNA. And now it's 4 to 4 cents, call it, if you buy enough, right? So that's a change. My colleagues who build biosynthetic pathways are now building pathways that have 40 enzymes, right? That's up from one enzyme. That's the state of the art. You can access most biochemistry we know of in nature, right? Like, things are changing. We can see this. The next frontier is building cells. And Professor Relman, who I believe is here, and others have pointed out that some types of cells you could build might be a type of existential risk if you could build cells with opposite chemical chirality, so-called mirror life. And so, that's the next order of magnitude accomplishment, going from 40 component systems to 400 component systems. That'd be a cell. Like, that's the next, I think that's a $100 million project, right? That either is a lot of money or not a lot of money, depending on who you are, right? Building a cell, that next order of magnitude leap in integration of biomolecular componentry. And so you're like, we're rolling along. And we're mostly motivated from a Rousseauian perspective, and mostly is an understatement. We're almost exclusively motivated from a Rousseauian, like mitigate suffering, right? But we're not minding the gaps yet well enough on the risks that are emerging. And so when a pandemic shows up, it's not only personally, but it's like professionally horrific. And I'd like to get off that treadmill, and which is why I come back to what's the story we're telling, and how are we organizing ourselves? And if we cannot tell that correctly, that's a meta risk.
Yes, my name is Joshan Choi. I retired from Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, and also I was a former science fellow at the Center for International Security and Arms Control, as many of you know, which is the former name of the CSEC Center. I'd like to also contribute to these conversations on climate and nuclear, not looking in the nuclear weapon side of it, but looking in the civilian side of it. So for that, I would like to ask Dr. Mather for a comment. As you know, for energy security, many countries, big or small, are going into the nuclear option. Many countries say they will not be able to meet, the Paris Accord without having nuclear in their energy portfolio. Having said that, the concern is not the energy part of it. The concern that I have is what is the outcome of that energy production, which is spent fuel. Spent fuel and nuclear weapons is one process away. We all well know. So currently we have 30-something countries that have spent fuel all over in the nuclear plant site, ours included. We have 94 reactors. Many of the spent fuel is simply just sitting in the pool or in some dry cask. We have a long-term solution for that, put it into the geological. But for whatever the social objection, we have not been able to make any movement in getting some of those spent fuel together. And that would be the case if we have more than double that number of countries going to start building small modular reactor. Because 1 gram of spent fuel discharged from the reactor, you have that percentage of plutonium in it. So instead of looking into the adversary between these big, the 3 big countries that I always call, US, Russia, and China, I was trying to say, in light of talking about the risk, this is the future risk. We haven't seen it yet. Hopefully we'll not get there, but for many countries wanting to worry about climate and energy security, they jump onto the civilian nuclear fuel cycle and have the spent fuel littering all over the place. In Africa, currently have none of those. In Middle East. So would the 3 countries start thinking about this problem and how to cooperatively form some kind of a consortia to manage the spent fuel, existing one, and the future one, if there is any coming up, before we launch into the civilian nuclear economy? I'd like to hear your comments on that.
Thank you for that question. Yes, I mean, this is a major concern. And when we talk about the spread of nuclear latency or nuclear power, one of the big concerns we have is how can we deploy those technologies or have them proliferate without the concern of nuclear proliferation. I have a broader concern that I think sort of speaks to the potential decline of the non-proliferation regime in general, which I think has implications for the question you're talking about. I think if we start to see more proliferation from other countries, especially allies, I think the non-proliferation regime and the NPT in particular are going to be severely weakened. And what that also means is that our multilateral cooperative efforts to try to address export controls, spent fuel, safeguards for new nuclear weapon states, or even for civilian nuclear states will be severely limited. And that is a non-trivial possibility. I think that is something that has been discussed in many policy circles, and I think one of the things that we're going to be facing is what do these efforts look like without US leadership? Will other countries decide to form other types of cooperative agreements like the ones you're talking about to provide assistance for spent fuel or to manage the spread of nuclear technology for either weapons or civilian purposes. And in a world in which the United States is no longer the global leader in this, I think we're going to have some very serious questions emerge about this. So your point is fantastic. I don't have any good answers for you other than I think I agree with you that this is something that is not yet happening but will soon happen.
Thank you. Dr. Limpert, do you have any systems-based wisdom to share?
Not on the spot.
Thank you so much for the excellent comments. And my question is maybe more of a philosophical one. And to Dr. Endy's point, as somebody who's been working on agnostic biopreparedness for 20 years, it was gut-wrenching to go through the pandemic. We talked about multiple types of existential risk at this panel. We talked about supervolcanoes and asteroids hitting. We talked about nuclear. We talked about bio. My question is, why is the definition of trust so different in all three of them? Because, you're talking about grandparents not telling the story of Hiroshima, but we lived through COVID-19. We are seeing the news about the evolution of, things, and people are being affected today. We are seeing this, and we saw the impact of it. And yet the trust and moving forward on health-related issues is eroded. I mean, I agree with what you said, Dr. Endy, earlier, but the question is, why is that? Why are we not accepting things that we are seeing at with face value, and why is our way or behavioral perception of each of those? To the earlier question about garbage have and others, I think there's a human element to this, but I'm not able to put my finger on why you're tripping and falling, but you're not accepting the fact that you've fallen. So. The other aspect of this is the cost-benefit challenges, in terms of, say, DNA synthesis. We don't invest in it. We know the world is investing in it. And we know that someday it's going to come and haunt us. So there's a security element in protecting against it. Security is not locking things up, but preparing for it. And we always think about prediction and protection. We do not think as much about preparation as a community, especially in the health sector. So why is the human element of approaching these risks so different in each of those cases? And so it's maybe philosophical, but this is something I struggle with.
So I'll start on the first question. So I'm a political scientist by training, and so I always look for the politics everywhere. And I feel like this story is largely a political one. I mean, I think it's very politically beneficial for some actors, for some politicians to deny the value or to denigrate science. I think we saw that to be very effective during the pandemic and the elections that were surrounding that. And that erosion of trust, I think a lot of public opinion data has come out about the erosion of trust in science and in the healthcare industry, in your own physician, in public health officials. And that is, in my understanding, a very effective political tool that has probably one of the best, meaning like the most approximate manifestations of political polarization in the country.
No, clearly a great question. I want to push back a little bit on the premise. I don't think the underlying problem is different across these different areas, and I think there's a general erosion of trust, distrust of institutions, and so forth. I think there's a number of causes. I think RuPaul, I think there's clearly political benefits to undercutting. There's the sort of the Marshall McLuhan schools, like of which Ezra Klein is like a major protagonist of the communication infrastructure has changed in ways that make it a lot easier to disseminate misinformation, form groups on misinformation, and that sort of thing. So the communication channels have fundamentally changed. Being a climate person, I also give a lot of credence to the materialistic, parts of the story where we're in the midst midst of the great acceleration, if you just, look, 10 times changes in GDP per capita over the last, couple of decades, taking an urban population and making it a rural population, making it urban, the massive changes in power between, inequality in both wealth and power has gone down between countries. It's gone up significantly within countries. We've got a whole set of institutions which were essentially created for a world about 70 years ago, which are we don't really have a good way to upgrade. We got creative destruction in the private sector, but not in the public sector. So and in a lot of ways, in this country, I think much across the the industrialized OECD, a lot of people feel like the system hasn't treated them very well over the last couple of decades. So, you've got a lot of reasons for, why people ought to be distrustful of institutions and experts. And I think that's part of the thicket that we, need to work our way through.
Really quick, it's a super provoking question in a good way. And I want to say that trust is the same, but your question highlights that we haven't figured that out, and we've got to figure that out. That's number one. Number two, sometimes you just have to meet people where they are. So it turns out that if you actually have conversations with folks about the types of vaccines they would like to have from a product design perspective, I bet 20 to 30% of people in the US want vaccines that are like Thanksgiving dinner, which is they make it themselves in their kitchen out of the best ingredients they can source, and they know there's no Wi-Fi chip in it because they didn't add it, right? And they'd be happy with that type of vaccine if you could make that safe, right? And then the third thing is, I was walking across campus some years ago, and there was a meeting happening over in Trettel, and there's a security perimeter around with armed guards with AR-15s. I was like, I've never seen that before. What's the meeting? And it was the Global Energy Forum. And so people are talking about energy. Why do you have to have a security perimeter? Because they're talking about power, political power. Like, oh, that's interesting. Why is that happening? Oh, because we're turning on the fourth modern energy empire. We had the wind empires of the past, then we had the coal empire, then we had the petroleum empire, which we're still in, but the renewable empire is coming on. And when you scratch on that, you start to learn things like the return on energy for photovoltaics went above 1 10 years ago, roughly, across the sector, meaning a panel generates more joules than it takes to make the panel. Right? Well, that's interesting. And so when I reflect on that, what emerges is I feel that we're operating in a bunch of what I call scarcity regimes, where we've learned how to maintain political stability under regimes of scarcity. But for the first time in human history, in a modern sense, abundance appears to be possible. Ezra Klein kind of is talking about it. He doesn't totally get it, but he's hinting at it, right? And we don't know how to do the politics of abundance. Nobody solved that puzzle. And so there's like one of my things, the scarcity regimes are gonna do their best to maintain stability, right? And it's like, okay. And can anybody figure out how to punch through that one?
I'm Ken Bernard. I'm at Hoover some of the time. COVID origins, I wanted to raise again. COVID origins, we don't know. We have full technical capability of determining the origins. We have, the entire reason we don't know is China. They won't let us know. I think a lot of what happens in catastrophic preparedness for catastrophic events are entirely political and not technical at all. Almost entirely political. I wanted to, especially because we have somebody from RAND here who actually hinted that they avoided rank filing risks by, with a number. I haven't read the report, but I'm going to propose for dealing with catastrophic risks that you avoid metrics altogether. They're uncommon events with highly consequential outcomes that are almost entirely unpredictable as to which one is going to happen at what point in time. Who would have guessed that a routine, normal coronavirus would cause a pandemic? I mean, it's unpredictable. And back in the day following 9/11, we were told we had to figure out what the biologic risks were for attack on the United States as defense. And 4 or 5 people, most of whom you'd know, half of them are dead now, but they were smart at the time, sat around a table and just decided. And what were the risks we had to prepare for? So, smallpox, anthrax, all of that. And it was just fine. Did we spend the right amount of money on the right things? Probably not. But there was no other better method. Now we spend now $5 billion a year on biodefense. So we spend $50 billion. Did we prevent an attack? I don't know. We spent $50 billion trying to prevent an attack or preparing for an attack. I think we need to keep the preparation for catastrophic risks out of the area of trying to rank them. I think we need to deal with all of them simultaneously. It has to do the same thing to do with the COVID origins. There are 2 reasons we had the pandemic. Either it was a natural outbreak amongst animals through intermediates, eventually got to humans, or it came from a laboratory. We don't actually need to choose which one it was. Both of the reasons need to be dealt with. And I think whether it's live animal markets or whether it's bad laboratory practices or even intentional creation of a bad organism, those all need to be dealt with as a civilization. So I think the same thing goes with your whole group of potential catastrophic risks. I think in any way trying to make them compete with each other is a really bad move.
Well, thank you for that comment. We are coming down to our last 3 minutes or so, so I'd invite each of you to give a reply if you'd like, and that will be our roundtable.
Yeah, I mean, basically, yeah, I agree. We need to deal with all of them. Ranking on the risk side, I think, is not the way to go. You do need to allocate societal resources, and so in some sense, you want to turn the telescope around, and you want to allocate resources essentially, where you are going to have the most impact, but also the most impact given that you may be the most wrong in what's coming next, which leads you to a lot of, sort of resilient sorts of ideas, which actually gets back to the trust. A society that has more trust can act in cohesive ways to, on warning or when stressed, does better across wide ranges of these than one which tends to fragment under pressure. So, but yeah, I agree with your assessment.
I think this is a really interesting point, and I think there are 2 questions that came up as you were talking. The first is, how do we get the public to agree that all of these risks are equally important and need to be treated as such? I think there's pretty wide variation in that, just cross-sectionally if you look at sort of public opinion data in the United States. And then second, going back to the sort of scarcity regime idea, we are living in times of austerity. I mean, budgets are rapidly decreasing, if not completely going away. So how do we get politicians, how do we get people, legislators, lawmakers, to actually care about the things that are going to be impactful, are going to be important, given that I think they're going to say we can't focus on all of these at the same time? And I don't know the answers to either of those 2 questions, but I think they're going to be important for us to address moving forward.
2 thoughts I'm really grateful for from the conversation. One is the comment about Petrosky and suspension bridge design, and how do we remember. I'm thinking about if I never used the stereo in my car, I wouldn't know when it breaks. However, if I had the electronics operating the stereo be the same electronics that operate the brakes, then I wouldn't have to turn on the stereo, right? So there's interesting ways of interleaving testing and selection and persistence of knowledge. I really want to think more about that. So I'm very grateful for that. I'm also very grateful for the comment about trust, and is trust the same or different across these other domains, these various domains? And I really do want to believe it's the same. It has to be, but like following up on that is something I'm really excited to pick on. Thank you.
Well, I think that's an excellent point to end on. Please join me in thanking our panelists.
Data on black holes over the last 10 years has been sensational, and we've made all these discoveries. It does kind of help give perspective. I think there are a number of astronomers in the audience, and I apologize to them in advance because I'm alluding to astronomy as I go along. It's a remarkable time, and this kind of gives perspective to all of it, like what humanity can do, what we figured out, what we can accomplish, learn about the world, the age of the universe itself. There's a lot to commend humanity there, so it's just to kind of add some perspective. So that's part of mostly what I spend my time on. I also spend a lot of time on the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists, which started as the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists of Chicago, and within a year they decided, well, they should probably be more international. And I will say that this is probably the first organization, at least that I know of, that was explicitly focused on existential risk, and existential risk was sort of created by humanity itself. There was this understanding, this was the first time we really had the power to destroy ourselves. The scientists that were part of developing the ideas, the technology, were completely freaked out, and they made this organization. And it's sadly, if anything, more relevant today. I will point out, at this point, it should probably just be called the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists of Stanford, because there are so many faculty, including many in the audience here, who are involved with the Bulletin in various ways, including on the Science and Security Board and the Board of Sponsors. So, thanks to all the Stanford support. I also work on this existential risk laboratory, and I have to say it's partially inspired by SERI, and we've had some communication over the years, and just seeing everyone here interested in these topics kind of in an interdisciplinary way is very encouraging. We're trying to do something similar. So we're trying to establish an undergrad sort of minor. So this is something we're working on pretty actively, perhaps a master's program. You probably know that the other kind of big institution along these lines is CSER in Cambridge, and they are starting a master's program next year. We have research groups, postdoc students, faculty on certain focus areas. We run a summer research fellowship program, which we've just been approved for. I'll say a little more about that in a bit. Public lectures, we have classes, we run conferences, we do a bunch of activities. One thing I will just mention briefly is that we also teach a class similar to Paul and Steve's class. Ours is called Are We Doomed? We should probably make a more optimistic title. We've taught it a couple times. We have a range of lectures and topics. This is the sort of topics that we cover. And so it's meant to be quite broad. And we try, it's not just kind of technical. We try to bring in many different aspects of the problems to try to engage students and get them involved. It's for generally maybe third and fourth year students, undergrads at UChicago. It's part of this big problems curriculum. It's supposed to be kind of a capstone class. It's meant to be for all different backgrounds. So we have a lot of students from STEM fields, physicists, astronomers, geophysicists, but also we get a lot of economists. We have people in visual arts. It's really across campus. This is the sort of thing we do. We often have guest lectures, and a number of people in this room have guest lectured. We have readings, we have discussions. We have associated films. We try to kind of connect to media more generally, and that feels like a very critical part of engaging with students. One thing we've discovered very quickly is that for many students, this is the way the subject is created in their minds. It's all through film or novels. And so if you ask what we've had discussions, how do you think about, like, what is the conception for a 20-year-old, or at least a UChicago undergrad, of what nuclear risk might be, or what climate change, what's going to happen from climate change? It invariably ends up being scenes from films, and for better or worse. And so we're trying to kind of incorporate that into what we're doing. We also run a summer research fellowship. We've just gotten funding a few days ago to run our 4th version of this summer. We usually choose 15 to 20 students to come to campus. They're from all over, mostly the US, a few beyond, all different backgrounds. We kind of come up with topics for each of them, find them a mentor. It's across all the topics that we discuss here. Right now, and I'm curious if SERI is also having it, like, there's a lot of interest in AI. So at least half the students really, that's what they want to work on. And nuclear, not so much, and bio has completely dropped off, which is completely shocking to us. 2 years ago we had a lot, and now I think we had 1 out of 300 applicants who was interested in something related to bio. I don't know if that's some profound shift or just statistics, but anyway. If anyone in the audience is a student, wants to apply, or knows someone that might be a good fit, let us know, but let me know right away, because we're finalizing decisions. Another thing we're doing, which is really taking up the vast majority of my time and of XLab right now, is we're running a conference, this Nobel Laureate Assembly for the Prevention of Nuclear War. Scott has been very involved in that as well. It's been quite a bit of work. It'll be held this July at the University of Chicago on campus. That's the 80th anniversary of Trinity Test. The Nobel Foundation, for various reasons, has gotten quite involved in this, is extremely worried about nuclear risk, and this is a follow-on to their award of the Nobel Peace Prize to Nihon Hindankyo this past year. And so you're welcome to ask more about that, or come talk to me after, or Scott for that matter. Okay, that was the background. So I was given this title, Assessing Interactions of Complex Risks, which is definitely something I'm interested in. I'm going to preface by saying I don't have results. I'm not going to give you, here is the interaction term, and here's everything you need, and off you go. I think, as in many people, when you start this, especially from the STEM side, as a physicist, you come in. I was very excited to join the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists and attend my first meeting where we set the doomsday clock, and you're immediately completely shocked that there is no equation. There's not even, it's just not, there's no math in the process at all, basically. And that even though the end product is a number. I have a lot more appreciation for how we get there, but it's something that's always seemed a little odd to me, so it's something I've been thinking about more. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that as I go along. But that's part of the spirit of this is, and I know there are arguments against quantifying any of this, and I'd like to have those conversations, but at least for me, thinking about this stuff has been helpful, and trying to kind of make it a slightly more, quantified is the wrong word, but just trying to understand the different terms that are relevant and how they might interact seems useful. Okay, so you can ask, what would an equation look like that would describe this? And this is just, I mean, this is the sort of work I'm more used to. This is just a recent paper. It doesn't matter. It's on gravitational wave polarization. But the important thing, and I think for the astrophysicists, this is what we generally do on our side. We have a lot of complex data. We try to distill the main impacts, the main physical underlying physical relations, and then we do a lot of work and create lots of correlations and try to understand how things connect. And these are just plots of how we do all that. And when you think about doing this, there are a lot of basic questions. One is, already we know for what we're describing, and this is true in general in a lot of things in astrophysics, it's fundamentally probabilistic, so it's not deterministic, which is just a different way to approach things. You can ask, well, what exactly is it the probability of? How does that probability evolve? Are the distributions you're talking about continuous or smooth? So are there discontinuities, which we talked about? Is it a fundamentally stochastic process, which just means how much does pure chance come into this? And can you, I mean, we have ways to quantify those sorts of the systems where there is a major, stochastic component. So is that the right description? And then there are lots of details of, what the terms might look like. I think just asking these sorts of questions and thinking this way is helpful when you're approaching, at least for me, when you're approaching these sorts of questions. Like if we wanted to kind of generate a framework to describe the risks we're all talking about, what would it look like? And just to say we can do this, one of the main things has been we don't have any, the keynote got messed up here, but this is a paper where we just tried to ask a very simple question, which is, what is the most massive object in the universe? Okay? Now, this was a predicting, we were making a prediction. Here, given what we know about the way structure forms, and there are some experts in the audience on this, given what we know, what do we predict would be the most massive object in the universe? Even though we haven't seen it yet, in all likelihood. And there's a formalism to do that. And you can make predictions, and you can assign error bars, and you can then go and test it. And I feel like that's instructive for what we're talking about. Okay, so what are we actually trying to do? People talk about PDOOM a lot, and this has already been alluded to, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but this question of what might this even look like? Because we do, in effect, even if we're not explicitly ranking everything and assigning numbers to them, we do have some sense there are some things we're particularly worried about, and how do we capture what that means? And to do that, okay, this is something that is very common, especially in the Bay Area right now, this sense of PDOOM, but we don't really know what doom means, and we don't really know what probability means. And that's, I think, quite instructive, because it's very hard to think of probability in these things. So we've already talked about this. What do we mean by doom? One thing that hasn't been talked about or was alluded to right at the beginning was, I guess, this question Paul asks of, what is the time scale? Are we talking, do we care? Is there a fundamental difference between human extinction and something which is, causes a collapse over a few centuries, but then maybe down the road humanity can claw its way back? And is that a really fundamental distinction? Because in what we're doing, even in this, those are very different. The part of the distribution that you care about is completely different if you only care about complete extinction. And one thing I did find curious in the panel this morning is, in the discussions, we generally have, I would say, for example, when within the Science and Security Board, and David can correct me, but I always come away thinking that the thing that's most likely to wipe us out is the bio threat, like wipe out everyone, where you can make arguments about the others. And bit interesting that that does, at least from the panel this morning, it sounded like people were less concerned about that. Maybe more concerned, I don't know, about AI or something else, which, anyway, I think there's a discussion to be had there. And also, there's just a question, is that an important distinction for the purposes of what we're trying to do here? Okay. The separate question, which is something, again, I think probably is well known in the audience, but it's something I also am not entirely sure how to think about, is this question of what do we even mean by probability? And the trick here is we're doing, as we all know, we're trying to make predictions for events which have not happened, and we hope never happen, but certainly haven't happened in the past, sort of by definition. And doing statistics of things where you don't have any historical data is hard. And you end up in this kind of frequentist versus Bayesian situation, which probably some of the audience are familiar with. This is the kind of this philosophical difference in the way we do statistics. And I am definitely a Bayesian, but I want to make statements about the future of the universe or the future of Earth or civilization more specifically. And for those, it's hard to do that. You have to be careful if you're a Bayesian about the way you do that. And I can talk a lot more about those distinctions. As an aside, I'm just curious if people, like, who in the audience has heard of the kind of Carter catastrophe or these kind of doomsday statistical arguments? Like who? Okay, a few. All right, only a few. So I'm going to just describe it. I think it's interesting. I do not ascribe to this at all, but I think it's instructive as a way to think about how special we are. And I think it's very hard to get away from, I think, okay, being a Bayesian, I think everyone in this room has a very strong prior that humanity is special. And it's incredibly hard to step away from that. If you assume that we're not special, I'm not going to go through this in detail, but let me just say that the kind of top-level version of this is, if you assume we're not special, then there's no reason to think we're at a special time in the history of human populations. And if you kind of think that through, there are ways to turn that argument into a statement that we're almost certainly not at the very beginning of, if you like, human flourishing. Like if you run this forward, the idea that we're going to last for 1 million years and populate the Milky Way and all these things are going to happen, that would mean that this moment now is an extremely special time because we're right at the beginning. We're in the first 1% or tiny fraction of a percent of all human beings that will be alive. And a priori, that seems unlikely. And if you think that through, you can actually make predictions for how long humanity will last. And it's not that long. It's very dependent on priors. This is not, so this can either sound completely foolish or incredibly compelling. Either way, it's very hard to just completely dismiss out of hand, I would claim. But, when you go through the statistics, it's very dependent on a lot of assumptions which you can reasonably question. But this is kind of, from the astrophysicist point of view, this is kind of a framing that helps you think about, how special are we and how long, should we have a premise that it's all going to work out? And claim would be, I would claim, at least these sorts of arguments say, not particularly. Okay. Since there's an answer, I think this is also helpful, instructive. So how many of you have heard of the Drake equation? Okay, great. So the Drake equation is just this estimate of how many civilizations are there in our galaxy. There are different ways to phrase it. And this has been pretty contentious, I would say, within the astronomy community. A lot of people think it's kind of, nonsense. Like it makes it seem like we're calculating something we can't possibly calculate. On the other hand, it's helped frame a lot of the way people think about this. And just, one way to describe it is just, well, how many technologically advanced civilizations are there? So how many aliens are there in our galaxy? Well, here are the terms that would be relevant to that. There are some terms like, well, how many planets around stars are there in our galaxy, just to start with. It's probably, you're not going to have civilization on a star, so, for various reasons. Maybe you want to argue that, but there's some basic assumptions, and then off we go, and we can write down an equation. And then I think what's remarkable is you write down this equation, people kind of argue about it, this is all fantasy, it's philosophy, but now those first two terms we've nailed down, which is remarkable. We can now tell you how many how many planets are there around stars. We have really good data now where we're starting to get an integrated view of this, and we can tell you at least some part of this how likely life is to evolve, and whether that life will develop advanced technology, we don't know. And so there's still a lot of stuff we don't know. But just writing this down, I think, is helpful. And I'll draw your attention to the very last term in this, which is how long civilizations last. And that term is a lot of what we're talking about here. It turns out that probably one of the most important terms, we can argue about this, people do argue in the community, but probably one of the most important terms is just how long does it take civilizations to destroy themselves? And I think if you go through this, you can make arguments that that's actually fairly short by cosmological standards of billions of years. 5 minutes, okay. So related things to Fermi paradox, I'm going to assume that just about everyone has heard of this. I see lots of people nodding. And this is a related thing. It's really this question, I think, at the end of this term of how long civilizations last. Again, people will argue this. There are people who think that just the emergence of life is so low likelihood that even given all the planets, billions, tens of billions of planets, it's still very unlikely for any other life to emerge. That is something that we can discuss, but at least there's some group within the field that are convinced that probably the most limiting thing is related to this question in the Fermi paradox, which is, in the end, how long do civilizations last? Now, I will say that, and you can use this, I think what's interesting is you can use this to put an upper bound on how long civilizations last, making what I think of as reasonable assumptions. I will say straight off, when we're talking about us right now, I think it's helpful to have these timescales. When we say, will civilization last, we don't get to make statements like the next 10 years or even 100 years is extremely short by all these things. So we're really asking, will it last 10,000 years? If all civilizations last well over 10,000 years, then you start to have constraints. But I think these constraints are quite reasonable, and that's kind of where we are in terms of the history of civilization right now. Anyway, okay. So I think the question is, can we do a version of this Drake equation where we just identify terms, just even the basic terms? And I think a lot of the work here and people here have effectively done this. And you can kind of identify, here are the main ways that civilization might end. I don't really want to get into this. There's an issue of how you incorporate tipping points, which I think is related to a lot of the discussion we've had already this morning. And again, this is something where especially for climate, it's a very clear physical phenomenon, and there are ways to describe tipping points statistically, and I think that can be instructive. There are a lot of tipping points that are relevant to what we're talking about here. But okay, I'm just about at the end and out of time. The main thing, what I was tasked to talk about, is these interaction terms, and I'm not going to write them. I'm trying to write them down. I'll show you maybe in the next slide. But I think the main thing to keep in mind right now is just what would these interaction terms look like, and can we kind of start making a list? And some have already been talked about, but I think these are probably the things that are going to most catch us by surprise and be most relevant going forward. At least some of these interaction terms, we're already starting to see how this works, and you know, kind of making a list of these and trying to understand the strengths of the connections, I think is incredibly valuable. And mainly, I'm looking for feedback on this. I'd like to have, you tell me your favorite ways that these different risks interact, and then I'm going to try to fold that into kind of a systematic list. And then whether or not we rank them is a different question, but just I think going through that exercise will be helpful. This is just to show you there are ways to do this stuff. There are formulas. I'm not sure this is the right way. This is kind of an extreme value approach where you can describe your probability distributions and then you just look for the extremes, and in a stochastic way you can predict how often that happens, and you can describe what the interactions are. And so, for example, you could imagine saying, as the temperature increases, what does that do to conflict, and how, and then at the tail end of conflict, how does it change the likelihood of nuclear exchange or something like that. Again, I'm not claiming any of this is going to be predictive. I don't think it should be used as a kind of way to rank things, but I think as a way to explore the way these things interact, it's perhaps of value. Okay, and I guess I'll end there because I'm out of time.
So we're on a tight clock right now, but I think we'll take time for 2 questions.
There's a microphone coming.
You talked about the problem of that there's no math in setting the doomsday clock, even though the output's a number. I think there are 2 ways to deal with that. One is to deal with approximate probabilities to an order of magnitude only, and also that we're using the wrong units, that we need to be dealing with the probability per unit time rather than the absolute probability. If you go 1 mile an hour, you're not going very far unless you do it for a year, in which case you go 9,000 miles.
Yeah, so I agree on both those points. I think the way for what it's worth, for the doomsday clock, even though there's no equation producing it, we do actually think, and we have a lot of discussions along those lines, which is the kind of rate of change of the clock and where the clock has been historically kind of sets a measure, and then we can look within that to get a sense of where we are, what we think the state of the universe, state of civilization is. And this question of timescale, I agree. And so, whether we're talking about what's the danger over the next year or whether it's the next 50 years, that can adjust one's, perceptions, and it's part of the discussion. And I will say, part of the just a separate thing, which I think there is an interesting discussion to be had there, is when we talk a lot. At the end of the day, we're all here because we want to understand these things. There's some very rich questions, but also, we want to have change and make a difference. And so different ways to communicate what we're doing is clearly a big part of it. And how the doomsday clock captures that is part of what we're also looking for discussion and feedback, whether it's the right metric at all. But it's the one we use. It's the worst one except for all the others. Yeah.
I've always loved Jared Diamond's critique of the Drake equation, though I'm not sure he phrased it that way, which was essentially, had Columbus sailed to discover the Americas and brought smallpox back to Europe as opposed to the other way around, people would have a lot different view about the good idea of being an alien civilization that advertises that you're there,
Yeah.
and going out and looking for others. And might you have written an entirely different equation, if you were in a different civilization? And how do you think about the Drake equation in that context?
Yeah, okay, so that alludes to this thing, the dark forest. I don't know if people have read the 3-body trilogy, but this is, there's a lot which also I find kind of compelling. This question of, there are 2 separate questions. One is how many alien civilizations are there out there, advanced technological civilizations in the Milky Way? That's there's a very clear physical question there. Whether or not we can answer it or not is trickier, but there is an answer to that question. And the Drake equation is one way to describe it. I don't think the Drake equation per se depends on this issue. What changes is if there are lots of civilizations, but they're all doing their damnedest to stay hidden, then the data that informs the Drake equation, which is what have we observed so far, changes. And so, for example, my estimate of how long civilizations last presumes that we haven't seen any yet, and that means that they aren't out there. And you could question that, and you could, yes, that's absolutely fair. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have a panel with these four speakers. Dr. Jacob Hellman, our STS lecturer, will moderate. Come on.
Okay, thank you all again for coming. We will hear talks from the four panelists sequentially and have 15 or 20 minutes for questions after, so save your questions. So I would first like to introduce Grant Heigerd-Rusli, who is both a resident physician in laboratory medicine and a postdoctoral researcher at the Luby Lab here at Stanford. He researches, among other things, ultraviolet germicidal radiation as a disinfection technology and metagenomic pathogen surveillance.
Let's see, I'm not getting the slides up here. Anybody have any ideas? I'm advancing and it's not up. Okay, great. Awesome.
Yeah, this button should move them forward.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. And thanks for that introduction. I am a resident here at Stanford, and I'm hoping that my talk is going to be kind of complementary to the big picture conversations we've had so far by talking about something very specific and a very specific solution to that problem that we're working on. And so my talk is about perhaps the most pressing pandemic risk that we know about at the moment, which I think is the spread of avian influenza in dairy cattle, mostly in California. So first I want to talk a little bit about influenza generally and just get into the virology a bit to explain why influenza specifically is a pandemic risk. So there's three things I'm going to talk about. One is the properties of the virus itself. So influenza is a RNA virus, and in particular the RNA polymerase of influenza is particularly error-prone. So every time the virus copies itself, it introduces 2 or 3 mutations. So that's the reason why you get such rapid accumulation of mutations in influenza, and that's the reason why it's always evolving its way around our immune system and around our vaccines. That's why we need new vaccines every year. The second property that is more specific to influenza is the fact that it has a segmented genome. So you can see these different pieces of RNA, and a consequence of that is that if you have infection of one host organism with 2 different viruses, those pieces of RNA can swap, and you can get these progeny viruses that are very antigenically and phenotypically distinct from either of the parents. And then the last factor that's really important is that influenza has many different reservoirs in nature. So the main reservoirs are migratory shorebirds, but you can also get infections in domestic poultry, pigs, even aquatic mammals, and of course humans. And so the consequence of this is that you can have circulation of the virus in those reservoirs all the time, mutating, so that the virus is totally novel from the perspective of the human immune system. And that allows the virus to come back to us every once in a while. These factors together are what has allowed influenza to become a pandemic 5 times over the last 100 years. But the reason that this doesn't happen all the time is that there are important distinctions between the host reservoirs. So when we think about influenza and how we classify it is based on the surface molecules on the virus. So the H in H5N1 stands for hemagglutinin, and the hemagglutinin in avian influenzas infects birds because the birds express distinct receptor molecules. Those receptor molecules are called sialic acids, and the avian influenzas prefer the alpha-2,3 linked sialic acids in birds, whereas humans express alpha-2,6. And so the question then becomes, what would it take for those avian hemagglutinins to be able to bind to the human receptor? There's been a fair amount of work on this, including some fairly infamous gain-of-function research that suggests that the barrier to that switch may actually be quite low. And if that is true, and if that were to happen, it would be highly consequential, because serological surveys have demonstrated that the human population really has no existing immunity to things like H5. This is further important because over the last 2 decades or so, in the cases that have come into humans, the mortality has been quite high. There's a lot of uncertainty around that, but it's worth noting. And now over the last couple years especially, the avian influenzas has been getting closer to humans, infecting dozens of mammalian species, and then last year it made the jump into dairy cows. Dairy farmers in Texas noticed reduced milk production, mastitis in these cows that was anywhere from asymptomatic to lethal. But they found that there was very high viral RNA in the milk. And a consequence of this is that the virus was able to spread rapidly across within herds on the milking equipment, and then it spread across herds and across the country. The majority of those herds have been in California. And another consequence of such high viral load in the milk is that the dairy workers are getting splashed in the eye. And because the human eye expresses that alpha-2,3 receptor that I was mentioning, they're getting conjunctivitis. Thankfully, these people have recovered quickly, and there's no evidence of onward transmission from any of these cases. However, the thing I want to focus on is that there have been a few cases that have occurred in people without any high-risk exposures. And the question that those raise is, how did they get infected, and is there any possibility that they got infected by other humans? And I think that we actually can't be sure of that because we're not doing the right testing. So if you just go into a clinic and get tested for flu, you might be able to learn that you have flu A, but you won't know what subtype you have, whether it's H1, H3, or H5. H5 subtyping is available by public health labs, but in order to be tested, you have to have specific criteria, specifically having known exposure to infected animals or people or raw dairy, and having these characteristic clinical symptoms. And so if you imagine a case of where someone did get infected by another person, they would be sent home without a second thought. And so by default, our system is blind to the possibility that human-to-human transmission might be occurring. So we saw this as an issue and decided to develop an optimized H5 subtyping test. And now every test within the Stanford system that is found to be flu A positive gets automatically tested for H5. And that allowed us to identify 2 cases, 2 of the 3 that were in people without exposure to animals. One was a healthy toddler, another was a hospitalized adult. And so having identified these cases without nuclear exposure risk. We asked, what about the higher risk areas in California? Is there potential for cryptic transmission in those areas? So we decided to expand this surveillance strategy, and we decided to target areas of California where there are the most dairy herds. So those black dots are all the location of dairies. And then we focused on where the known human cases have been, and they're kind of in that southern group of counties, Tulare, Kings, Kern. And we formed partnerships with 9 hospitals in that area, and we've been receiving samples from them for the whole flu season and banking those samples. And this work is ongoing, and we are hoping to be able to test those samples soon. So stay tuned for those results. I want to acknowledge the people who have been involved in this. This is being led by Dr. Ben Pinsky in the virology lab. Really lucky to have great collaborators in Seth and Abrar, and the collaborators at Adventist Health for sending us these samples, and the funding from Open Philanthropy and Astera. Thank you. So I think we'll have questions at the end.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for that important work. Next is Lindsay Rand, who is a postdoc fellow at CSIC and a non-resident scholar at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Her research takes a socio-technical approach to nuclear policy, asking questions like how new technologies such as quantum sensing can actually undermine deterrence.
Yeah, well, first I'd like to thank the conference organizers for convening this. It's always nice to get out of your own academic silo. I know someone else said silo earlier, and I really feel that I've learned a lot. And so in thinking about what to present for this panel, I wanted to pull out an abstract problem that I face in my own research to try and make it generalizable, maybe across different risk areas. And then at the end, I'll zoom in about how it is impacting my work, and maybe kind of try to learn from other people about how you approach this. But this is an issue I called the uncertainty ambiguity dilemma, I guess for the sake of this presentation to kind of make it a little bit more abstract. And what I mean by this is, how does technical uncertainty, or maybe a different type of uncertainty, but I focus on technical uncertainty, get politicized based on ambiguity in the political or social arenas? And then how does that lead to varying perceptions of uncertainty, even if we're all looking at the same analysis with uncertainty, and reach different policy conclusions and likely different policy recommendations? So my own research looks at nuclear risks, and particularly emerging technologies and climate change implications for nuclear deterrence. I would say these classify as complex risks because there is uncertainty, and that uncertainty has a temporal dimension, and because we can't tell the future yet, hopefully maybe Dan will get us to that point, this is irreducible uncertainty. But I also think it's a complex area because the nuclear policy domain has so many different social constructs and terms that we leave undefined. So when you do a technical analysis, you can provide constrained uncertainty only to a certain point if something like vulnerability, which is the actual metric that policymakers want to use, remains not only undefined but contested. And so that is where, if you'll let me avail you with my bad PowerPoint graphics, I try to make this into like a bow tie diagram because this is how I conceptualize it in my mind. So I think that in my research, what I try to do is address the left hand of the bow tie, I think it's left for you guys, which is the technical uncertainty, and try to constrain it as much as possible. But what I've learned is, because there's always going to be some remaining uncertainty, then you also need to figure out how to communicate to people with different policy perspectives so that that uncertainty is not being manipulated to match certain narratives, which is actually very challenging. And I don't know if that extends beyond other risks area besides nuclear, but it is certainly present in the nuclear debate. So on the uncertainty side, I was, like Dan, kind of surprised that people don't propagate errors in the policy realm. In physics, this is like 101. Like, you learn how to do this in your first lab, and I even used to joke, like, maybe I'd get a PhD in error propagation. Essentially, that's what I did, which is propagating all these terms of uncertainty for how emerging technologies might unfold. But that does bring a lot of value because you're able to contextualize uncertainty in a way that I think makes it a little bit more manageable to kind of peer into the future a little bit. So the way I go about this is identifying physical limits, either theoretical limits or experimental records that indicate what we can expect for a technology and what we should not be over-dramatizing a technology might be possible of. But there's an added domain, which is transferring a technology from a lab or an experimental side to an operational setting. And actually, in this case, the error propagation is important because sometimes people conflate getting a technology in a lab with achieving some sort of strategic capability. And there's a lot of challenge, getting that technology like a quantum sensor to actually operate in a strategic domain. And so in that case, what I'm actually doing is inflating the uncertainty and showing all the uncertainty likely to prevent some of these technologies from breaking out rapidly. And then hopefully my goal in this is trying to at least give some timeline that people can expect for certain capabilities. I think this is kind of interestingly captured by Donald Mackenzie's certainty trough, which is shown on the right-hand side, where he suggests, depending on how close you are to the production of knowledge, you might interpret uncertainty very differently. So if you're very far away, you might be like, well, this is totally uncertain. And then you get a little closer and you're like, okay, I know a little bit more about this, so I actually don't think there's a lot of uncertainty. And then the closer you get, you're kind of somewhere in the middle, which is roughly what I'm doing. So some people get kind of annoyed because I'm expanding the uncertainty in a way they don't like. And then some people don't like it because I'm not giving them enough certainty. So it's a very challenging process. But I think, at least for the sake of giving us the best chance of addressing these issues, you have to identify the uncertainty within a reasonable limit. But then the uncertainty kind of trickles into the policy domain, and because it's irreducible, it is captured by people with different strategic and political perspectives. So I focus on deterrence logics, but there's also parochial interests and bureaucratic forces, ways in which people take this uncertainty and maybe purposely or maybe unpurposely kind of manipulate it in their mind. And so the emerging technology space is a very, very good example in the nuclear realm because people disagree a lot about what emerging technologies mean for nuclear weapons, but also they all profit from the fact that it has this uncertainty, and so you can try to get funding, et cetera, to examine it. And then because it's not really interrogated, the uncertainty just kind of lingers and leaves a lot of questions unanswered. So it can actually be, I think, kind of detrimental if we're not actually addressing that initial uncertainty, though certainly the policy ambiguity issue is important as well. So this gives me the full picture, and unfortunately leaves a lot more questions than answers, but for me at least, it helps know how to talk to different audiences and to address where they're coming from when they're interpreting uncertainty. So to give example, my dissertation looked at quantum implications for nuclear deterrence. This is a very important area because there is a lot of hype. I'm sure some people in the room know, and I know some people have written about it, that quantum sensors, for example, might make nuclear submarines vulnerable. And this would be very significant because nuclear submarines uphold the second strike capability for nuclear weapons and therefore underpin deterrence as we understand deterrence to work. And so if quantum sensors were capable of doing this, it can lead to a lot of apprehension over deterrence all of a sudden and nuclear weapons all of a sudden being vulnerable and we need more of them. But there's not a lot of interrogation of this uncertainty, and so on the technical side, I just did a pretty simple magnetic field propagation equation to plug in certain sensor capabilities and be like, well, some of these are drastically overestimating what we can expect. And I thought that would answer the question because I was a PhD student and, you want it to be like a 1 or 2 chapter dissertation and be done. But then I realized through engaging the different deterrence literatures that that still leaves a lot of room open for disagreement. And so, for example, in the deterrence realm, you have two pretty big camps: assured destruction, which means you need a minimum deterrence capability, and then damage limitation, which perceives, and these are just very basic, abstract. Obviously, there's kind of a continuum between the two. But damage limitation assumes you get any benefit, you can still get benefits from any incremental improvement in limiting damage. And so these two camps view the threshold for disruption very differently. So damage limitation has a very low disruption threshold, whereas assured destruction has a very high one, and therefore they treat uncertainty very differently as well, even if they're interpreting the exact same results, which is why a lot of the deterrence literature has such a big disagreement over how emerging technologies are going to impact something like nuclear deterrence. And then this also impacts their perceived risks and effects, which leads to vastly different policy recommendations. So yeah, I don't answer the question, but I actually was able to contextualize the debate a lot, and I reached a conclusion that I feel comfortable with, but I feel like this is kind of the hard part in all of our work, is this nagging uncertainty. And then now I'm also kind of looking at a new area, and I even am hesitant to say there's uncertainty, because actually compared to the emerging technology space, there's so much data on climate change. But what's been interesting and has kind of underpinned my view about uncertainty as a political construct is the fact that we spend so much money looking at emerging technology vulnerabilities for nuclear weapons, yet climate change is almost not considered at all, particularly climate change implications for nuclear vulnerability. And people like Paul Edwards have kind of untangled this history through the lens of the nuclear winter scenario and how it's been polarized among different deterrence crowds. So I think, just even comparing between nuclear and climate, it just shows there's very much an irrational treatment of uncertainty that hopefully we can interrogate at some point in this. Now I'm getting the dinging, so that's it.
Thank you. Next is Allison Burke, who studies chemical and biological weapons non-proliferation at the Middlebury Institute of International Studies, as well as bio and AI security at RAND's Messelson Center. She also teaches science and technology policy here at Stanford.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I'm also going to be talking about biorisk and bioweapons. Nuclear weapons are too loud and asteroids are too big, but biology is pleasantly small and warm and easy to deal with, so that's why I want to focus on it. I am focusing in particular about the capability of AI tools to design pandemic-capable pathogens. And there are a few aspects to that question. One way that we get at asking that is seeing how much do AI systems know about bioweapons or about pandemic-capable pathogens. And one thing we ask them to do is to design a plan for designing and weaponizing a pathogen. And it turns out that according to the experts who then rate those plans, the AI is not very good at making those plans. It doesn't confer that much uplift. But how much can we trust the expert ratings? I mean, experts told me that COVID would be contained and that the US would elect a female president, so I've been burned before. I don't know if we can trust their ratings. Another thing that we ask models to do is to answer kind of academic multiple choice questions about the kinds of things that you would need to do in order to design a pathogen. The models are really good at that, and they are improving, such that all of the major AI players tell us that their models are on the cusp of being able to help novices create biological threats, or that they're about to reproduce a known biological threat. So that's a little bit concerning. Another question that we might ask, though, is how much human input would we need in order to ask an AI to give us some physical biological material, to actually design a pathogen or a peptide in this case, physically make it and send it to us. So this was a proof of concept that I did at RAND with Carnegie Mellon, where we asked an AI agent to design for us a peptide, gramacydin A, and that AI agent is connected to an LLM, it's connected to a biodesign tool, and it's connected to a cloud lab. So it was able to go off by itself, figure out the structure of gramacydin A, figure out how it would best be synthesized, send an order to the cloud lab, tell the cloud lab how it wanted it synthesized and how much, and then tell it to send it to my house in Half Moon Bay, and it did that. So I was able to get this peptide sent to me just by asking the AI this one simple question of, hey, could you make me 5 micrograms of gramicidin A? The problem with this is gramicidin A is an antibacterial peptide. It's in antibacterial hand soap. It's like very safe to have. So there's really kind of no problem with this. You might ask, well, why didn't I ask it to make me an actual toxin? I would love to do that, but Rand's lawyers wouldn't let me. And so one question, I know, right? And so one question you might ask is, well, what are kind of other proxies that we could use and test that would be a little bit closer, that wouldn't be quite as kind of a nothing burger as getting an antibacterial hand soap component shipped to me? We are on the cusp of being able to do that with Los Alamos. Some friends of mine at Los Alamos are eventually, after the course of talking to them for 2 years, they're finally willing to set up kind of a sandbox test bed to synthesize designed toxins, or actually structures that AI has predicted to be toxic, but times are tough at the DOE and they can't fund all of it. So I don't know if anybody in this room has money, but we could use that in order to set up this test bed at Los Alamos, and I would love to be able to find out whether the predictions of toxicity that AI makes are actually real when we actually synthesize these things and test them. So the overall idea here is we need to define the AI capabilities to design pathogens in a way that is testable, in a way where when the AI tells us something, either it tells us, hey, this structure is a new thing that is toxic, or it tells us, hey, this plan is a new way to make a pathogen that could be pandemic capable. We need to be able to test that in kind of a real way. Another way that I've gone about trying to figure this out through another project at RAND was running a Delphi study to ask about various limits to the ability of AI tools to design pathogens. Some of the limits we asked about were limits about AI. So we asked about, like, does AI have the right kind of training data? Is AI processing that training data correctly? Does it have access to enough compute? Other limits we asked were about fundamental properties of biology. Like, is the hard part about using AI to design a pathogen that pathogens have various physical characteristics that they need to adhere to in order to be transmissible, in order to be infectious? Or is the idea that it's hard to engineer a new pathogen because of certain metabolic constraints on pathogens? Has evolution basically done all it can in this space, and are there actually very limited areas for designing a new pathogen? So we brought together groups of AI experts and bio experts and asked them to assess the applicability and validity of these limits in order to be able to narrow in on what actual capabilities of AI tools we really want to focus on. What are the capabilities that are really missing, or that are really providing the most strict limits on that ability of the tools to design new pathogens, so that we can then monitor, hey, if those capabilities improve, if that limit lessens, if that limit goes away, then we want to be worried more. Or conversely, we could go to AI developers and say, hey, the main limits to the ability of your tool to design a new pathogen are actually around metabolic fitness. And so maybe you actually want to constrain your tool's ability to tweak and do designs in the realm of metabolic fitness specifically, because that's the thing that is most preventing someone from making a pathogen. So I was told by a friend of mine that good academics leave a well-crafted hole in their presentation where they don't answer a question so as to, like, tee up that question so someone can ask you later. So I'm not going to tell you what limits our groups of experts decided were the most applicable, but I will suggest there is one way to find out. So in the future, what I want to be able to do are to clarify those principal components of how AI models can increase BW design capabilities. I want to better define red lines of capabilities so that we know, okay, if a model improves in this one particular area, or if a model seems poised to overcome this limit, that's really what's concerning in terms of that model being able to design a new pathogen. And I also want to develop more kind of sandboxes for testing the functional capabilities of real AI design materials, for actually being able to synthesize the materials that AI designs and test them for their virulence, test them for their transmissibility, test them for their toxicity, and actually figure out whether AI is good at predicting those types of capabilities. And that is all from me.
Thank you. And last we have Max Lamparth, who is a postdoctoral fellow at CSEC and at the Stanford Center for AI Safety. He studies AI systems in terms of their interpretability and their robustness, as well as ethical decision-making of language models.
All right. Thank you so much for having me here today, and to the organizers, and thank you for the kind introduction. So my idea was to show a few thoughts how AI might factor into some of these risks assessment, basically exploring some of these interaction terms that Dan basically hinted at. And if we talk about risk assessment, one of the things we can start with is talk about the safety of systems. And if we specifically talk about AI systems, there are like two ways we can differentiate here. One is the inherent attribute of the system being safe, i.e. avoiding unsafe outcomes or leading to unsafe situations, or the governance mechanisms around the technology. If I want to focus on the first point on that list, specifically making the technology inherently more safer, we want to somehow embed values or human preferences into these models. Specifically, if we train current AI models, we rely on optimization metrics because they are optimization problems. So we don't only want to use something like efficiency or economic yield to basically create the most capable systems. We want some steerability. And I have a list of a few inherent limitations that I want to explore here, with the first one being, it's actually really hard to formulate a mathematical description of human preferences. Not all ethical systems are usable for that at all, but generally that's like the first problem you run into. The second one is, even if you have a mathematical description that gives you a nice scale and number for values, is that if you train your AI system on them, you still rely on the data-driven nature of modern AI training paradigms, meaning you rely on showing thousands of examples of desirable or undesirable behavior with only rule-based control about what examples you show, but not exactly what rules are abstracted by the models. Now the concern is, let's say you have a lot of examples of human preferences, what is right or wrong, or ethical behavior, it's actually really hard to put a label on these examples. It depends, first of all, on who do you ask for their opinion, right? So it's easy to either miss some crucial opinions. What democratic processes do you use? For example, here in an image annotation example, it depends on which country you ask the question, is there a smile in this image? But we know across different research studies that experts tend to disagree a lot as well. And social choice preference aggregation methodologies have their limitations. Another point is, if we try to make our AI models be like very human preferable, we run into the problem of unwanted correlations. This comes back to the first anecdotes of OpenAI, basically using human examples, basically of text that's like really preferable, but a model learns really quickly to add spelling errors because humans produce spelling errors. So there's like this type of writing style that's like favorable. The other two examples listed here, the first one being is longer text is often more human preferable. Generally because there was like a longer, kinder, time taken to write a kind email or give more explanation, but at the same time these texts were longer. Some of the first things the models learn, in case of a language model, is to produce longer text, not just safer text. And the bottom example is a study looking at software engineering, where we can see that models, if they're unable to provide a correct reply to a query, can still give you a very convincing and polite reply that basically gets humans to think it's correct. Right, so we have these side effects. And the last point I want to mention here is that this is still a multi-objective optimization problem. So besides the pure accuracy of your AI system, you also want to look at other dimensions, specifically helpfulness or harmlessness, are common use dimensions here. With the example, if I go back to the language model, a chatbot, if it tells me, here's a recipe for how to build a bomb, that's very helpful, but it's not really harmless. And if it just refuses, that's very harmless, but in other cases, for example, even that can lead to issues. For example, in mental health emergencies, the outright refusal to reply can also be bad. There we go. Oh, wrong button. So nevertheless, there's still a large amount of economic and political pressure for different reasons to basically focus not just on these safety dynamics. Here to quote the vice president, who recently basically made the comment that we should also focus on building AI and not think too much about the safety components here, which is an example to basically show there's a lot of investment that has been going into AI technologies, and people want to see some return on that investment, together with the geopolitical competition dynamics that are now added onto the hot topic of AI. So what can we do with it? If we go back to the language model example, quick primer, if you haven't used one, you basically have something that communicates in natural language with you, where you can pull in a question, a problem, and basically say, hey, can you solve that for me? And the models get better, and they basically write you a nice reply. Here is the solution to your math homework, or here's the email that politely declines the event invitation. And because it's been getting better and better, there are now more of these agentic models where you basically give them task autonomy. So you give them a problem, for example, run my business, or in that Twitter example here, do a professional analysis of the Tesla stock, and the model just runs, right? Writes a Python code that automatically looks up data, compiles that, runs it, then writes another Python code that basically creates the plots, etc., etc. It's quite cool to watch. It's quite amazing, but that's what we can currently do. The problem is if you look at basically some of these issues that I mentioned earlier, some of these limitations, and you look at longer interactions and delegation of decision making, you basically have the problem that minor deviations of, let's just say, safety protocols can lead to compounded safety issues. I'm basically using here the example of the Challenger disaster, where minor deviations from safety protocols compounded to a unfortunate disaster. And if you now look at basically the new models, they basically give the task, they come with the solution, so they think a lot, and they can write their code to your problem. Or we can start adding more and more resources to that task autonomy, for example, internet access, which then again requires your safety methods to basically generalize from being safe to just replying in a chat or writing safe code, to also not fall victim to, I don't know, bad inputs from that internet access, or doing bad things on the internet. And the same thing holds true for multimodal models, so we also have image input and outputs, here with the schematics, or embedded agents where you start to give physical control in some form of environment. The point I want to make here is basically that if we have more and more of these basically delegated tasks, we also have agents interacting at one point or another. If you think about, let's just say you have your agent to run your stock portfolio, at some point, two of these will interact if two people use them. And the open question is what might happen in that case. Will they basically collaborate to basically, I don't know, drive the price together of the same stock, or will it be some form of competition? There's a longer report that was over here in the making that I want to highlight here that explores some of these risks. But essentially, if you add AI to the mix, it makes risk assessment a lot harder. And basically, as mentioned earlier, there are a lot of these interaction terms that basically make it a lot more complex. And lastly, I want to offer basically here a nice link to also support the great talk that came before me, looking at biosecurity risks. So if you look, for example, at a few dynamics of how you could assess that risk, the first point, again being mentioned in the previous talk, is evaluating what kind of knowledge would a language model have if you query it for information for how to generate a pathogen. So that's a evaluation problem. Or the second component would be who has access to that model, right? The cyber weapons available with the NSA or CIA do not need to check, hey, is that actually an agent I'm interacting with, or what is their intent, because the access is restricted to these technologies. The other point is, if it's a more general spread model, like a language model, you basically require the model to then be able to reason about the user intent or the appropriate scenario to basically deal with these ambiguities, which links back to these limitations embedding human preferences earlier. And lastly, you kind of have to ask, I'll come back to these uplift studies, what are actually impact if you have the technology available, where you basically then ask, okay, in the case of the top left image of the anthrax letters, which required high domain expertise to basically create these kind of attacks, what happens if a regular citizen with a garage lab basically has access to harmful information? How much will that make? Or comparing to terrorist agencies or cells or other foreign nations that might have greater capabilities, and how much might they be uplifted by some of these knowledges? Also, spotlight to a recent paper that basically explored all of these topics in a more detail. I think we can similarly construct examples for other cases, which I'm not exploring, but this might provoke discussion related to the larger interest of deploying task autonomous delegation in the military domain and cybersecurity, or just interactions with the impact of AI systems on climate, or applying AI on climate, right? There are a lot of nuanced dynamics happening here. Thank you so much. I'm very much looking forward to the discussion.
So, questions?
question to Grant. So what should we be doing to prepare for avian flu, changing its genetics enough so that it becomes a serious threat to humanity? If I understand correctly, the Trump administration has killed the American program to try to develop and advance appropriate vaccines. I hope somebody else is doing that.
What should we be doing? Compared to what we are doing, I mean, I would have a hard time coming up with a better answer for what we should not be doing than what we are doing. I mean, yeah, the thing that we are trying to do is just like looking, doing the testing to be able to have any data, any idea of whether there is spread going on. I think that's really the first step, right? That would, if we knew what was going on, we might have the opportunity to do something about it, and that's what you're getting at. Is like, how we would address it by, enhancing biosecurity on these farms, investing in vaccines and so on. But I feel like we're not even doing the first step of being able to see what the situation truly is.
I think I'm next. Yeah, great. Thanks for great talks. Couple bunch. First, Alice, it's always great to meet fellow RAND people in this sort of context. So, hi, good to meet you. And then I want to just do a plug for this decision-making under deep uncertainty way of thinking about things. So first, Lindsay, you gave a great talk, but I want to just emphasize how I think liberating and powerful it is to take, reduce uncertainty as the key thing you're trying to do and put informed decisions at the top. And a favorite example of the power of this comes out of the climate world in the latest IPCC Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report. 3 reports. The first one is the physical scientists. Second one is the people trying to adapt to climate change, and the people trying to reduce climate change. Sea level rise projections have been sort of a bugaboo for the climate change world. Famously, the 4th report came out with all the high confidence projections for sea level rise, and it was the ink was hardly dry before the Greenland ice sheet started cracking up, which was something that they had looked at and said, oh, we can't say anything about that because that's really uncertain. And, so it was just like the quest to say things that with high confidence caused them to totally miss something where they knew more about it than any people in the world, but they didn't talk about it. What they did in the last report is they give probability density functions for all the high and medium confidence processes sunged at high and medium confidence. And then they've got, and that gives a PDF, and then they've got a bunch of high-level extreme cases where derived from all the low confidence processes, okay? And so they just give that. And those are described as processes. These are the things that would need to happen to get super high sea level rise. Then all the people who do adaptation, not all, but many of the people who do adaptation in the next report used that where they gave, used the PDFs for some decisions and then said, but here are ways that we might hedge or at least observe for the stuff in the low processes. Okay, so there's certain time scales involved in sea level rise which make that work, et cetera, but this is an example, I think, of how you can say lots about low confidence stuff in a way that's decision useful. And then for Max, let me just offer as the objective function, you might add, the things you mentioned were great, but providing information that helps humans make the best decisions they can, which of course is a really squirrely objective function because it's not clear what a good decision is, and humans are sort of funny decision makers for a whole bunch of reasons. But there's a whole, there's a whole set of criteria in the decision support literature which, talks about how do you usefully inform humans,
and that might be a useful thing to add to your list of objective functions. So that was a statement, not a question, but please feel free to respond.
Other questions?
Thank you. I was curious, Allison, how much money are you looking for?
We can talk afterward. How much do you have? Lanel is willing to match a couple $100,000. So ideally, we would like to be able to have a team of 5 research chemists at Lanel who are devoting at least half their time to this. So that would mean kind of doubling what Lanel's willing to provide. But we can always scale up. Like, this is Palo Alto.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. This is for Allison also. So in your case about, you're telling us about having AI systems make different pathogens and so on. What about the possibility of scheming AI or misaligned AI in that setting? So, or phenomena like sleeper agents or something like that. So you will have a situation where when you're asking about the capabilities of a system, it's actually not. It's deceiving you, or it doesn't tell you all the knowledge it actually has, or it's hiding capabilities, let's say, and they can sort of presumably bring that out in a operational stage at some later point. How do you think about that possibility in your work?
Yeah, I think that's even a second layer to the problem. Like, I think initially we would be able to see those capabilities in sort of aligned AI or in non-scheming AI, where a human asking the AI to design something would get back the design that they asked for. And then the second question, is then assuming that mitigations are applied to that AI, could it then circumvent those mitigations or hide its continued abilities? And so that would, I think, be even a further line of inquiry into those capabilities. So far, we do think that the current tools are limited in their ability to design entire viruses. They may be able to design components of viruses like spike proteins, but they can't design an entire pathogen. And again, it seems based on expert evaluations that the AI also can't design a very viable plan for weaponizing an agent, but obviously no one is testing those plans, and so we kind of have to rely on how good other humans are at assessing whether those plans would succeed. I know that AI companies are looking at more generally whether their tools are able to hide their motivations and obscure their capabilities. So we're not testing that yet. We're just looking at kind of open or demonstrated capabilities, but that would be a good kind of follow-on question to ask.
Can you hear me? Oh, yeah, there we go, now it works. So thank you for the question. So just maybe to add a few points here, and it also links to the prior comment. It's so far, we can train models that perform really well on everything where we have a metric. That usually means software engineering or math problems or anything we have a strong verifier or signal for. Some STEM-related subjects that also counts. But we've seen in plenty of studies again and again, and some of these I've listed, that basically the models are not. It's a lot easier for them to, again, make you believe there is a correct text and actually providing meaningful information to you as a decision maker. So they basically tend to either deviate or give you not ideal information, because all we care for that are basically the human feedback methods that I'm listed some of them on my first slide. So right now there is no way to basically measure if that kind of problem is appearing beyond evaluating the accuracy then basically. And the topic here would be that at some point it will get more and more difficult to evaluate what is actually accurate and what is not. Or again, there are more nuances when humans interact with the AI system. So basically the tone starts to matter as well. So there are a few more nuances, but nothing to take away from your reply.
now it's working. Great. This is. So a question inspired by Allison, I do believe, but is for everybody. And it's like, are you, and it might be for a different conference actually, are you worried about who would give you money for researching what you're researching?
Well, it's Los Alamos, so they're not going to take money from Russia, right? Like they have certain restrictions also. So in that sense, am I worried about which foundation gives me money? No. I am concerned. Drew mentioned how successful China has been at building up their biotechnology industries and enterprises. I am, I guess, a little bit concerned, just from kind of like a parochial or nationalistic standpoint. I'm concerned that the U.S. won't do this and then another country will, because like I live here and I want to do it. So if the U.S. isn't doing it, that means I'm not doing it. But ultimately, I guess for the purposes of this project, I lean toward the idea that it's better to know and it's better to have this information out there. So, my concern would be if somebody funds it and then doesn't publish it and tries to keep it away from the crabby little hands of academics. But generally speaking, in terms of like who might fund it for Los Alamos, I'm not worried about that.
I guess to go back to the comment about the IPCC uncertainties, that is such a good example, though, because there are two that I know of, but probably many more, really good papers about how the shift in climate change awareness between the 70s and 80s, and even later, was kind of achieved because scientists figured out how to, or they learned from other communities about how to communicate risk. And communicating risk across different groups is very challenging. And particularly scientists want to be able to contextualize the uncertainty, like do all the error propagation, and they don't want to say something if there is uncertainty, but then policy people are always like, well, I just want an answer. And so this is like something I've confronted a lot. So I'm glad you brought up the IPCC though, because there actually is very cool like organizational research studies that I can tell you about, but I think Paul's done some work on this too. And on the funding side, I have been dealing with funders who, because I've been trying to tell them not to just fund emerging technologies broadly, because it puts a lot of things without uncertainty and frankly a lot of speculation into the space that I think is like leading people down rabbit holes. But everybody just wants to fund emerging technologies, and there's like good reason, but I do think funders could be a little bit more careful about like if you're funding some of the things that are going to be more speculative, also fund things that are like kind of doing empirical analyses to counterbalance.
Yes, well, more of a comment. So, two things. I said this when you talked at CSAC, but I think it's useful for this audience too. Framing something as an emerging technology automatically implies that it is going to emerge, but you're actually talking about things that could fail. So the framing exists in the phrase itself. And the other thing, about uncertainty, when I started interviewing climate scientists in the early 1990s for my book project on climate change, one of the things that really struck me was that everyone led with how uncertain it was. They started by saying, there's lots of uncertainty in this space, but, and this has always reminded me of what my Aikido instructor used to say, which was, never block with your face. And they were leading with the worst aspect of their point instead of making the point and then going to the uncertainty.
Hi, my name is Tim Stepanov. I'm from Sandbox AQ. My question is mostly addressed to Max. So a couple of things that we've covered today is public trust and emergence of AI safety as being a big, big issue. So the future that's coming will probably include a lot of people who are basically surrounded by AI agents more than they're surrounded by people. And the big thing that we can anticipate is that there will be a lot of people kind of trapped in their own bubbles of information rather than speaking to other people. So would you comment on the possibility of this, of how it's going to affect the public trust, or if there is a moral prerogative of AI makers, AI creators, to actually bring society together and actively counteract the possibility of creating those teeny tiny bubbles around every single person out there?
I think that's a great question with a lot of different nuances to address. So I guess the first thing, there is definitely, even if you just look at the incentives to basically ramp up AI agent deployment, either to have more assistants that try to give you informative information, or to have a personal companion or your personal assistant, that kind of stuff. The question is there also a larger incentive to have them only be assistants to, I don't know, maintain a certain amount of economic stability and basically, I don't know, not to delegate too much? But that's a question outside of my expertise. Personally, I do think there is a responsibility to ensure that we don't have some form of social, I don't want to call it decline, it might be a bit of a strong word, but basically further isolations, further echo chambers, and we basically see already these issues being favored or proliferated by the technologies. So I also expect this will get worse. Where, for example, the best anecdote here is the character AI kind of models. For those who don't know, there is a website where you can basically have your personal chatbot that you can interact with, like your best friend or your romantic partner. And at some point, that company, for example, took away the romantic component of these interactions, and a lot of people, unfortunately, suffered severely from that, right? And so there is a lot to balance and to manage. And this is not just a technical problem with the things that I've listed, this is also a strong governance problem, right? How do we make the companies responsible for that? So how do we ensure that this won't happen? But that's an open question, so thank you for provoking the discussion. But we have to basically look into that more. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, we're right at time. The conference organizers have given us just a couple more minutes, so one, and is there any other questions that are urgent that we can take together and then be done? Okay, please.
There we go.
So thank you all for your excellent presentations. I think we're a lot closer to being able to, and we probably are already, but not publicizing it, capitalize on AI to make genetically altered bacteria or human cells. Presentations show now we can identify single base mutations in DNA that predict response and mutagenicity and cancer development and bacterial resistance. So it's not that distant to think if we can find what these mutations do, we can make mutations that will weaponize bacteria. And I think we don't put constraints on the system now. I don't know anybody who's saying, hey, you can't do that. So I think we have to keep aware of how fast we're moving. Again, it's across campus, it's in, medical center, silos, but it's ongoing, and I'm very concerned about that.
This kind of gets at the funding question before. I'm concerned as well. And that's why I am personally focused primarily on defensive strategies. That's just my personal strategy to deal with both the uncertainty that we're dealing with and the potential risk.
So, we invite you to join us for lunch. As before, we have sort of exit doors, and if you would go to the back to enter, then people can get through more easily. We'll start again at 1:30. And before we close, let me just say that if anyone is about to give Allison money, SERI also really needs some money. So just feel free to dump $1 million on us.
Okay, can everybody take their seat? We are getting ready to start our afternoon session. My name is Steve Luby, and with Paul, I'm the other faculty co-director of the Stanford Existential Risk Initiative. And we heard a lot in the morning session. One of the things that struck with me was Paul saying if anybody had extra money, we would be happy to continue to advance our efforts to reduce existential risk. That's kind of my take on the morning. So we have another set of exciting sessions here in the afternoon, and we're going to kick off with a session with a talk from Edward Geist of the RAND Corporation. Edward's a senior policy researcher at RAND, where his research interests include Russia, primarily defense policy, civil defense, artificial intelligence, nuclear weapons, and particularly the potential impact of emerging technologies on nuclear strategy. He's the author of Armageddon Insurance, Civil Disobedience in the United States.
Defense.
Civil defense.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, none of this disobedience business. Yeah, civil defense in the United States, the Soviet Union, 1945 to 1991, and deterrence under uncertainty, artificial intelligence, and nuclear warfare. Over to you, Edward.
Okay, well, thank you so much. So, given some points of confluence between Daniel Holtz's talk this morning and what I'm planning on talking about, I'm going to be winging it here a little bit to loop in some of the things that he talked about, because it turns out that there are some very interesting overlaps. So, in February of last year at RAND, we had a panel discussion about debating the question of whether is artificial intelligence an existential risk. And it was kind of the social event of the year at RAND. It's like the biggest room in Santa Monica was completely full. It was standing room only. It's like Rob was there, and he can attest to this. Yeah, and so there were 5 of us, and it had been carefully sort of like cultivated to make sure that we covered a whole spectrum of opinion from, yes, it is absolutely an existential risk, to no, it absolutely is not an existential risk. So like there were 5 of us across the spectrum. And so I was actually the last one, if I remember right, to be asked the question. So at the end of like the 2 hours, I guess it was, like the discussant asked each one of us just wanting a yes/no answer, and I just didn't play along because my response was it's like, well, if I have to be honest, it's like I have devoted my entire adult life to the contemplation of nuclear warfare, and I can't give you a yes or no answer. Like, is nuclear war an existential risk? In the sense of, like, the existential in the sense that is like, oh, well, like, the humans are dead. There are no humans alive anymore. And it comes down to these difficult sorts of, not just scientific questions. So there's a scientific question, is like, how lethal would a particular nuclear war be? And so there's a lengthy history of that I'll talk a little bit more about here in a minute. But also the question of, well, like, we have a pretty good scientific understanding, or a good enough scientific understanding, that even the people who argue strongly that a nuclear war, even a small nuclear war, might be extraordinarily catastrophic. It's like Alan Roebuck is the best example of this, because there's this quote where he just says, it's like, look, it's like, back the 1983 TTAPS paper, Carl Sagan went around saying, it's like, well, maybe nuclear war could be like literally cause human extinction. And it turns out that in hindsight, it's like that was too extreme. It's like, sure, it's like you might very well kill most of the people. You might even kill nearly everyone. But it's like existing nuclear arsenals, either today or Cold War, it's like we don't expect to literally cause human extinction, that there's no reproducing population of human beings anywhere. That said, it's actually a lot easier to specify how you would use nuclear weapons to literally kill everyone. And in a couple of little simplistic calculations that I did for the Global Catastrophic Risk Report, it's like I did some math, and it's like, sure, it's like you take data from atmospheric nuclear testing and you extrapolate, assuming, for instance, like that the fallout effects are basically linear. And it's like what number do you wind up in where it's like the entire planet gets enough fallout that like no reproducing population of humans can probably survive? And it's like, it seems to be on the order of about 1 million megatons of fission fallout. Now that's at least, like that's 2 orders of magnitude more than has ever existed, and probably more than that. So in that sense, it's like, well, nuclear war doesn't cause this immediate risk of human extinction. There's another calculation that I quote in the report that Bernard Feld did decades ago about how many megatons you would need to just cover the entire land area of the planet. It turns out to be a lot less in terms of megatons, but you also have to calculate like how many delivery systems that would take to get the weapons everywhere. So in that sense, though, it's like, oh yeah, it's a straightforward engineering problem. It's not like speculative like some of these other mechanisms are. It's like, it's pretty easy to say, it's like, oh, well, we have like a budget. It's like Herman Kahn's speculations that you can build a doomsday machine, like this appears to just be true. It's like he seems to have underestimated the difficulty and cost of doing it, but like the basic premise seems to have been correct. And so that raises the question of, it's like, okay, well, like, are nuclear weapons an existential risk or not? If it's obvious how you would use them to kill everyone, but like in present moment, it's not like there's a button someone can push that will literally kill everyone. It's both a philosophical question, but it's also a technical one. So I felt really embarrassed that I didn't have a better answer to this question. It's like, that, oh, well, how do I even define whether AI is an existential risk or not? It's like, because I can't even get to this point that I can with nuclear weapons. It's like, what is the mechanism? So like, there are various things people speculate about, as like Eliezer Yudkowsky talks about like diamondoid nanobacteria and stuff like that. But it's often just the notion that it's like, well, it will be so powerful, like it'll be able to sort of like do anything that it wants, and therefore that it might kill everyone, which is both unfalsifiable, but is also just not really a great starting point for analysis. The premise that nuclear weapons could be sort of like an existential risk in the sense of risking human extinction, this does emerge basically immediately after Hiroshima. It's like Paul Boyer in his wonderful history talks about this some. But at first, the mechanisms that were envisioned seem downright, well, like they seem kind of quaint now. Because in the late 40s, the fear was not that, oh, we'll have a nuclear war and literally everyone will be dead the next day. Or they'll be dead within a few weeks because they all got killed by radiation. The concern had more to do with sort of like a slow motion sort of demise. In 1947, the famous mid-20th century geneticist Hermann Mueller published an article in the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists that was basically arguing that, look, it's like you introduce more radioactivity to the environment, this will increase the rate of mutations, and these mutations might compound, and this could eventually pose a serious enough risk to human health and heredity that it would cause, at the limit, human extinction. This, in short term, inspired several important science fiction stories, including Ted Sturgeon's Thunder and Roses, which is one of the classics of the post-nuclear genre. With this idea that the nuclear war could cause extinction, a slow motion extinction that might take decades or centuries. Now it turns out that now the documents have been declassified, we can go back and it's like the AEC was taking this possibility seriously. There was something called Project Gabriel, and then its follow-on Project Sunshine that was examining this question. It was like, and there was a concern that maybe even the AEC's atmospheric nuclear testing program might have a possibility that would release enough fission fallout in the atmosphere that would actually cause this kind of outcome. So the question, though, is like, well, how do we model? It's like, how do we try and frame our understanding of this question of pathways to extinction? So Holtz mentioned, at the end of his talk, he mentioned the dark forest, which ironically has a connection to how I ended up doing this particular piece of research. So around the time that I was on this panel, there was an article in the New York Times that was about the dark forest, curiously enough, and it mentions something that I had never heard before, because it asserts that the premise of the dark forest was invented by 2 Princeton astronomers, Jeremiah Ostraker and Edwin Turner, who made this really novel argument for trying to explain away the Fermi paradox in the mid-1980s. So their argument was that basically that aliens could be common, but if they get distracted enough when they encounter each other, then it would explain the reason why we don't see them anywhere. Strangely enough, like it turns out, because I was so excited when I saw this in the New York Times, it's like I went and tried to find the original 1980s research, and it actually says something different than what the New York Times article summarizes it as. Because what's in the conference paper that they presented at the time was that basically like the aliens get distracted, essentially like competing with each other, it's like fighting each other, that they don't come here. As opposed to like the dark forest argument. So whether they actually invented this argument somewhere else that I couldn't find, I don't know. But I was very interested because I get this paper and it's like, oh, well, it's using models from the field of theoretical ecology to make this argument about aliens, right? And I was putting connecting the dots between this argument that like, oh, well, like AI are aliens we invent. It's like, it's the alien invasion that we invent the aliens and they sort of come from within. And it's like, well, can we use the same, maybe not the same models, but it's like the same sort of like approach to analyzing existential risk from AI was the motivation. And so at the time, I knew absolutely nothing about theoretical ecology, but RAND is a wonderful place, and we have like a very multidisciplinary body of researchers. So I was telling my good friend and colleague, Alvin Moon, who's a RAND mathematician, about all this, and he was like, oh, I went to grad school with theoretical ecologists, is like, I can get us a collaborator. And so we were off to the races. So what is theoretical ecology? Well, it's a discipline that's devoted to the study of ecological systems using theoretical methods such as simple conceptual models, mathematical models, computational simulations, advanced data analysis. So this has a number of nice properties, is that it's not like purely touchy and feely, it's not just scenario based. It's like we have these mathematical models that can interrogate and challenge, formally specified. Another thing that I really like is that it's grounded in physics, right? It's like there's questions, it's like, well, like living systems is like they need energy to survive. It's like, and they're competing, the organisms are competing with each other, among other things, for energy resources. It's like we can put physical bounds on this. It's not like purely sort of like speculative or magical thinking. And furthermore, like it's connected back to empirical reality. It's like we can validate many of these models by comparison with real world systems. And so these models have been developed to address phenomena such as the population dynamics of population growth and decline, predation, and particularly important here, extinction. So a particularly useful one of these models for understanding extinction risk in particular is this idea of the extinction vortex. So this is an idea that I believe was introduced by, I think the original paper was published by like French ecologists in the 1980s. But, so the idea here is that once your effective population size has been reduced to a certain scale. So in my diagram here, this is not an exhaustive list of how you end up reducing your initial population, right? It's like a truly exhaustive list would not have fit on the slide, but these give some typical reasons. So it's like you have pollution, you have habitat loss, might be caused by climate change or expansion of human agriculture or what have you, and just straight up predation. And so you end up having a lower population size, and the smaller your population size, the more vulnerable your population is to extinction, right? Smaller population size will lead to more inbreeding, and more inbreeding leads to reduced adaptability. Reduced adaptability means more genetic drift, and then you end up with overall reduced fitness. And as you go down this process, you end up possibly being flushed down the toilet to extinction. Now, this, like many of these processes are stochastic. It's not a simple matter of like you end up in the top of the funnel and you're definitely going to end up at the bottom of it. It's possible if you get lucky, even if you're pretty close to going extinct, sometimes you manage to make a lucky comeback. So there are various types of these extinction vortices that have been defined in terms of their relationship to the population size and variability and spatial distribution. Those details are not really necessary for this talk. What matters more is that it's like they're defined in terms of they're just the relationship to demographic and genetic factors, as I list on here. Those are not mutually exclusive, so like an important type of these extinction vortices is the idea of a mutational meltdown, where the demographic and the genetic factors are just like reinforcing each other in this vicious cycle. So I would like to build on this to make what I feel is like a slightly pushy but defensible argument, I think, that extinction is always and everywhere an ecological phenomenon. That is like, extinction from nuclear war, extinction from climate change, extinction from these sort of like speculative AI scenarios, all of them can be modeled as ecological phenomena. Like that this kind of model can in turn actually serve as a basis for trying to bring all of these discussions into dialogue with each other. So what are the aspirations here? It's like, well, what I really want is the ability to ground our estimates of existential risk in models that we can interrogate and validate. Well, I don't know, I'm not actually advocating that we validate the extinction models through controlled experiments, if you get my drift. But so far, it's been very frustrating, both in like in the AI risk discussions, but also in the nuclear risk discussions. Like so much of it is just people like asking for intuitions. And the thing that disturbs me so much about this process is that, you know, it's like I've spent, wow, it's like more than 20 years thinking about nuclear warfare, right? And I know many people in this room have spent a lot more than that. And it's like, I don't feel like my intuitions is like, it's like, oh, what's the percentage chance of nuclear war? It's like, well, I feel like my estimate may be considerably different now than it would have been a few months ago. It's like, I don't know how useful my intuitions are. And I feel like the reason for that is because the knowledge just doesn't exist in the world. Like the idea here is not that like, oh, we're gonna build one model to rule them all, we're gonna build the ultimate gonculator and we're gonna take all of the real world data, we're gonna put in the gonculator, we're gonna crank the gonculator and the real answer for the probability of nuclear war is gonna come out the other side. It's like, no. It's like we need a tool to organize our ignorance. We need a way to structure the problem. And what I would like to have is have different researchers come up with different sets of models that we can then argue about their relative merits. Something that I would like to do, though, to the extent that's possible, is like just apples to apples comparisons of existential risk from different causes. And the matter here is not so much as like, oh, well, we'll have like true answers about either, but like with more structure, we can say a lot more about, it's like, oh, this one is more likely or less likely. I feel like human extinction from any cause would probably be bad, but it's also related to the earlier talk. Like with integrated models, we can explore possible synergies between the different existential risks, because it's like if you're worried about total population size and like genetic composition and so forth, well, these technologies we're talking about are very, very important for all of that. And you have a smaller population, it's like, well, the impact of some of these other things, like, well, we had a nuclear war and there are a lot fewer people left alive than there used to be. Also, there's this biotechnology that's going around, and that's impacting maybe directly the genetic variability of the population. It's like, yeah, we're just inserting deleterious genetic variants into the population directly. Somebody invented it as a bioweapon. Maybe it's a product of the same war that killed nearly everyone. Now we have a different probability of human extinction risk, and it's greater than it would have been from nuclear war or from the biotechnology alone, right? And finally, and sort of like on a positive note, it's like, well, with this sort of modeling, we'll have a better sense of like where attractive policy options or lines of research in order to try and figure out how to mitigate these risks. So I know that this is like a bit on the speculative side. I apologize that I didn't quite get all of the boxes checked from my from RAND management to talk about my preprint that is like an initial attempt to like actually like flesh out some of these ideas in a substantive way. But I look forward to your questions, criticisms, and yes, please.
Thanks very much. Do we have some microphones? We have microphones? All right, that's the first step. Now do we have questions?
Sir?
Thank you. I was interested in the possibility of modeling extinction events based upon historically known extinction events.
Yes. So I believe this is something that is looked at least some in the literature. So it's a lot easier with populations of things that have gone extinct in historical time, right? So it's like it's a lot easier to model like something like, say, dodos or stellar sea cow than to go back to, you know, like 66 million years ago and that sort of extinction event. the question here is like, how applicable are those events to prospective human extinction for our interest here? It's like, I was kind of shocked to find that this literature doesn't really engage with human extinction, and that, for instance, like Emil Torres' book about human extinction doesn't appear to discuss this kind of research at all, so far as I can tell, right? It just seems like a very rich avenue for future investigation. I know that that's maybe not that deep of an answer, but hopefully it's satisfactory.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's a very intriguing talk and concept. In your vortex, when you're looking at theoretical ecology as a model system, one of the key factors that we're struggling with here is what are the existential risks or factors that influence flushing down that vortex? And so, there are things that are generic to an ecological system or to like the dodos disappearing, but in the context of humankind today and thinking about emerging and disruptive technologies, how would you ascribe weight or value to the different factors that we are only now seeing in this sort of a model?
Do you mean, what sort of factors?
Like AI-induced risks, or creating things, or nuclear risk, or any of the risks that we're talking about that have a human element, human-induced acceleration in climate and rising seas, things of that sort.
So they sort of go above the funnel here, right? So like I said, like these things like pollution and habitat loss and predation are sort of like inputs to the rest of this funnel. And so in a sufficiently extreme event, you have sort of a direct insult that takes you right to the bottom of the funnel. So like you have, like for instance, this nuclear doomsday machine I was alluding to that just kills everyone directly. It's like, well, you kind of skip these intermediate steps because like people don't really survive to reproduce in that scenario in order to get to the bottom. But in other sorts of scenarios, like you have various factors, maybe in conjunction with each other, driving these processes forward. So, for instance, it's like pollution and habitat loss and predation. It's like, well, these like to go with a somewhat silly sci-fi example, is like the Terminator scenario, where the robots are literally hunting the surviving humans down. It's like, well, that's predation. It's like, sure, they're not eating the humans, but they're preying on the humans. It's like, when the standpoint of the model, it's actually the same, right? That's the beauty of it, is that it's translating these, like, even the more extreme concepts. And then, like, the less, like, I suppose, like, the less sci-fi, well, I mean, it's still sci-fi, but the less cinematic sorts of, like, AI doomsday scenarios, it's like Yudkowsky will say, it's like, oh, well, it's competing with you, like, literally for the matter you're made out of, right? It, like, the matter on the Earth is, like, it wants to make it into something else. And so people and, like, the ecological systems they depend on are being destroyed by the AI to fulfill whatever its goal is. It's like, I'm not arguing and, like, I'm not making a case necessarily for the plausibility of that kind of scenario, but it's like, that's how you would represent that in this sort of model. That human beings require, like, certain ecological services to survive. And if those are getting degraded, then you start ending up in this process. And we can model all of them sort of like in a consistent way by putting it into this framework. Oh, let's go here first. Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that was great. And I'm really looking forward to seeing the details. But along these lines, so you started by making this distinction, and you're talking about extinction. But is that critical? Can we use this whole formalism and say, oh, 10% of the population is gone, or like, I mean, it's a very related, like, yeah, right.
Yeah, so like,
is there something critical about the complete extinction part?
Oh, so well, like an interesting distinction and something that was a particular nightmare that frightened people back in the 40s and 50s was the difference between like sort of like total biological extinction and phylogenetic extinction, where like there was this concern that's like, oh, there'll be all this radioactivity, we'll have all these mutants, there'll be human descendants alive, but they won't be biologically human anymore, right? And so the extinction vortex isn't very good for, I mean, it sort of models that kind of extinction, but not exactly, because there's this question I was like, well, when do you become a different species? And it's just a different sort of dilemma there. But the other part of your question, though, like I should qualify that above this is like there are like population dynamics models. It's like you start with the population dynamics models, figure out how you end up to the relatively small effective population size that you need in order to get into the extinction vortex, right? And so one of the things we want to try and figure out how to avoid is like, well, we want to stay well outside of the extinction vortex. How do we think about that in a broad selection of possible causes of existential risk?
So, very nice presentation. You mentioned very briefly that this may not just be a unidirectional effect, and there's certainly enough evidence to suggest while most mutations are deleterious, not all are, we do have thermal tolerance developing in organisms. There are bacteria that can survive 100 degrees in hot springs, et cetera. Have you built that at all into your extinction models? Back mutations or mutations that are positive?
Right. So this is one of the things, because like the research on this, a lot of it is on asexually reproducing organisms, right? And so they're much more subject to things like Mueller's ratchet, where if there's a small population, they're not reproducing fast enough to sort of like evolve solutions to these problems. Whereas like this is one of the theoretical arguments for why sexual reproduction is so dominant, is because like just a little bit of recombination, it turns out, is a huge boon to getting out of these kinds of problems. Mueller, when he wrote his article in 1947, was concerned that adding more radioactivity in the environment, because they didn't know at the time that like we have these sort of like gene repair mechanisms. They don't actually know, like they still don't know about DNA yet. It's like it's very speculative about their theories of how genetic information actually conveyed. And so there was this fear that there's basically no repair mechanisms in there. And so you add radioactivity in the environment, is like you could end up within a few generations having so many deleterious mutations that you go very quickly from like being able to survive and reproduce to sort of like everyone's a mutant or dead. In hindsight, this was naive, but in the 40s, people just genuinely didn't know.
So expanding on an earlier question about, instead of saying, can this apply to, say, 10% loss of humans, could we apply this to human systems? Thinking about like earlier talks where like, okay, where we're connecting existential threats to like, loss of democracy or something like that. Could you apply extinction to something like that, a human system like government?
So I personally prefer to try and keep things like linked back to these sort of like physical concepts, right? So there are even though like I think there might be a place for trying to model something as like, oh, like when does like democracy stop functioning? I'm not sure that these sorts of like differential equation type models are really like a good fit for that. So like I'm actually interested in modeling some things that are more analogous to that and sort of like in the nuclear domain. So I have some ideas about how I would go about trying to model something like that, but it would be with a very different methodology than this.
Yeah, I actually want to push that even further, because something this whole day has made me think about is this fixation on, death and extinction, which is great, but I mean, to some extent, and I have this pushback with like the whole micromore, like how do you measure how close you are, your probability of death? But like, how do we measure quality of life? Can we can we apply this the other way to be like, well, maybe we're all alive, but if we're all like stuck on our phones and being told what to do by AI, like how is that a quality of life that we'd want? So maybe that's a different type of metric we need to incorporate into all of this.
Right. So a limitation of this sort of model is that it sometimes is like there are certain situations where you're very far from the extinction vortex, but you don't want to be living in. It's sort of like the overpopulation world that was prominent in 1960s, 70s sort of science fiction, right? Where it's like, oh, sure, we have plenty of people and like we're not on the verge of starving, but it's like it's actually not a great quality of life for various reasons. I feel like, once again, it's like I don't feel like this type of model is appropriate for that. It's like, like the whole point is like to use the model in the appropriate domain. The appropriate domain is just to try and make sure you're not in the extinction vortex, because you're pretty sure you don't want to be there. Otherwise, like these other sorts of questions, it's like I feel like other kinds of modeling frameworks are more appropriate.
Jamie Jones, you must have a comment.
Yeah, I have lots of comments. I just don't think I have a question.
Oh, no.
But here, I'll try. So extinction, right, in a population biology context is caused by two things: declining population invariance.
Right.
Right, and so you can calculate a first passage time to whatever arbitrary level you want. It can be 0, it can be 10%, it can be 1% of the population. And I think that we know that variance we know this in structured populations, that variance is, like the major contributions to demographic variance that drives extinction is actually covariance between different demographic stages, right? So for example, if you have a mortality crisis that affects 25-year-old women, right, you're gonna have a correlated impact on you're gonna have a correlated impact on fertility and on infant survival, right?
Right.
And those things are super important. And that gets at this idea of these interactions, right? And that the interactions are the things that really matter. And I'm curious, the covariances are very difficult to measure.
Right.
The interactions are very difficult to measure, but they matter disproportionately for actually calculating the probability of first passage.
Right.
Did you take that on?
So where my aspiration is on this is that we're trying to bound things, right? So it's like we specify our model, and then the idea is like we want to sort of put like possibility bounds on it between like a set of plausible but extreme values, and not assume it's like, oh, we can't measure this. Like we do sensitivity testing across it, and you're getting at this question of like, okay, well, like how much does this matter? But one of the questions that we'd want to try and answer with this model is like, well, where should we be putting our resources and trying to measure these things? It's like, which one of them, based on our first naive pass with the model, structurally, what's the most important? And then we focus our next, our more empirical research on like, okay, let's dig into this. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Thanks. I'll just say that I did a little cocktail napkin calculation using a simplified covariance model, and I was honestly kind of shocked by how high the probability of extinction is. The probability of quasi-extinction to 10,000 humans was like not zero. And the key thing, absolutely, was these covariance terms, right? These things that are very difficult to measure. And I think that climate change is actually exacerbating them too, right? Is actually increasing the covariance in these different demographic outcomes. And that worries me.
Great.
But
well, actually, that's not great. Like I'm thrilled. Like cocktail napkin calculations. That's I approve the cocktail napkin calculations. It's like the high prospect of human extinction. I'm not sure I'm thrilled with.
Thank you very much.
Oh yes.
Our next speaker is Harshini Muknandan. She leads the Chemical and Biological Technologies Program portfolio at Lawrence Berkeley and is a senior scientist and department chair in the Biosciences Division. Before joining LBL, Harshi was group leader for physical chemistry and applied spectroscopy at the Los Alamos National Laboratory and led the development of diagnostic and surveillance technologies in the interest of global health and national security. Her research is focused on the development of pathogen-agnostic strategies modeled after innate human recognition in order to ensure preparedness against emerging outbreaks, natural or otherwise. She's published over 100 manuscripts and is an inventor on 8 provisional and issued patents. Harshi, over to you.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you to Steve, Paul, Anna, and the organizers for inviting me to speak here today. And again, as you've heard before, my views are my views alone and do not represent that of the government in any which way. But I want to, and I'm from a federally funded research and development center, so which is Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. This morning we heard Paul talk about epistemic risk, and he mentioned the cascade of risks and the intersection of those risks, which creates a world where we have to be thoughtful and concerned in terms of what to respond to, how to respond to, what is the magnitude of the risk. And that essentially is the first theme of what I'm going to talk about, is the convergence of risk, which poses a unique intersection worldview than any one risk alone. And that makes it hard to quantify, hard to study, hard to evaluate in that context. And so where we have a lot of efforts that are thinking about how do we predict that risk, I want to channel our energy to thinking about how we prepare for that risk in the context of what might happen also hopefully bringing a little bit of positivity in all this discussion about existential risk and doomsday, if you will. So, so how are we preparing for this is sort of what I want to talk about, and that's ties in a little bit into my research, but also a lot of concepts around these evolving risk avenues. And I'll focus on a couple of those today because there's, again, too many intersections and convergence regions. The whole topic is again, at this intersection space because the convergence of different factors that we're seeing in the world today, whether it's socioeconomic, cyber, disruptive technologies, like AI, like other things, the changing phase of climate, whether it's natural or man-induced, is driving global risk. And by extension, it also presents opportunities for us to resolve it innovatively, at least in my opinion. So the ability to integrate science in this context in order to be able to perceive that risk and prepare for that risk is the challenge that all of us are presented with. And figuring out how we can break the silos under which we operate, because each one of us, not us meaning us in the room, but us as scientists, are trained to think in our own individual silos or subscribe to individual mission drivers from stakeholders and funding agencies, but there's a lot of crosstalk or convergence across that space that is going to be needed for us to be able to address these risks more effectively. So the acceleration of scientific discovery at the convergence is the risk, and the ability and the agility with which we can come together to converge from different scientific domains and disciplines is our preparedness against that risk. And that essentially is the theme of team science at the Department of Energy National Labs. E.O. Lawrence's vision in building the synchrotron at Berkeley was essentially to say, there's individual science and then there's team science, and we need all kinds of people, physicists, biologists, mathematicians, data scientists, everybody to come together to solve a problem. And so how we can take that philosophy to be able to address the risks, to maybe not prevent, the impact of it, but maybe prevent us from extinction and have a little bit of a limited damage scenario in some cases. This is not, entirely new to my thinking alone, and I do lead convergence efforts at Berkeley Lab, but this is a report from the Israeli government, and I have the reference over here, where they're thinking about this in the context of biology. And they are saying that, you actually have this intersection of biology, the rapid drivers in biology between the 20th and 21st centuries, as you can see in the bottom, and this was from 2020, and other fields like data, computing, AI, material science, that's resulting in this convergence, which essentially is going to lead to unique and really amazing opportunities in the space, but also risk in this space. And so risk and opportunity are always hand in hand, and somebody or the other is working on the opportunity, which may result in risk. So the ability to say, I don't want to work on this because it could be risky is not our prerogative, because the need to address that risk is going to be there because it goes hand in hand with opportunity. So to think of both of those as a holistic unit and figuring out how we can address the opportunity while minimizing the risk is the challenge that we're presented with today. This here is a report from Deloitte, for instance, which talks about it in a more social context. And they talk about, the digital transformation, the competitive pressure, the business volatility, and evolving customer needs as trends that are impacting life sciences today, and prescribe certain actions, which involve political factors, which involves social factors, which involves investments, which involves technology factors, which involves a changing way in which we'll approach global technology, all of which need to come together for us to be able to balance the two. So it essentially talks about all of the different things that come to mediate how we can use and absorb and imbibe technology today. And so how we can start thinking about it as a holistic entity instead of each of those factors alone is something that I struggle with, quite honestly, because we have our training in one or more disciplines. And so this type of a venue where people come in with completely different theories or contexts is really very exciting, for us to talk about in this context. So there are many emerging domains of concern that we can talk about, and I want to talk a little bit about AI in biology, simply because my own research intersects in it, and I feel a little comfortable to talk about this nexus more so than many of the other nexus. And I want to talk about the risks in different ways. I mean, we've talked about the ability of AI to potentially create, okay, this is Okay. Okay, we've talked about AI. If she calls once more, I'm going to have to stop and take that call. Okay, so we've talked about AI in different contexts and different spaces, but there's a lot of work going on in terms of AI in the biological space. You know, I found the ICON report that talks about 49% of pharma companies are also using AI to advance their discovery and development pipeline. We talk about compound annual growth rate, which is projected for this market to be about 39% of the entire market. Recent reports show that there are about 300 recent AI startups in the healthcare sector alone. If you look at the literature, you have a lot of different papers and headline news that are talking about the impact of AI in the healthcare sector. And there's clearly a lot of assessment that shows that there is very high transformative value of this sector in our field. Sorry, if you don't mind. I'm in the middle of my talk. Are you okay? What happened? Oh, that's okay. All right, bye. Yeah, okay, all right, okay. Okay, bye. Sorry, she lost her phone, which is a problem. But when she calls and her friend calls, and then the other friend calls, then I get all freaked out because they're skiing. They're skiing in Tahoe. Well, her friend called, and then another friend called, and then the friend's mom called, and all of the calls are showing on my phone, and they're out skiing in Tahoe, and I'm freaking out, and I know I'm not going to be able to think about this, so sorry about that. Yeah, and I'm going to blabber something because I'm only going to be thinking about that. Okay. All right, so there's a lot of work going on in this regard, and the potential is definitely there, right, because of all of the investment and everything that you're looking at. But there is a huge translational risk market here that we're not thinking about, and that also, in my opinion, is an existential risk of a different nature. It's not going to result in, you know, our humanity being wiped out, but it's a translational risk of the science and technology that we are thinking about. One of the key requirements in doing AI in the healthcare sector is big data. Where is big data in biology? I mean, I come from Lawrence Berkeley, which is the home of Joint Genome Institute, so clearly you have big data in terms of sequencing. But in terms of other domains, you have specific variable domains of data, some generated in mice, some generated in rabbits, some from humans, some from different start points, different doses, different model systems. You really cannot be integrating them because of the inherent variability in biology. So if this entire industry is predicated on the use of data in biology, then where is that data, and how are we actually ensuring translational value of that data? This is some data that we collected from our clinical trial in Siaya, Kenya, which has some of the highest disease burdens in the world. This is an example of the intersection of data and the inability to draw conclusions from it because we do not have time zero for human disease. We do not know what other conditions people have, for instance. So how are we decoding this data when we do not have standardization or normalization in that context? And in the absence of that, how are we actually ensuring that whatever we are developing has physiological relevance to translate or transition or make an impact on the healthcare industry? In the right is data from our lab where we actually took one specific experimental data set that we generated in the lab, you know, from my postdoc, and then, you know, everybody said, let's do random forest and GLM. I'm not a data scientist, so I'm asking the question, let's do all of them. And then do we scale them? Do we not scale them? Let's do both. Do we normalize it? Not normalize it? Let's do both. And when we do that, we find that we get completely different outcomes based on what choice of models we use. So I can just publish the random forest work scaled and normalized and go get away with a Nature paper. But what does that actually mean in terms of translational value of the technology? We all know the impact that that one paper in autism and vaccines has had in terms of vaccine reluctancy. So I ask the question, what impact can this have when we use correlation or these type of data in order to drive healthcare decisions or developments that may not have real physiological impact? And to me, that is some sort of an existential threat. You know, that is some sort of a crisis that we need to be looking at. Because a lot of machine learning methods are self-validating. You're looking at the testing and training data sets from the same cohort. So it's like validating or, you know, correcting your own exam paper. So what about intra-assay variability in this context? Which is inherent, you know, you have two eyes, I have two eyes, my eyes are not the same as yours. That's biology, right? So intra-assay variability is the key tenet of how biology drives. And yet, our methods do not accommodate for that in all of this growth that you're seeing and all of this potential that you're seeing in biology. And so that's kind of risk also that we need to be looking at, and I think one that we can handle, because we can think about standards, we can think about controls, we can think about validation, we can think about how we can ensure physiological relevance, reproducibility, and integrity of the methods that we bring in bringing up these kind of translations. And that's something that I also think that we need to consider. But then, yes, there is also the existential risk that we heard about, the ability, like Alison talked about, ordering horsepox virus in this case, components, and making the virus, which researchers from Canada did, thinking about DNA synthesis, as Drew talked about this morning, and the impact of that in terms of what misuse in that context can look like. And there's a lot of reports that are thinking about it, and there have been some use cases as well in that context. But in order to address this, I present that we first have to address the previous problem that I talked about. Because right now, the issue is definitely the use of large language models, but also the democratization of machine learning in your laptops and your instruments and how you can use it. But in the absence of standards and controls to ensure translational value, the physiological relevance of a lot of those engineering may really not be valid. That presents us with a narrow window of opportunity where we can actually look at both the risk and the opportunity hand in hand. Exactly what we need to do to translate it into a real product, which everybody is working on in the real world, is also what we need to do to minimize the risk. So these two are not two different things. We need to think about it holistically because you've got to understand one in order to prevent the other. And so the science that we bring to the table and the cohorts that we bring to the table to look at it almost like a Silicon Valley hackathon style, with the merger of different technologies, with the merger of different thought processes, can actually help us, bridge that gap. And that is an opportunity that we here have today, and we can consider in our individual approach and research as well. The second major risk, which is something that I've been working on for the past 20 years, and really even before pandemics and outbreaks became a thing, is the risk of emerging and re-emerging infectious diseases, whether it's in the context of antibiotic resistance, whether it's in the context of pandemics and outbreaks, whether it's a context of engineered threats, or it's in the context of increased globalization and migration, which essentially means that you may be susceptible to something because your immunity is naive to it, and you may not have been previously exposed to it. Doesn't essentially even have to be a new threat. It just has to be new to you, right? And so that is a new context, and yet a lot of us are still sort of stuck in a one bug, one drug kind of model system where we think about each pathogen, we dissect that pathogen as deeply and completely and entirely as we possibly can, and we start developing the most effective strategies for diagnosing that disease, to vaccinate against that disease, to treat that disease. How many diseases are we going to look at? And they're going to keep evolving. And how are we going to change the perspective of risk and opportunity in this context is the second challenge. And I think that the use of machine learning and data presents unique opportunities in this space as well, in addition to creating risk, as we've already talked about. So COVID-19 was neither the first pandemic to impact us, nor will it be the last. And so in this context, we want to think about, how do we prepare against emerging threats? If you look at from a microbiologist standpoint, which I am by training, each one of these are completely different organisms. They work in very different ways. Their pathology is different. Their behavior is different. Our ways of actually generating therapies or vaccines against them would be different. Some are more challenging than others. Some are impossible and have been challenges for all of the time that we've existed on Earth. TB is one of those that a lot of people continue to work on to this day. So how do we address this disease, and how do we look at it in the context of an outbreak? And this outbreak can be the annual influenza cycle. It can be the novel emerging influenza, H5N1, that we heard about earlier today. It could be COVID-19, it could be anything that is coming. But there are many things that happen left of boom, if you will, which involve ecology and environmental changes. And we heard from people in terms of looking at the ecology or the environment around us and how that drives evolution of outbreaks, resulting in zoonosis, and then you actually have the outbreak. For you to have any sort of impact on an outbreak, you need to be in, at the latest, the light orange section of the curve, for us to have intervention. If you're anywhere on the left, you've got a good chance of intervening. If you're in the dark orange or red section, your chances of actually having a strong impact on bringing the peak of that curve down is very little to none. But by the time you actually identify a pathogen, characterize a pathogen, go after the pathogen, you're really always going to be in the dark orange region of the curve. So how do we move that left? Well, there's risks and opportunities here as well. And the risks are quite severe, in my opinion. And we need to do something to be thinking about it in a different way. And to me, this intersection, poses an existential risk as well. The first thing is that we look at different things, right? We think about discovery, we think about deployment, we think about manufacturing, we think about the target, we think about a vaccine. They're all individual entities. Nobody's connecting the dots. In 2012, when we talked about biosurveillance, we asked the question, who owns biosurveillance? Nobody had an answer. Even today, who owns pandemic response? We don't have an answer. So the connection of the dots is a key requirement in this context, and how we go about doing that to create global connectivity and have a response network doesn't exist. And that actually poses a bigger risk than our ability to come up with scientific solutions for some of these problems in itself. And that's something that's also an opportunity for us to address. We work on all of these different aspects of disease, whether it's, from prediction to therapeutics, but we need to integrate them. And these are just programs in our department that are looking at different aspects. So you can imagine the scale of programs that would be in the globe and science that exists across the globe. But how do we bring it together into a usable architecture is a big risk to think about. The way that I've chosen to think about it, and that's the last thought that I will leave you with, is essentially that everything that we do is modeled after either physical and chemical defenses in our body, which is like our skin and our hair, which is not very different from the masks and sanitizers we used during the pandemic and even now. Or we do adaptive immunity, which is why we don't get chickenpox twice in our lifetime, which is our way of generating vaccines and very specific therapeutics. But we forget that nature has developed an in-between layer of innate immunity, whose job it is to recognize all pathogens, whether they exist today or not, whether they're bacterial or viral, whether they're natural or engineered, and mount a response to it. What we need is a layer of innate immunity-inspired responses that can allow us to be a catch-all, and that preparedness will prepare us against existential risk and the threats there, because we won't be able to predict every form, shape in which those risks come out, whether it's the mosquito changing patterns because of climate change, whether it's because of COVID-19, whether it's because of biothreat or biowarfare. And that is something that we should be able to do if we get our cohesive actions together. Biotechnology is emerging faster than ever. The Industry Council has actually given it a name, Deep Biotech. And the range of biotechnological methods that are at that cusp of being both transformative and disruptive and posing a risk is quite extensive. And we struggle to predict the risk associated with all of them, but there's also opportunity. And so my final thought is to sort of use that opportunity as a stepping stool to understand the risk and to be able to put watermarks around the risk, because somebody or the other is going to be availing of those opportunities. And so by doing it ourselves, we get ahead of the curve and prepare ourselves against it. Just a different way of thinking about risk in this context, because it's definitely there. So that's essentially what I want to leave you with, and thank you so much to the organizers for that opportunity.
Questions for Harshi?
Thanks for a fascinating talk about things that we can do. I note that all of the solutions, if you will, that you described are solutions that presume the existence of a coherent and functioning national government. My question is how and to what extent, if any, can the solutions that you
describe or you address be adapted on smaller scales of organization? I mean, naturally one would think about states, but, local communities. I mean, I can't imagine, none of the stuff I could do at home myself. Could my village do it? What's the small, any thoughts about sort of the scale on which you could apply solutions would be helpful.
Yep.
Thanks.
I have two things to say to that. The first is working in global health and in resource-poor regions of the world. Working in global health and in resource-poor regions of the world, right? And so most of the times you do not have state or national actors that are actually engaging in the global health response in a village or community level. There are different forces that come together, be it foundations or international bodies, and they are able to make an impact at a small scale in a local community. So it's definitely possible. The second way that I think about it is that I think precision medicine is at an opportunity, at least in countries like ours, where it can rear its head and create an impact in terms of our ability to be aware or create situational awareness and decision making at an individual level, which may hopefully give us opportunities to engage in solutions in a more effective manner in local bodies and governments. It does require a way, changing our way of thinking about it, to think about, somebody's not doing it for us, but I grew up in India, I work in Africa, and the norm is that somebody is not doing anything about it. Yeah, it could be. I'm just saying that on the fly of the moment, but that's how I would think about it. Like Drew said in the morning, I'm an eternal optimist, so don't take everything I said at face value. Yes.
Many of the presentations have made me think that I feel like I need a Richter scale of extinction events. I don't know if that impacts anything that you're thinking about in terms of biotechnological extinction events.
I don't think about extinction events. And I do think that the inherent variability of biological systems, at least in the context of infectious diseases and emerging biotech, when we had COVID, some people got asymptomatic disease, others were on a ventilator, right? There's a host response that's inherently variable in all of us. And our genetics, our habits, our immunity, our metabolism, all of that changes our susceptibility to anything. So for it to be asteroid level extinction would be like physical events or something that attack the dinosaurs, which I don't like to think about. We can't do anything about it anyway. So I think there are definitely events in the world that we can think about where there would be a significant impact on human life. I always think about Thanos in the Marvel comics, and the theory of saying maybe 50% and so many people are surviving. And we saw a flavor of that starting to emerge with COVID-19. So it's not really that hard to imagine the form it might take and the differential impact it might have in different places of the world. I think antimicrobial resistance is another one where seemingly innocent organisms that we take for granted, like a strep throat, become deadly in the nearby future. So do we stop our kids from playing in the mud? I don't know, and that scares me.
Thanks for the really interesting talk. I was wondering about potential opportunities of large language models in facilitating the kind of interdisciplinary research that you're talking about, because I guess one of the big challenges of interdisciplinarity is that people have wide expertise in their own areas, but there's just so much scientific research out there that it's impossible for a single mind to basically wrap around all of it. And I'm curious whether you think that large language models, which can process vast amounts of data, are going to really change the way we conduct interdisciplinary research in a significant way.
They have the potential to do so, but I think we have to be cautious about doing it. So this eMERGE project, which is for prediction of emerging infectious disease, is based on large language models and using that to actually pull in different factors, typical and atypical, to sort of think about emerging infectious disease. Rick Stevens and his team in Chicago and Argonne are working on large language models for a lot of genomic characterization and manipulation. So are people at the Joint Genome Institute. So there's definitely bodies of work that are being done in that regard. But I think the problems that I raised in terms of the inherent variability of biological data and the fact that you're essentially dealing with smaller, fatter data sets, which have, which cannot really be pulled together without a mechanistic understanding, which doesn't exist for all problems, limits the application of effective use of large language models to derive conclusions that are going to be relevant in many, many realms. And so we need to work towards both generation of data, saving the data. A lot of the data that we generated during COVID has already been lost. So how do we save the data that we are generating and bringing that together in curated architectures so that we can actually use it in posterity is a critical question in that space. And several people are thinking about it, including us at Berkeley. Yeah.
One last quick question, comment?
I'm not sure how short this is, but so I once wrote a paper with some colleagues. It was called Science Friction, about metadata and collaboration in science. And the finding was essentially that every science group goes out and collects data and then never catalogs it using appropriate standards and metadata so that other groups can really use it. And instead, they kind of push it all down on the graduate students who then graduate and disappear and the data decays. So what mechanisms could work to help to standardize the biological data that you're talking about, and what institutions would be helpful there?
There's a lot of work going on in this regard right now, but I want to, pat in the back for Department of Energy that thought about it 10, 15 years ago. So with the Joint Genome Institute and the fact that we're generating sequencing data and the advanced light source and the structural data, DOE decided that we need to be curating the data with FAIR principles and figuring out how to use it. So all the sequencing data at JGI is available through the JGI Archives and Metadata Organizer. And so those kind of architectures exist. That has enabled KBase, the knowledge base ecosystem for predictive biology, that has enabled the National Microbiome Data Collaborative, NMDC. So there's definitely a lot of biological architectures that DOE has championed. Now we also have the inference and interoperability criteria from DOD, the Waltus principles, and that's being used in order to sort of bring together data. So there are definitely agencies that have had the prior thought on it, but at the individual PI level and organizational level, we don't do that as effectively. But it's possible for a lot of them to come up with like data lakehouse type of architectures to pull together and curate data with multiple schemas so they don't really have to worry about merging different platforms. And we are doing that for a lot of different programs in order to create bigger data assemblies. So that work is underway, but it has to become more universal. That was one of the things that was called out for biodata under the previous AI executive order. NIST and Commerce were charged with it. The AI Safety Institute was and is looking at it still, and we'll see what the drivers are for continuing that work.
Thanks very much, Harshi. Samantha, do you want to come up and bring your panel? And just while we're getting ready for that next one, I just want to put a notice out there that there is leftover food. And if we think about the planet and the amount that food generation creates in terms of greenhouse gases, if there are ways that people want to plan to take some food home, we'd be very supportive of that. It would support our broader existential risk reduction. So now I will turn this over to Samantha.
Everyone hear me? Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. This panel is on how we can mitigate global risk. I'm joined by Valerie, Patricia, and Stephen. Valerie is going to speak first, so do you want to make your way up to the podium? I'll just give a quick, actually a rather long introduction. Bear with me one moment, thank you. So Valerie Vasquez is a postdoctoral scholar at Stanford University with appointments in the Department of Biology and the Center for International Security and Cooperation. She received her PhD from the University of California, Berkeley, where her interdisciplinary work was largely conducted under the divisions of epidemiology and biostatistics in the School of Public Health. She holds one MS in energy and resources with a focus on environmental economics and a second MS in electrical engineering and computer sciences with a focus on biosystems and computational biology from UC Berkeley. She also holds a BA from College of William and Mary. So I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you very much, and thanks to the organizers. It's been a really educational day. As Sam just said, I'm Valerie, and it's an honor to be here talking to you about how to mitigate global risk in the human health space via the design of resilient health interventions. So we've heard earlier panelists reference the existential threat of anthropogenic climate change and how in a changing climate, the question isn't strictly which threats are new, it's also which familiar threats will become more frequent, more intense, or more difficult to manage. So in that context, my work asks, first, will our current disease control technologies remain effective under a changing climate? And second, how do we ensure that health solutions are accessible and effective for those communities which are most at risk? And third, what tools can help us predict future disease risk when the past is no longer a guide? And I want to contextualize here, I'm going to be speaking about models the entire presentation, and I am by no means sort of prescribing that models are the be-all, end-all solution. However, they can be very informative. So climate-sensitive infectious diseases are one significant global threat that is exacerbated by climate change. And these are illnesses whose transmission dynamics are strongly influenced by environmental factors such as temperature. So this image on the screen is of thermal performance curves. These reflect the optimum temperature for disease transmission by different mosquito species. And if you move all the way along the x-axis to the right-hand side, we can see that dengue transmission by Aedes aegypti mosquitoes peaks at 29 degrees Celsius. So the bad news is that a warmer world will favor the increase of dengue in many places that don't yet have it. So my early work was dedicated to understanding how we can better control this human health risk in the face of anthropogenic change. And it's not for nothing that mosquitoes are billed as the deadliest animal in the world. They cause nearly 400 million symptomatic infections historically each year across 125 countries. It's also very costly. It's got an estimated price tag of almost $9 billion globally. But while the problem is already large, it is also evolving. So both due to those spatiotemporally shifting risks thanks to climate warming, but also due to issues on the control side. So mosquitoes are increasingly resistant to traditional protection mechanisms like insecticide. So one technological response to that increase in resistance is the use of alternative tools for disease management, such as genetic biocontrol. And the broad arena of biological control or biocontrol uses living organisms to manipulate the dynamics of an unwanted population. So a historic example is using foxes to regulate rabbits, and that produces the predator-prey dynamics that are on the screen in the Lotka-Volterra model there. Meanwhile, genetic biocontrol is a subset of biocontrol technologies that directly alter the genes of an unwanted species or change the expression of certain traits. And there are many ways to affect these changes, including genetic modification in the laboratory, radiation, or the artificial introduction of microorganisms. So that's infecting a species with a bacteria, which is the specific case that I'd like to focus on with you next. So as it turns out, one very important genetic biocontrol technology that is already in wide use throughout the world is itself temperature sensitive. So this technology is called Wolbachia replacement, wherein mosquitoes are infected with a bacteria, and this bacteria acts as a pathogen blocker. And in both field and laboratory studies, they've shown that there is reduced performance under higher temperatures and fails completely past a threshold of 35 degrees Celsius. So because we know that projected extremes or heat waves are getting larger in frequency and in intensity, it's important to understand whether this tool that's already very useful for dengue protection will continue to function as expected. So in a recent paper, co-authors and I explored the most extreme conditions that are plausibly presented by future climate conditions in 2 areas of the world that both get quite hot and also have existing experimental trials against which we could validate our results. So these 2 areas of the world were Cairns, Australia, and Nha Trang, Vietnam. And using simulation models and empirical data, we experimented with the potential effect of future heat waves that are progressively longer and hotter in duration, and then explored the impact of those climate conditions on known properties of Wolbachia as a disease control tool. And we found that even under the most extreme assumptions, Wolbachia remained robust as a disease control tool through temperature projections for the 2030s. And it failed only under the hottest and the longest heat waves that were simulated for the 2050s. And the graph on the left there shows the proportion of the treated mosquito population, so that which is no longer capable of transmitting dengue on the y-axis, and time in days on the x-axis. So importantly, we actually also found that operational adjustments, so increasing the frequency or the size of our interventions, can counter the negative impact of extended heat waves that were tested. And that leads directly to my next point, which is that technologies, when demonstrated to be biologically sound, their success still depends on how they are actually implemented. So a second risk mitigation question that my work investigates is how we can deploy those tools in ways that are both epidemiologically effective and economically affordable, particularly in the resource-constrained parts of the world that are most historically impacted by diseases such as dengue. Because in defining the best allocation of disease control, our driving interest is, of course, maximally reducing human health risk. However, economic considerations also come into play from the perspective that if we're able to implement efficiency gains, we can potentially save money to furnish a more viable intervention option for resource-constrained communities. And those efficiency gains could be by requiring fewer or maybe more infrequent trips to the field to conduct the intervention. They could also come from simply releasing smaller numbers of the modified organisms, and so save money from the perspective of materials that need to be produced or distributed. But in terms of costs, it's a hard calculation to make. So it differs depending on the technology, but a very rough back of the envelope based on the 2 unrelated publications on the screen that focus on Brazilian field trials for a genetically engineered technology that suppresses existing wild populations of the mosquitoes that transmit dengue. So extrapolating the costs that are recorded in these publications, we can estimate that the cost range of implementation is somewhere between $30 to $150 per US dollars per person, and that's quite a big range. And I'm stressing that, again, this is simply back of the envelope. But another important consideration is community preference and comfort. So not all genetic biocontrol is created equal, and there are very real ethical considerations involved in a community deciding whether a specific tool is right for them. And the comfort aspect is simply if we can release fewer modified organisms and make this intervention a more tolerable experience for the people who are living in the areas where the trials are occurring, that may help with acceptance of these tools and reduce human health risk in that way. So when we're working with climate-sensitive diseases, the success of any technological intervention depends heavily on the environmental context where it's deployed. For instance, we need to account for the daily and the seasonal temperature patterns in the target location, the life cycle of the mosquito species in that setting, and how spatially connected the mosquito populations are, because that affects how quickly a disease can spread or a control measure can take hold. And just as each location has its own ecological profile, each technology has its own operational constraints. So some perform better under certain conditions, And rather than treat these as isolated decisions, my work integrates these factors into a unified decision framework. And the objective of that decision framework is to prescribe biological intervention strategies that are biologically effective and economically viable in specific settings. So the goal is twofold: to minimize the vector-competent population of mosquitoes while also minimizing the cost of implementation, which is an important consideration, as I mentioned, for those resource-constrained communities that tend to bear the brunt of climate-sensitive diseases, such as dengue. So to illustrate example outputs from this decision framework, I'm showing here the optimized intervention schedules for 3 different genetic biocontrol technologies. And on each graph, the y-axis represents the number of modified mosquitoes that were released, while the x-axis represents time over the course of 1 year. And even at a cursory glance, we can see the clear differences in the size, the timing, and the frequency of prescribed releases for each technology, despite all being applied to the same Aedes aegypti population. So in short, optimization helps us to match the right tool to the right place at the right time. It's not a be-all, end-all. It should be informed by many other pieces of information, but it does help us with a guide within realistic constraints. So having explored those 2 key challenges for mitigating climate-sensitive disease risk, we need to think about that even with the right tools and even with an optimized plan, there's one more critical mitigation challenge of many, and that is, can we stay ahead of the shifting risk landscape in a world that is defined by uncertainty? So the final question that I want to talk about today is, what tools can help us predict future disease risks and when the past is no longer a guide? Forecasting is an important pillar of quantitative public health management because to be effective, control measures have to align with evolving disease dynamics, including the possibility for an outbreak. But dengue is notoriously difficult to predict because, as I mentioned, it's a climate-sensitive disease, so increasing climatic variability with climate change introduces new uncertainty into transmission patterns. In addition, its transmission depends on nonlinear interactions between mosquito ecology, human movement, and virus evolution. Also, SERI-type interactions complicate the immunity dynamics for dengue, and that makes future risk difficult to infer. So mechanistic models, we've sort of touched on this a couple of times this afternoon, define explicit equations for how outbreaks spread, and many have a fundamental limitation in that they assume that the future will resemble the past. And for dengue, such assumptions are increasingly unreliable. So this chart is taken from a Pan American Health Organization report from December 2024, this past December. And the blue and yellow lines represent dengue incidence over recent years. So these are the historical averages that traditional models would use for forecasting. But in 2024, global dengue incidence shattered historical precedent to reach more than, well, almost 13 million known cases in the Americas alone. And that was an increase of 182% over 2023 in that region, as well as almost 360% over the regional 5-year average. So to improve predictions and capture outliers, such as the examples that we saw in 2024, we need new methods that can learn directly from data and which capture the complexity of nonlinear interactions without relying on fixed assumptions. So in my postdoctoral work, I've launched a project using data-driven methods to forecast climate-sensitive disease risk. So my co-authors and I are working with quite a large data set. It's of 1.5 million dengue incidence records spanning 21 countries and about 30 years. And what you see here is the results of one example. So the y-axis shows dengue incidence, case counts, and then the x-axis is time in months over the course of 20 years. And so the black dots are observed case counts, and the red line shows out-of-sample predictions generated using historical dengue cases, a susceptibility indicator, and key environmental variables as inputs. So this result is from a global region. It's from Brazil, and that region, from a biome perspective, is classified as tropical and subtropical grasslands, savannas, and shrublands. I don't know if you can read that on the screen in the gray coloring. But as you can see, the predictions align closely with the observed trends, including the more extreme spikes, and the out-of-sample R-squared is quite high. So that level of fit, especially for a disease like dengue, which is difficult to predict, is very encouraging. In this second graph, the setup is the same, but the result comes from a different ecological region, tropical and subtropical moist broadleaf forests. So again, black dots represent the observed incidence, and the red is our out-of-sample prediction. And while the predictive R-squared is lower, we do see that we're still able to capture the overall trend and the timing of the major outbreak events, largely, even in a much more heterogeneous or difficult to model setting. So together, these examples underscore a key point, that this, data-driven methods show a strong potential not just for accuracy, but also for generalizability across different ecological systems, which is critical for designing early warning systems for diseases like dengue. It also lends hope that this method might hold promise for anticipating other large-scale human and planetary health crises where nonlinear interactions drive extreme events. So for example, other climate-driven infectious diseases like malaria or cholera, ecological disruptions such as biodiversity loss, or ecological tipping points even we could test it out on, such as ocean acidification. So these are the questions that have been driving my work in the mitigation space. I appreciate the opportunity to share this work and look forward to the conversation.
Thank you so much, Valerie. Next, we will hear from Dr. Patricia Bromley. She's Associate Professor in the Graduate School of Education, the Dorr School of Sustainability, and by courtesy, Sociology at Stanford University. At Stanford, she is also Director of the Scandinavian Consortium for Organizational Research and co-director of the Center on Philanthropy and Civil Society. She teaches courses related to the sociology of education, sustainable development, nonprofit organizations, and global education policy. Thank you, Patricia.
Great, thank you. Thank you everyone for being here this afternoon. I love interdisciplinary spaces, and this has just been a delight. So thank you so much to the organizers for including me. I'm gonna take things a really different direction than where we have been so far. So I'm an organizational sociologist, one of my hats, and this is a project that I work on with some management scholars. And we're going to try and drag you into the very mundane world of what happens when we sit down and make a plan to deal with risks. So not how we measure them, not what they are, but really, okay, we want to do something, we make a plan, then what? It's very mundane, I have to confess. But I want to bring the lens of all or some of the predictable, if you're an organizational sociologist, ways that our best intentions in the planning get sort of subverted, is a word I often use. So I'm going to show you one example in this paper of what we can think of as very general kinds of processes in how planning around risks get shaped. All right, so this particular paper came from a student, a student from Afghanistan, who wondered why his country was not participating in global efforts around disaster risk reduction. Afghanistan has some of the highest sort of objectively scored risks in the region of experiencing disasters, and there was this sort of ongoing global efforts and frameworks to reduce risks, and he looked at what Afghanistan was not doing, and other countries that were also at high objectively scored hazard risk of experiencing disasters, and felt like they weren't participating. We felt like we can actually look at that. So the question we're asking in here is, why do countries adopt and also implement a global standard that was created for disaster risk management? It's called the Hyogo Framework for Action. Because I only have 10 minutes, I'm going to tell you the answers. So there are two things that I hope you take away that are sort of general findings that we see over and over in organizational sociology. The first is that adopting and implementing plans are largely social and organizational. So the processes that sort of make this happen are social and organizational rather than technically rational. I'll explain more in this case what that looks like. The other in this case that we find, and find in other cases, is that implementation is systematically subverted. In this case, it's by reframing older activities as risk management. I'll tell you more about what that means. Okay, so in this context, an important shift to understand, which many of you are familiar with, I'm sure, is that for disaster risk planning, there was a sort of older framework that was actually about relief and response. It was called humanitarian relief, responding to some kind of disaster with aid. That gained steam, especially in the 1950s, sort of evolved. There were some national planning processes, and in the 1990s, there was what gets described as a paradigm shift towards the risk reduction framework. Why that happened is very interesting in itself. For me, I take inspiration from other sociologists like Beck and Giddens about the linkage of risk as a sort of symptom of modernity and product of modernity. But that's sort of a separate issue. So from the 1990s, we have this idea that disasters should be treated as risk, which is what brings us here today. This led to, eventually, this Hyogo Framework for Action, 2005. This was the global framework that got created. The framework aimed to promote a strategic and systematic approach to reducing vulnerabilities and risks to hazards. That's fantastic. All right, we're going to study country adoption of this plan, this Hyogo Framework for Action, and implementation of the plan. I won't go into the data and methods. We use a mix of qualitative and quantitative methods to study this. Maybe one thing of note is we look at the associations then of country factors linked to adopting, which we mean submitting a report to the Hyogo Framework for Action, and then implementation of the plan, which we study using the reports in something called a means of verification section, where countries provide evidence of the things they've been doing. So that becomes important in what I'll talk about related to implementation. So what do we find? The idea in the policy documentation and in the planning process around this is that risk reduction planning is a technical process. We all sit down in a room and come up with a plan of how countries can sort of systematically reduce risk. We find limited evidence in terms of the country features related to adopting a plan, so submitting reports, that it is enacted that way. So specifically, a key one is that the countries who are most risk of experiencing a disaster, this was our student's point, are not more likely to participate in this process. This is holding constant a bunch of other country factors. There's no association between your likelihood of experiencing a risk, a hazard, and adoption or implementation of these plans. We did find, so a kind of rational approach to it, a positive association of if in the past 5 years you had experienced a serious disaster, you were more likely to participate. I'll read you one excerpt from a field report related to that. So in one of the reports, the respondent writes, "Once recovery is judged complete, many countries do not necessarily continue to build back better, but rather revert to business as usual. This highlights just how difficult it is to take advantage of the window of opportunity that opens after a disaster and to ensure that new development prevents and avoids disaster risks rather than reconstructing them." So partly rational, but also partly sort of social and cultural, this recency effect. All right, and I'll show you a couple of the variables we found that are more related to social and organizational processes. So we found that country globalization, especially around social and political indicators, so the number of embassies a country has, the number of international non-governmental organizations it has headquarters, a series of indicators around social and cultural globalization, had a positive association. The idea behind this is that this is an international sort of framework that's created by the global community. Countries that are more linked to the global discourses do more adoption of these plans. Another process that we repeatedly find in organizational sociology is that countries, organizations care what their peers are doing, or their neighbors in this case. So net of your risk, your objective risk, if your neighbors in your region were planning more, then you're more likely to adopt this. So that's part of the social and cultural side of things. Shifting to the implementation part specifically, when we started reading qualitatively the means of verification that countries are using to say they are in compliance with this new risk reduction framework, different from the old relief and response framework. That was the point of this whole global activity. They're repeatedly bringing examples that actually are referring word for word to laws or policies that were created under the old system. So Japan is a leader in this field. Even in the Japan report, they're referring directly to a 1961 law that was created as emergency relief. So there's some confusion, maybe, reframing, or unclear how to think about it exactly. But in what countries are actually doing, even when they're reporting compliance and implementation of risk reduction, it's not different often than what had happened before. So we found this in two ways. One is the example I just showed you, sort of prior relief activities get reported as implementing this new risk reduction policy. The other is that development projects get reported as risk reduction activities. They may or may not be. We did find, so when we sort of translate this quantitatively, countries that receive more UNDP money, development money from the UN, report higher implementation scores. And they talk about the UNDP money in their reports qualitatively when we read them. But then when we go to the UNDP and look at the same project, they are not talking at all, ever, about risk reduction or the Hyogo framework. So it's just routine development activities, building infrastructure, which may or may not be linked to the risk reduction side. All right, so the conclusion, this framework ran from 2005 to 2015. At the end, they submit a final report that says progress towards managing underlying disaster risk drivers remained limited in most countries. In general, institutional, legislative, and policy frameworks did not sufficiently facilitate the integration of disaster risk considerations. We're now onto a new framework called Sendai, which runs until 2030. From my view so far, it's not that different looking. In part, the weakness I see from this view of organizational sociology, it's that the process gets treated as being sort of overly technical and rational. But we know in this case and in other cases, adoption, implementation is not related to the sort of more objective experience of risk. One point I want to make is this reframing that we find, it's not necessarily intentional or purposeful. It could just be that the writers, the policymakers, aren't understanding what risk reduction means. I think we can do more when we sit down and plan. A kind of low-hanging fruit for us all is to think more about the degree to which any kind of process is in fact a rational technical one, And one thing that's come up throughout the day today is there are dimensions that we can sort of think about the likelihood of a process or the continuum along which it's more likely to be a rational technical process or not. So some of the features that come up repeatedly are the kind of links between means and ends, how tightly we can connect those things. If a process is buffered from political pressures and self-interest or not, if it can be sort of corrupted through gaming, if there's trust, that's a whole bucket of related things. And then accounting for different kinds of historical legacies, cultural traditions, and material conditions that shape how a planning process around risk in this case can be sort of pulled away from a rational technical process. I'm going to leave you with my very favorite disaster risk reduction quotation. The satire, Candide, was based on Voltaire's experience of an earthquake. We're doing better than this, at least, I guess is what I think. So thank you all very much.
So next, I just want to leave this up here for my talk. So
next, we welcome Dr. Stephen Herzog. He's a professor of the practice at the James Martin Center for Non-Proliferation Studies based at the Middlebury Institute of International Studies at Monterey. He is also academic co-chair of the Beyond Nuclear Deterrence Working Group, an initiative of the MacArthur Foundation and Harvard University's project on managing the atom. He works on issues of nuclear arms control, non-proliferation, and disarmament alongside their interaction with emerging and disruptive technologies. His past positions include nuclear arms control verification specialist at the US Department of Energy and senior researcher in nuclear arms control at ETH Zurich, the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology. He holds a PhD in political science from Yale University and has published widely in academic and popular outlets. Over to you.
All right, thanks so much everyone for sticking around, and I appreciate all the enthusiasm about this forum, especially since we're talking about doomsday. I'm particularly enthusiastic about it too. There is this is a panel on, mitigating existential risk, and regrettably I do not have the answer to our nuclear condition, but maybe I'll give you just a little tinge of optimism. As mentioned, I'm the co-chair of a working group of scholars from about 24 countries that are studying essentially alternatives to nuclear deterrence and what would the world look like, trying to rigorously interrogate those possibilities. But I know that not everyone here is working on nuclear weapons, so I want to, at the end, kind of circle back to intersections among nuclear weapons and kind of foot stomp the idea that existential risks come in packages. So allegedly, nuclear weapons are back. We've all seen these types of things, and people have believed for a long time, of course, that nuclear weapons were Cold War relics. But of course, well, the Cold War ended, but the nuclear weapons never really went away. And if you believe what researchers have said, such as researchers in Germany, there have been about 200 different, quote, nuclear signals, ranging from, different postures, actually overt threats from the Russian Federation during the war in Ukraine, this full-scale invasion that started in February 2022. And it's not just Putin and his cronies, it's kind of whole of society, right? You see up there, that's from Rossiya Adin, and essentially what it's showing is that from the Kaliningrad Oblast, the European capital cities can be destroyed in just a matter of a few minutes. Now, the reality of this situation, of course, is that this isn't new. And sometimes in the world, it's not that things are really changing, it's just that we're paying more attention to them. And I believe that Putin has just sang the scary bits and pieces of nuclear deterrence out loud. Like, this is the world that we've opted into with nuclear weapons, like these are the nuclear threats that exist. And, all right, so Cold War era, duck and cover drills, putting a bag over your head, these sorts of things. In the event of a nuclear war, these things are not actually going to save you. What are they going to do? Well, they might convince a public that a nuclear war is A, survivable, or B, that it's actually winnable on some level. And so here we are, right, many years post-Cold War, approximately 12,300 nuclear weapons, 9,600 of them operationally deployed, 9 countries. And we're about a matter of half an hour away from a lot of major cities in the world being destroyed, if you believe the open sources on targeting and things of this nature. Now, classic nuclear deterrence theory was largely conceived in about a 25-year period, in the mid-40s till the late 60s. And yes, there have been evolutions in nuclear deterrence theory since then, but nuclear deterrence theory was designed primarily during the Cold War bipolar era by Americans and Soviets. And I think there are a few new sources of uncertainty that kind of click into this equation of rational nuclear deterrence theory. Do the Chinese think about nuclear weapons in the same way as those American and Soviet theorists from the 40s to the 60s? Maybe not so much. How about the DPRK, India, Pakistan, Israel? And I think that introduces additional uncertainty. Add into that new technological features, right? Hypersonic weapons, the accuracy revolution, entanglement of conventional and nuclear command and control satellites, integration of AI into nuclear decision making. And so I think we have additional uncertainty. So let me take this out of context. People do really dumb stuff. And we know that people do dumb stuff. And there are probably people in this room who are going to do a few of these dumb things today. So someone here is going to leave and is probably you'll go smoke a cigarette, you'll, not wear a seatbelt or something. We know this is risky on some level. It's Friday night. Someone in this room is going to go out and they're going to have a blood alcohol content which is over the limit, and they're going to go driving, right? Like, are they going to be drunk? I don't know, but etc. Now, I've had some friends who have done some even dumber things in the past few years. They're going to go vacationing too close to a war zone or a humanitarian crisis zone. Now, the really interesting thing about people who do, pardon my French, dumb shit, is that they have an uncanny ability to survive. They just, if I were to do any of these things, I'd be dead pronto, right? I have bad luck, and luck is part of the equation here. So, when people do dumb things and survive, they often tell you, well, it was always safe because I survived. Of course, we know this is not how statistics work, right? The difference between 97% safe, 99% safe, 99.9, 99.999, it's orders of magnitude different, right? And when do we see this? Well, when we start to simulate this, when we start to do replications, let's bootstrap this. In fact, let's bootstrap the Cuban Missile Crisis 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 100,000 times. How many times are we going to get out of that without the use of nuclear weapons? How about the entire Cold War and all of its nuclear close calls? 100,000 times. And my only point here is that when we do things like have additional nuclear-armed states, potential proliferators, and new technologies, we are changing the risk calculation in small ways that are not observable immediately, but let's start to simulate them, and let's actually see what happens. Now, I'll give you a little bit of optimism here. This is some work that some colleagues and I did. It's nationally representative surveys conducted in 24 countries. And what it's going to show you is we're asking people about disarmament. And this is, Americans, this is other nuclear-armed states, this is countries under the US nuclear umbrella, but this is also countries in the global south, like India and like Saudi Arabia and like Brazil. And what we see is that a majority of people in every country say that they support nuclear disarmament. It's a super majority, so that may give you some level of enthusiasm. But then let's ask the same people if they support their country having nuclear weapons, indigenously or having more nuclear weapons. And what you actually see is that in a lot of these countries, despite the supermajority that wants nuclear disarmament, countries actually want nuclear proliferation. And in some places, right, even if it's not a majority, you see that a hawkish minority wants nuclear proliferation on some level. And your modal person in the world is actually conflicted when you ask them questions about deterrence and disarmament. They kind of want them both. And so it's fascinating. It's like, how does your average person in the world simultaneously want to ban nuclear weapons, but also wants to acquire them? And my co-authors believe it's this. We think there's an either-or fallacy here. And that is that nuclear deterrence and nuclear disarmament are not ends in themselves. They're tools. They're means for the purposes of human survival. They're about protecting your family, protecting your loved ones, protecting yourself, protecting your country. And what's fascinating about this is if you look throughout history, this applies to leaders oftentimes, as well as publics, which means there's actually quite a lot of room for psychological shifts and persuasive advocacy one way or the other, whether it's about improved deterrence theory or whether it's about disarmament. So I think that one of the ways to think about mitigating risk is there are windows of opportunity. And I'm not going to read this Trump quote to you. You can take a look. You've probably seen it. But in fact, I think that the issue of human survival, shockingly enough, may be the most bipartisan issue of all in the United States. And presidents in the United States, from Reagan to Obama to Trump, expressed genuine fear of nuclear annihilation, while simultaneously, right, saying they wanted to maintain robust nuclear deterrence in the interim. And I think the point is that if you want to get rid of nuclear weapons or you want to advocate for nuclear deterrence, the arguments kind of change over time given the politics of the day. If I were advocating for disarmament right now, I would see a few things. President Trump is legitimately scared of nuclear weapons. President Trump wants to win a Nobel Peace Prize. President Trump, right, at the same time wants to reduce defense spending. So if I'm going to advocate for disarmament, I'm going to advocate the ultimate deal that has eluded all of President Trump's predecessors and will help him win that Nobel Peace Prize and reduce defense spending. And so I think there are windows of opportunity, and there might be an opportunity to get arms control in a major nuclear agreement, paradoxically, during this administration that didn't exist at more polarized times, because Democrats will probably support it if the president wants to do it. Now, one of my fears, though, is a lot of people are so upset by other elements of President Trump's agenda that they may miss the window of opportunity and not want to engage with it. So I'll say this much. I think there are 3 ways that we go extinct. First, we kill one another, right? We have nuclear weapons, we develop, bioagents in labs, we let them spiral out of control. Second, we really mess up the climate in a way that it makes the planet uninhabitable and it just kills us too. Third, we can build something that kills us, so super intelligent AI. That seems like a great thing that might kill us on some level. Now, when thinking about this, of course, just to emphasize what we're doing here, is I think we need intersectional research. And, I work on nuclear weapons, and I think they intersect with AI and climate change. If you want large-scale civilian nuclear energy or small modular reactors, that'll do some great things for you. It'll help you with climate change mitigation. It will power the data centers, giving you the compute that we need for advanced AI. But one of the problems, too, is we all kind of have our pet issues as far as existential risk, and we kind of like technical solutions to those. And we need to think about ways that those interact. So, right, doing all these things, civilian nuclear energy, what else will that do? Well, there's probably going to be some new proliferation risk as civilian nuclear energy spreads to new countries. How about things like high-assay, low-enriched uranium in small modular reactors? We probably ought to study what the proliferation risks of that are. And, well, once we start integrating AI, right, like once we start to have advanced AI, well, we can use advanced AI for all sorts of great things as far as template reference objects and nuclear verification and tracking, but countries are probably going to use it for mobile missile tracking, other things of that nature, and then we run into a situation where the AI is giving us data really fast, presenting information in ways that are compelling that humans can't process, and again, all of these things kind of simultaneously work together. So if I'm thinking about research, about mitigating existential risk, global catastrophic risk, right, I want it to involve social scientists, natural scientists, and engineers simultaneously. So great room we've got here, right? I want it to involve multiple fields. And generally speaking, again, your pet issue. If your pet issue is climate change, if it's nuclear, if it's AI, I think we all need to start developing a working knowledge of the other one, because these things really start to come in packages. And the last thing I'll say is there seems to be a really major issue about addressing a lot of these global catastrophic risks, and that is that people focus on presentism, right? They focus on the way things are today, which is deeply problematic in a world where emerging and disruptive technologies are expanding exponentially. Like, we're passing infinite Rubicons monthly. And so a colleague once said this to me, and I think it's a great analogy, and the analogy essentially is that, like, a lot of these emerging technologies are like a cute little baby crocodile in your bathtub, right? Like, it looks cute, like, we like to pet it, we like to hang out with it, but, like, we can run as many freaking regressions as we want on the baby crocodile in the bathtub. It might not tell you a whole lot about what it's actually going to do. Thanks.
Questions? See where the microphone goes.
Yeah, thanks for 3 great talks and lots of questions there, but I'm going to focus on Patricia, just because you kind of triggered in me this question about how you figure out what people are really doing in the sorts of things that you're looking at. And given what you're studying, I don't have any doubt that probably the fact, the people aren't doing all these things, but still, and most, most of the time people, don't do the new things, and and if they say that, and even if what they even if they say they're doing the new things, it's probably the signal is they're not. But there are situations too where like people are influenced by or do new things and say, and you don't see it when you read what they do. For example, I always toss around in the climate adaptation world is the city of San Diego has spent billions of dollars to make itself more climate resilient on the waterfront. But what it calls it, it's making it water independent from LA, which they hate, and the politicians don't talk about climate change, they talk about being independent from LA. Though, I'm sure they know that they're doing this other thing, right? And so do you have any, first comments on that as someone who looks at this, but do you have any evidence of like, has there been any risk reduction? I mean, any of the countries you look like, did they then have a disaster and they didn't do anything, or were there any things that they had done, even though they never sent it to UNDP, that helped? So did the ideas influence?
There we go. Is that working? No? This one?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, great questions. Thank you. So on your first point, it's a main focus in studying organizations, I would say, is this what we call is this language of decoupling, which I know has lots of different meanings in other disciplines, but it's this looking at what organizations, countries, people say they're doing versus what's really happening, really. So there's a huge body of literature on that. In the climate space, at least, a lot of it is around greenwashing and how we think about what firms are doing versus what they're really doing. A very interesting point you're raising, that's only a small piece of what's been done, is the likelihood for that reversal of the process, which linking to some of the earlier comments today of like, as the political context changes, we might actually see more of cities, maybe some companies, doing things but under the radar and sort of not stepping up and announcing them. So in my field, it's a really sort of frontier thing to be looking at the hidden agenda of going in advance. And your example of San Diego is great because actually the actions of cities and the extent to which they're outpacing the actions of countries is really phenomenal in many kinds of activities. And there's some potential, I can imagine, for reshaping how we think about global governance around climate issues, maybe, of having a kind of parallel world happening at the city level as the liberal international world order breaks down, which we've sort of heard about. So that's just one sort of broad reflection on that issue. I think concretely, this is actually an area where there are some real bright spots. So in terms of the outcomes of this, there have been a big reduction in the number of deaths. So in terms of risks from deaths, they've dropped dramatically, largely because of the effectiveness of advanced warning systems around flooding. So that's been a great success. So in this world, they look at, so death is one kind of risk, financial risk is another. That's expanded dramatically. Financial damage just grows and grows due to disasters. I think others in this room are far more experts than I am about whether risks are actually being mitigated or not. I feel like that's a little bit more of a measurement question. The discourse, at least that I read around it, is that the risks, or in my lens, at least our perception of the risks, is expanding faster than our understanding of how to mitigate them. Mic over here. Eric's coming.
Good, thanks. Hi. I'm from the School of Hoi Polloi. Just an observer and mind blown. I am so appreciative of the generosity of this kind of event, bringing people together to think and invite the public. And when I was listening to your talk especially, I had flashbacks from a previous life where I worked in schools, and the description of countries who had more investment, who were closer to the power, they did more. The ones who didn't bother. The ones, when it actually came to implementation, it was, combining like, well, we can do this one effort and put it under 4 grants. I mean, we've all written grants where you try to squeeze in a little bit of action, a lot of action across a little bit of money. That it's the same situation. It's public schools, countries, it's all sort of human behavior who either are going to hold tightly to their information or not. And so when I was reading, another scientist was talking about the intersection of wanting to triangulate research. There has to be a 4th partner in there, which will never get funded. I also come from theater, so I know it will never get funded. That there has to be storytellers, right? There has to be a 4th person in the room, because you guys aren't going to share your knowledge. You don't have time to, but you also aren't incentivized to, because of how funding works and how your jobs work and how sadly political it's all become. But when you can, next year when you have this conference, invite the art department and the graphic novelists and the cartoonists to figure out the illustrators to take, I cannot tell you the stories that are coming out of every single panel, and if they could get into people's hands, you would accomplish your communication goals by 1,000,000 degrees. And I'm happy to, where is that funder? I'm happy to help with that. But anyway, bring storytellers, invite the art department. They'll do it for free because it's cool, right? You guys are so cool. So bring them along and invite them to your party. Thank you.
Right at the back. Thank you. Yeah, that was really interesting. My question's for Stephen. I really like this idea of presentism, because personally, like, something I did when I was in DC was just ask people if having kids change their view on nuclear deterrence, and yeah, particularly people I knew who were working on nuclear deterrence, and if it made them more wanting to more fiercely pursue disarmament. Because personally, like, I'm at a stage where I'm wanting to have kids, and it's making me want to try even harder to work on disarmament. And so, how do you square that away, though? Because your model, if we read your data correctly, actually shows we can't expect that to happen. But in other fields, like the process of people having kids is kind of usually an impetus to kind of push for thinking about future scenarios. But your data doesn't make me very hopeful, so I don't know.
So one of the things that I have seen in, just doesn't like me. Oh, fair enough. Does this work? Okay. One of the things that I've, Lindsay, seen in other data is that in Israel, for example, once they have children and become mothers, that women actually become more supportive of using nuclear weapons in conflict, and they, it's speculated that that's kind of a family type effect. But, I would say this, Scott Sagan is not here right now, and one of the things that fascinated me is that Scott has had these experiments which have been pretty path-breaking, which have shown that large portions of the American public support the use of nuclear weapons, while I, in some of my own published work, have seen that, Americans support nuclear disarmament on some level. And I think that one of the problems is viewing these types of questions in isolation. And so my co-authors in this, Lauren Sukin from LSE, used to be at Stanford CSAC, and Luis Rodriguez from George Mason University, asked all the questions together because we wanted to see if these were really opposite and incompatible results. And what we found, which was interesting, is that publics are supportive of deterrence and disarmament simultaneously. And so what that actually tells me is that Scott's results and my results are actually compatible on some level, because people, again, see these things as means for protection rather than ends.
And I think that that's really, you know, if your objective is to have disarmament, it's probably very disheartening to see that people who want disarmament also support deterrence and support nuclear proliferation. But again, I get it opens up the informational space. So that goes both ways, and it becomes, on some level, an information war and a persuasive war. I would bet you that if you were to ask several months ago supporters of the current president what they think about nuclear weapons, they would be anti-nuclear disarmament. I bet if you would give them the current president's quotes about reducing nuclear weapons, you would see like a 40 or 50% effect or something like that. So I would say a little bit of pessimism, but also a little bit of optimism. There's a war to be had informationally, among publics at least, and then there are the questions about whether that scales up to policy or not. Thanks.
Up to experts, because the public aren't the people that are actually performing these, you know, in some cases forecasts and projections and thinking about how we would actually deploy nuclear weapons. So I'm actually like, when I'm thinking about this, I am like, who are the people doing that? Because those experts have kids too. And so like I just think when we're thinking about presentism, and maybe it's not kids, maybe you have like grandkids or neighbors that you like, I don't know, or you have a cat that you want to survive.
I mean, I have neighbors that I don't like,
but like,
no
okay,
grandchildren.
Let's think. Can I just push you, because I know.
Yeah.
I also know you're an expert on like this whole public opinion debate, so maybe you can kind of tease out the difference there.
Between the experts and the public? I would say, and this is going to be, I would say the historical case studies on some level about deterrence and disarmament are kind of fascinating. One is because, right, President Trump has said, let there be an arms race, we'll win, we'll outlast them, while simultaneously saying we're spending too much money on nuclear weapons, we could destroy the planet several times over. Obama says in Prague, we need to eliminate nuclear weapons, but it won't happen in my lifetime, we'll maintain robust deterrence. And this is a situation in which someone wants disarmament, thinks it may not be possible, needs to protect their society, so they pursue deterrence. But the opposite cycle can run. I would take you back to Egyptian President Nasser. Nasser tried to essentially develop nuclear weapons, get them from the Soviets, saw that it wasn't going to happen, knew that Israel was developing nuclear weapons or had them from Dimona, and then all of a sudden Egypt is one of the first countries to sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Egypt becomes a massive proponent of nuclear disarmament because wanted nuclear weapons for security, couldn't get them. So again, I would say, I think that people are much more flexible than we think they are, both leaders and the publics.
Great. I think that brings us to time, so thank you so much, everyone, for your questions, and to our wonderful panelists.
I know this has been a great coffee break, and I know we're having great interdisciplinary conversations, but we also have a great roundtable. So please take your seats and get ready for the next roundtable.
And that's on. Yeah, there we go. All right, everybody. Welcome back to the second to last event of this conference, Global Policies That Make Us Safer. My name is Johanna Roda-Hanoak. I'm a postdoctoral fellow here at the Center for International Security and Cooperation. And we have excluding me, 4 excellent speakers at this panel, not to toot my own horn. First of which is Dr. Solgi Park, who is a research scientist at the Union of Concerned Scientists. And she works on the nuclear fuel cycle and is using open source information to better understand North Korea's nuclear weapons production capacity. To her right, we have Professor David Relman, who is the Thomas C. and Joan M. Merrigan Professor and a Professor of Microbiology and Immunology at Stanford School of Medicine, as well as a Senior Fellow here at the Freeman Spogli Institute. And beyond his path-breaking research on the human indigenous biome, he's also served in an advisory capacity with regard to biosecurity, which is why he's on this panel today, and has been involved in several studies on biosecurity at the national academies as well. Next, we have Dr. Andrew Reddy, who is an associate research professor of public policy at the University of Berkeley. And he's also the founder of the Berkeley Risk and Security Lab. And he works at the intersection of politics, technology, and security. And last but not least, we have Dr. Herb Lin, who is the Hank J. Holland Fellow of Cyber Policy and Security at the Hoover Institution, and also a senior research scholar here at CSAC. And he works on a wide range of issues from cybersecurity to information warfare and emerging technologies, and will speak specifically on AI today, I think, if that's right. Oh, we won't. we will see how this goes. So to start, each of these panelists have prepared roughly 5-minute input, and after that, we'll have questions among the panel, and then we will open it to the public. I'll just start in the order as we're sitting, and we'll give the word to Sogi.
Thank you, Hannah. Thank you for moderating, and thank you for having us here. It's a pleasure to be speaking here with the amazing panelists at the Stanford Existential Risk Initiative, where the work being done is not just understanding risk, but about how to protect the future of humanity. So to me, the questions on global policies that make us safer is ultimately the one on how to reduce catastrophic risks. How do we hold back the tide of technological escalations, policy miscalculations that could lead to systemic failure? And one area that has offered much of the sobering and instructive answers to me is nuclear weapons policy. So allow me to dive a little bit more into this original doomsday device on nuclear weapons. At the height of the Cold War, we had about 70,000 nuclear arsenals. And as Stephen talked earlier, now we have less than 13,000 nuclear arsenals. That's still a lot, but it's a massive reduction. And that reduction did not happen by chance, it happened by policy. Non-Proliferation Treaty, for example, despite its flaws, it founded the foundation of norms that nuclear weapons should not spread unchecked. The strategic arms control agreements from start to new start, SALT to start to new start, had cut down the total warheads quite significantly and slowed down the arms race. And these weren't acts of idealisms, right? These were acts of responsibility, and they succeeded because they turned the fear of existential risks into cooperation. And I think that is the blueprint of effective existential risk policies. But today, that safety net is fraying a little bit. We're entering a period of renewed nuclear competition, and this time with fewer guardrails. Arms control agreements are collapsing and they're expiring. Nuclear modernization efforts are accelerating, and the rise of regional nuclear risks, from North Korea's growing nuclear arsenals to potential nuclear use case in Asia or in Europe, highlights the fact that the danger is no longer confined to the superpowers alone. So in today's geopolitical environment that is defined by multipolarity, rising technological change, and eroding international trust, I think we need to reframe and revitalize some of the core strategies. And I want to talk about 3 main things. And a lot of it is redundancy of what has happened, what has been talked about today. But one is the strengthening the foundation of risk reduction and arms control. The second is reframing disarmament as an existential risk initiative. And the third is integrated framework for existential safety. So first and foremost, the traditional arms control architecture is withering just as we need it the most. And I think we need to really revitalize and reframe the arms control and risk reductions in ways that reflect the 21st century reality. That means moving beyond just US, Russia bilateral frameworks and include a lot of the other nuclear armed states, including China. Reinforcing the cornerstone agreements that have stalled but still have a lot of still hold a lot of critical structures, such as FMCT, Fissile Material Cut-off Treaty, which would halt the expansions of nuclear weapons usable material, or CTBT, Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty, which even in its current limbo, it underpins a global norm that should be protected and ultimately brought into force. At the same time, we need to work and extend the arms control into domains where the norms and rules are weak or non-existent, in space, in cyber and AI, where attacks or automation errors can undermine the nuclear decision-making processes, or in quantum and biosecurity, where emerging capabilities can introduce new strategic risks. And in these areas, maybe we start by transparency and confidence-building measures, and that hopefully evolve into legally binding mechanisms over time. So sharing information, code of conduct, and any activities that can limit the destabilizing behaviors. And 2 is reframing disarmament as an existential risk imperative. So this follows on what the earlier speaker has talked about, disarmament in the windows of opportunity. But we often see disarmament as this moral ideal or long-term goal of aspirations, when, as a matter of fact, I think disarmament should be addressed as an urgent, pragmatic response to risks, because as long as we have nuclear weapons, the probability of use is not going to be zero, whether it be accidental, intentional, unintentional, or unauthorized. We need to invest and disseminate more scientific research that focuses on the nuclear war's catastrophic risks, from humanitarian catastrophe to economic collapse, long-lasting radiation impacts, climate disruptions. We can leverage emerging technologies in ways that reduces political cost of transparency. So leveraging advanced remote sensing technologies or anything that can strengthen verification. We can talk about inclusive processes that engage diverse actors, so not just policymakers and governments, but also industries and civil society that can drive the innovations of verifications and norm setting. And continue discussing stuff like demilitarized zones around critical infrastructure. So taking a step beyond what Geneva Conventions or additional protocols offers in terms of protecting nuclear power plants or dams, but talk about critical infrastructures like a keystone habitat, keystone ecosystems, freshwater resources, underwater sea cables, transportation hubs, megacities, anywhere where even a small nuclear conflict can trigger really rapid cascading systemic failure. And last but not least, and I think this is the redundant theme throughout this symposium, and one thing that I'm learning from this symposium as well is the need of integrated framework for existential safety. Nuclear risk, climate instability, biological threats, AI misalignment seems to be interwoven. Like none of this risk can be an additive risk. It could be force multipliers, and it can really amplify the dangers across different domains. So we really need to think about governance in a networked system, right? Climate change-induced resource scarcity can fuel conflicts over food, land, and water among the nuclear-armed states and rising the stakes of regional disputes. And that regional nuclear conflicts can cascade into something worse, global economic collapse, and disrupt the climate corporations, and that could be cyclical. So in that case, again, I think we need to reimagine governance as a network system, integrating nuclear risks into climate summits, into AI-driven policy discussions, into a more broader governance of architecture. I think good global policy is really future-preserving policy that's rooted in humility, that's rooted in corporations rather than competition, the one that recognizes that not a single nation can mitigate their existential risk alone. With that.
First of all, it's a pleasure to join you all. I've learned a lot during the course of the day, and I fear that my comments are going to be, in many ways, redundant or repetitive with respect to comments that have already been made. But I want to maybe draw your attention to a few points that I think are important in thinking about global policies, and from my perspective, in the area of the management of risks from biological technologies. I want to focus on what I think are some important costs of undertaking and promoting effective global oversight. The first is a very mundane kind of cost, which is financial. We don't often talk about the financial costs of establishing effective governance regimes, especially in areas of technology that are moving quickly, that have relatively little history of governance, especially at the international level. We don't even have good numbers for what it might take to establish institutions whose details we haven't yet fully imagined or described. So that's number one. Number two cost is in understanding what it will take to identify and train the kinds of people who serve as good leaders in overseeing governance regimes. And I'm heartened and drawn to the comments that Patricia Bromley mentioned earlier, because in my view, it's not really an issue of the need for technical insight or expertise, but more so insight into social systems and people and how people behave and form their opinions. That's an aspect of leadership and insight and expertise that we don't talk about much in biology. In biology, we often just assume that biologists are well-meaning actors. We all are. We couldn't imagine a case in which that might not be the case, other than a few isolated cases where the consequences have been relatively modest. Another aspect of the institutions and the oversight regime are the kinds of authorities that an effective regime might require, and how those would be defined and made real. And then finally, the processes that are necessary for proper oversight of, at the international level. The third kind of cost is, I think, particularly relevant to biology, which is a willingness to accept the inevitable fact that interventions designed at oversight will necessarily slow down the enterprise. It may be modest, it may be, in some cases, barely perceptual, but they are there. And I think until at least my colleagues accept the need and the importance of embracing controls and interventions that will inevitably slow or even pause, potentially ban certain kinds of experiments or activities, we won't get to the place we need to be for several reasons. First of all, this, in my view, is necessary for reestablishing trust with the public, but also demonstrating a willingness to take responsibility for the now growing power that each of us, increasingly as individuals, wield. And to those who worry about the vision that was articulated in the first session today, the flourishing that we certainly hope and assume will take place, I think that an embrace of controls and of brakes or guardrails is absolutely necessary for flourishing, for some of these reasons that I've mentioned. These costs are going to have to be borne fairly and equitably, and we're starting from a place where that seems to be quite challenging, given that the benefits that we widely talk about as emanating from biology are not currently distributed equitably. And so it's tough to ask those that are already suffering from a paucity in drugs and vaccines, for example, to accept a slowdown or a delay in implementation or adoption or deployment of what should be beneficial technologies when they're already now suffering in an inequitable fashion. Two last points about necessary conditions for global governance. One is transparency. We've spoken a little bit about that, but it's absolutely critical. And there are lots of ways that we can think about being transparent in what we're doing and then seeking to do by overseeing and monitoring and governing. The second is, again, trust. And here, I think there are a number of steps that we could take to address that. This is a huge area by experts well beyond my means, but transparency helps with trust. Better communication skills and an ability to listen helps with trust. And recognizing conflicts of interest, which we haven't talked about much, which we all bear in coming to this set of issues as relevant actors, that too needs to be addressed before we're going to reestablish trust with the public. So I will stop there and turn it over to my colleague.
Perfect. Thanks so much. And thank you, everybody, for having us here this afternoon as well. It's a pleasure to be here. So what is driving the probability of doom? That sort of dependent variable. Across all of these widely disparate and different domains, I think the same thing's happening. So across each one of these risk profiles, we were talking about AI, nuclear, bio, we've effectively got a failure to internalize the global or societal risks, either advertent or inadvertent, intended or unintended. And in some ways, I think we've got a lot to learn from the literature around market failures as we start to try to address and build policy at the global level around these issues. So kind of three major buckets of thoughts for me. The first is around the distribution of governance architectures that are possible, and then some of the actors that I think have not come up as much in the conversation as I might expect today, and then finally kind of what types of governance regimes I think are more likely to see. So first, kind of what are the distribution of possible global policies? Well, the first layer is intergovernmental arrangements. There's a lot of reticence, particularly amongst those in the nuclear community, as Sylvie pointed out, around kind of creating new arms control regimes, even as we're having conversations, as some of you in the AI field will know, about creating entirely new institutions to deal with new types of risks. I'm sure a lot of you have read at length about the IAEA of compute. Terrible analogy. You don't want to have a regime that has people opting out or leaving it as your kind of North Star, but I digress. There's also ways in which you could potentially leverage existing international institutions. I'm on the record of being a fan of using institutions like the International Standards Organization and bringing, right, the technocrats and technical capabilities to bear that we already have inside of existing institutions to these new problem sets. While at the same time, we have an increasing number of both intergovernmental fora like REAIM. Some of you might have been in Seoul or before that in the Netherlands, and various other Track 2 and Track 1.5 arrangements between erstwhile adversaries around issues that we all care about, particularly in the AI space between Washington and Beijing, that is well worth following. Indeed, a large number of Stanford faculty are a part of various different national academies conversations between those two different types of entities. The trick with making intergovernmental arrangements work, however, is that they need to be translated into national level policy, which means that you need to create mechanisms to make them politically palatable. And over today, we've heard about how different arrangements might be more or less politically palatable, and even heard a really optimistic take from Stephen, wherever he is. Right, there we go, that you might not have expected, but it's absolutely right. At the same time, we have to overcome an expertise gap inside of our policymakers, both here in the United States, but also across the globe, although I suggest ours are particularly bad at understanding technology. See TikTok, does it connect to my Wi-Fi, as example A. And then there's also the subnational piece. And so this is the piece that I was surprised didn't come up more today in the conversation. So the first piece is firms. Particularly when we think about bio and AI, one of the things that is true is that a lot of the expertise is inside the hands of private firms. In ways that was not the case when you're thinking about the nuclear domain, where really it was, right, government via the Manhattan Project and the national labs that held on to that expertise. As such, some really interesting things have happened. The AI companies, from their very inception, employed policy wonks. It's a really weird thing to do, right? That's not what Facebook did. That's not what Google did at its inception. But OpenAI's employee number 6, 8, 18, and 24, I believe, were all policy wonks. Granted, that has a little bit to do with effective altruism and Alan Defoe, among others. But you had the hiring in of policy talent early. Now, if you want to be kind of skeptical about it, which I will be because I'm an academic, that's all about regulatory capture, right? How do I craft the policy milieu within which I'm going to win? My goodness, are they doing a good job of it? And so I think there's a real kind of push and pull here, and I do this, right, running a laboratory. I bring in the private sector to engage with government colleagues because that's where the expertise lies, but at the same time, we're naive if we don't think they're trying to manipulate the policy conversation in a particular direction. And so we have to deal with that, right? And I would argue in the bio space, it's no different, right? Ginkgo Bioworks, for example. So I think that type of actor is really a hard thing for IR scholars to address because we quite frankly ignore them, which we should not do. And the second set of actors being very self-serving, coming from university, speaking in a university, is the role of a university inside of this space. Both Stephen and Daniel brought up the key concern here, which is that we don't have empirics to actually talk about the probability of doom. Absolutely true. So at our lab, we do a bunch of wargaming, right, to deal with that, to build synthetic data sets that we can then subsequently use to get some purchase on the problem set, but a big issue. But I think that there's something that the universities can do to really play a role in understanding this problem set and giving you, right, those hundreds of thousands of runs within which to actually think about both the problem and then also proposed solutions. The other really important piece of the academy is what you just brought up, transparency. So if you have a whole bunch of knowledge being created primarily in private hands, I think the easiest fix for that is really going to be coming from the university, right? And we've had this conversation in the Valley around open versus closed models, right? The role of university has really been on that open side and being a fix for where, right, kind of the intellectual property concerns are being a drag. And then finally, on the types of regimes that we're likely to see moving forward, I kind of share Stephen's perspective in terms of being optimistic, but there's also a conversation about the different types of things that we might expect. Members of Congress tend to want to have the arms control formal treaties that we had in the past, right, where we have to verify technically the ways in which, right, the adversary is adhering to its treaty obligations. We're not going to see that for a variety of different reasons that are both political, but also technical in orientation. What would verification of an AI model actually mean in practice? Compute is not a relevant proxy of risk. And so I think we need to kind of shelve that conversation around the technical characteristics of the issue set and really get focused on what I call behavioral, right, technology governance, where we're focused more on like, well, what are the confidence building measures that I can reasonably get to where I can know whether the Chinese drone is actually behaving as it intended versus not, right? Like, what are the types of requirements that we can build, right, that are more behavioral in character rather than technical in character, which I think comes back to the point that you're raising around, ultimately, this is a people problem, right? This isn't a technical problem. And it requires that we have technical folks involved to really get to grips with what the risks actually are. But at the end of the day, if you're trying to address all the risks that we're talking about, then we need to create these regimes that drive down the probability of doom that are ultimately people-centered.
Okay, thanks. It's hard to be at the end of three brilliant commentators on this, and I want to associate myself with all of their comments. So, but as I think about what they said, and I think about the various threats that we faced, that we've been discussing today, what strikes me over the day, and as I probe all of this, is the idea that we are, as nations, global, we're on a single planet. We have individual nations making decisions that affect all of us. There's almost always a focus on the short term over the long term, right? The idea that everybody's willing to, yes, they talk about the long term, but actually nobody's serious about it. And most of the problems that I see come from a willingness to sacrifice, an unwillingness to sacrifice short-term advantage for long-term security. I mean, I think a lot about nuclear war, for example. No nation wants nuclear war. There's no nation that wants it, that thinks it's a good thing. Okay? But every nation with nuclear weapons is willing to run some risk of nuclear war to achieve other objectives. Okay? And they think that, and they think they are able to manage the risk. Now, at some level, that's of course true, but the problem is when they push it further and further and further and further, that breaks down at some point. Just an example, that's my favorite example. Maybe it's true about biological, pursuing biology, at the edges that create pandemic risks and so on as well. I mean, but it's certainly true in the nuclear space. The second thing that I think that is common to almost all the threats is the disinformation aspect of it. That is, it's not that disinformation is a part of all of that, but what disinformation does is that it fractures political cohesion that makes it possible to deal with long-term threats. And if you can't get a handle on that, frankly, I think you're screwed. Or we're screwed. And what disinformation does is or I don't call it disinformation, dysfunction in the information ecosystem makes it impossible to come to consensus on either solutions or even the nature of the problem itself, or even the existence of the problem. Okay, so that's, I mean, to me, that dysfunction is the thing that I spent a lot of time on, as I think that's the, if we can't get a handle on that, I can't see getting a solution to any of this stuff. I was in a sidebar conversation back there where somebody, I can't remember, somebody in the audience who's still here now, I think, said, well, what's going to happen after this conference here? Right? What's anybody actually going to do that's different? And that was a disturbing comment. Okay, how is the world going to be different now that we've spent a day here? Okay, I mean, I'm certainly going to think about it more, and I think all of us are going to think about it more. But what comes of that? And in the political environment that we're in, do any of our ideas matter? Well, I want to submit that they do. Okay. the idea that, I mean, the time is not right for a lot of the ideas that we want to push. We've talked about global governance, we've talked about making, agreements with other nations, a whole range of stuff, all of which we have to do, all of which are necessary, and the time isn't right. But we should still work on those ideas anyway. Project 25 authors did that, right? They worked for a long time in the hope that somebody like Trump would come along. And they are able to pull their papers out of a drawer and say, here's an agenda for you. Okay. All of us, all of you ought to be doing that too. You're developing your ideas, working them out, making them better, getting, white papers in a drawer ready for the time to be sprung on the world when the time is right. Because the world may change suddenly. And if that happens, you don't want to be in a position to say, huh, what am I doing? Right? You want to be able to say, here are some of my ideas. And so that's the hopeful, that's my version of hope for all of us. We also talked in that little sidebar about the importance of telling stories. And in fact, somebody in the audience had mentioned that earlier. About the idea of telling stories. Okay? Because people respond to stories. They don't respond to numbers. They respond to stories. Okay? We're a storytelling culture. When I teach my class on nuclear war and so on, yes, I go through all the calculations about how many people would die in a nuclear war and, and all that sort of thing. I mean, do all that. And I make them do the calculations, okay? The nuke map is a great simulator for that. But the exercise that they remember 5 years later is not any of those calculations. It's the fact that I ask them as a part of the problem set, explode this, do the simulated test of your nuclear weapon above a city that you know well on Wednesday at noon. And now, after that, I want a list of the people that you know personally who are now dead. They remember that exercise. They don't remember anything else. They remember that exercise. And they come back and tell me, some of them come back and tell me, that really shook me up. I say, good. And some of them also come back and say, we shouldn't have had to do that. It was upsetting. Okay? And I look at them and say, well, if you're not upset about it, there's something wrong with you. Okay. So far, the dean hasn't come after me for this. Okay. But the idea is that you want to make it personal, and I need 10 more examples like that. I have one time that I know how to do this. I want 10 other examples. Maybe some of you can help me do that. And the last thing is that we've spoken a lot about technology at this conference. Not much about people. Not much about organizations, right? I mean, technology is not the answer. At best, it's only part of the answer. There's an old saying that there are 3 roads to ruin. Sex is the most fun, alcohol is the fastest, and technology is the most certain. Okay? There was a CBS newscaster who was credited with this. The main cause of problems is solutions. Right? So, there's no such thing as a technology problem. There are technology and organization and people problems that you have to take all of those into account. Okay? And I urge all of us to do that in our work. And with that, I'll turn it back to Hannah.
Thank you very much, everybody, for your insights and jokes. I'm going to open it to the floor shortly, but I'm going to use, before that, to kick us off for the discussion, I'm going to use the chair's prerogative to ask the first question. While the panel is answering, please feel free to gesture towards our helpers in the room if you want to ask a question and get the microphone. So what struck me as you were speaking, this panel is essentially about, what can we do, to develop global policy that make us safer, right? And what I'm hearing is, well, getting together, as a globe, as a planet, is going to be hard, right? Bilateral measures sometimes fail, as we have heard from Solgi. Institutions wither as we need them. There's a lack of consensus on what it even is, what we're facing, and what to do about it. And we've heard from both Herben and David that a lot of the times we don't even are willing to sacrifice in the short term the gains for long-term wins, essentially. So what I'm wondering, is there, in your opinion, is there any value or desirability even, or feasibility for unilateral measures? Is there anyone that can step up as like a good example, or would that be working, against the goals that we want to achieve? I'm just going to go in the same order again. Solgi.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think, thank you. I'm going to talk first in the nuclear weapons arena again, but I think there's definitely steps that we can take unilaterally in the case of nuclear weapons. For example, sole purpose doctrine, pledging of the no first use policy, publicly declaring that nuclear weapons could only be used as a deterrent to nuclear attacks, reducing ambiguity, anything that could increase the transparency that David was talking about in the force structure, or strengthening command and control system that can minimize the accidental use or unauthorized use of nuclear weapons. Anything that can de-escalate the postures could really help. And I believe that any visible and credible actions could open the venue for dialogues and bilateral agreements of bilateral treaties is at the deadlock. And in terms of going outside of the nuclear weapons, I think in the Montreal Protocol, I think it wasn't necessarily unilateral actions, but a small group of people got together to talk about ozone depletion. And I think back in 1987, there was not a lot of scientific consensus or international agreements on whether or not ozone depletion is real, is caused by chlorofluorocarbons. But eventually, that brought up enough force that kind of stopped the decaying of the ozone depletion. And in the weapons arena, I think there are some historical cases where unilateral measures led to some reciprocal actions. Like 1991 nuclear initiative by George H. Bush. Like they wanted to get rid of the technical nuclear weapons, and I think that action was reciprocated by Soviet Union. Or 1950s, when we made the decisions to pause the test ban, that led to partial test ban treaty, eventually led to the momentum of the CTBT, which should be signed and ratified. So I think there's definitely something we can do unilaterally, and when there's a stalemate, perhaps the unilateral leadership is what is needed to break that.
When people tend to talk about governance or risk management regimes, they talk about structures, and structures can be more top-down and bottom-up. And I think most of us would agree that they're all, yes to all. They all have value. But when I'm thinking about your question on where might unilateral action most likely arise and why, it's the latter. It's the grassroots, the local community level. And I think there are a couple of reasons. One is, yes, there are costs in taking unilateral action, even locally, but those costs seem much more easily accepted and worth the effort, worth the investment, simply because you can see those that are affected. They are you. The benefits can be seen much more tangibly, and it gets a little bit to Herb's point about making it personal. So local communities have that means of accepting and being willing to adopt costs. The other thing is you can share costs too when it's local. And there's an example I just wanted to highlight because I do think, for me, this is the one time where I do think, and I don't know if Cindy is still here, but biology may be capable of a true existential risk. And that's in work that I participated in with a bunch of others, looking at the risk of creating mirror life, an organism built with molecules that have the opposite chirality of those that we see on Earth. And I won't go into the details, but we published something last winter that I think scared all of us. But the people who were co-authoring that paper were the very same people who had proposed to do this work. They were essentially nearly all of the people that we know around the world that had thought this might have been a good idea and then realized collectively that it was not. And so they were able, as a community, to come together and say, look, this will cost us because these were our dreams, our research dreams and intellectual dreams, but we're going to forego them because we, as a collective, local collective, agree that we will all do this together, and they could see the benefits.
Okay, great. It's a really good question. So I focus primarily on the use of technology in military context. So I've got an example for you, right? So the DoD created its AI principles, right? Relatively short document, unilateral measure that dictates how the U.S. Department of Defense is going to leverage AI technologies. And it was championed by both the JAIC and then subsequently the CDAO as, look at us, we're doing the right thing. You can read our principles-oriented document. Aren't we the best? Of course, that gets multilateralized instead of the political declaration, so there's a theory of victory there, right? The U.S. has a unilateral document that then subsequently now has, let's call it a mini-lateral arrangement amongst like-minded, right, partners and allies. But it's not necessarily an altruistic document. It's also a strategic document because it outlines effectively what the U.S. is distinguishing between autonomous systems, of which we have none, and semi-autonomous systems, of which we have many, and do not fall underneath, right, these principles-oriented documents. And so if you take somebody else's definition, so SIPRI, right, for example, they count on the order of 60 to 80 autonomous weapon systems already deployed, right? So we've crossed the Rubicon. We already have them. Oftentimes they're used for things like missile defense, which make good sense, right? Missile defense doesn't work if you have a human turning it on every single time, right? But for the U.S., right, that's semi-autonomous. So these unilateral declarations are often you setting the terms for the definitional debate that will happen elsewhere. And we see that in cyber, responsible behavior in space. Let's get it right. And so we see this over and over again across domains. So unilateral declarations or tools are just that. They are tools. And they can make us feel warm and fuzzy, but they also have strategic ends too.
An example of a unilateral declaration that we have done is to say we're not going to do a direct descent ASAT. We're not going to conduct ASAT tests that create debris. Okay, that's a meaningful statement. Now you can say that it's a cynical one, but that's okay. It's still a good thing to do that. So there are certainly things that we can do unilaterally to decrease tensions.
Fantastic. Thanks, everyone. All right, we're going to open it to the floor now. I think we already have the first question. Go ahead.
Brilliant panel. Thank you. Political science question around the challenge of communicating, of experts communicating risk to the populace at large. So let's say that you have a probability of killing 100 million people, 1 in 6, Toby Ord, and you tell that story, and you amass a certain amount of political capital with which to, enact governance, and then you have a different story, which is the true existential extinction risk story, and you compare how much political capital you gain with that story. And so the first question is, has anyone actually done that research? And two, if you find that let's call it the hyper-catastrophic risk as opposed to true extinction risk, the political capital you gain by telling that story is actually greater than if you have a two-word headline for what this challenge is. Shouldn't the two words be hyper-catastrophic risk or something like that and not existential risk? So, thank you.
I'll take a cut at answering the question that I want to answer, and we'll see if it gets there. So I think this is akin to a problem that I'm observing amongst a lot of funders and NGOs that are really hyped up on forecasting. You've probably seen some of this, been asked to take part in some of this. And one of the challenges with forecasting across these risk sets is that the probabilities are vanishingly low. And actually defining them looks very different if you're, say, for example, a social scientist like me, who will say a low probability is 0.001%. And I'm like, that's a small number, right? And then an engineer who says, well, 1 times 10 to the negative 18th, right? Which the social scientists couldn't even come up with, right, on their best day. And then subsequently, the forecasters are then saying, well, look at how these experts get the risk entirely wrong, right? When in reality, what we're arguing about is the definition of zero. I worry so much less about like how we brand this stuff. I think it's about thinking about how you've got a bunch of independent variables driving the probability of doom, if you will, right? How does changing these variables, the distribution on the left, impacting that p-doom, right? And then let's play around with it. And, you know, granted, I think Oppenheimer makes this conversation easier. I think nuclear war scenario makes this conversation easier. But I think we'd still be having the conversation in the absence of those different kind of catalysts, if you will, that come from popular culture, but at least in the academic setting. But I worry a little bit about like what should we call this stuff, like existential risk, catastrophic risk, etc. But I probably worry more about the fact that we're trying to pull all of these things together, right? Nuclear, AI, bio. Now I think I brought up space, right? Like where do we stop? I think I worry more about that definitional problem than like what we call it, if you will. But the forecasting, like definitions, like that really does worry me because I don't think it's the right tool for doing what we do.
So, you know, we spent a lot of time at this conference talking about the latest technology, et cetera, but our governance mechanisms at best are like, you know, 70 years new, and a lot of them are a lot more creaky and old than that. And I suppose today I get to ask this question a little differently than I would a week ago, but having dismantled the international order over the last week, if it were up to you, would you put it back in place, or would you put in a new design, and what would that new design be?
Since I'll take that one. Since I have no idea what I would want, and I know what I don't want, right? You just told me by assumption you said that I could get rid of the you know what we have now. I'd clearly go back to the old order. Okay. Well, which we had on November 4th. Okay. And as a stopgap, just like you know, I'm a fan of arms control. Okay. New START will expire in 2026. I have no idea what I would want to put into a new START. Okay. But I think the most important thing to do is we should extend we should extend the old new START.
Do you go with the 70-year-olds? Anybody else? I mean, part of it, so I talked about universities in the context of what's happened over the last two weeks, but I think that the failure to take into account these new types of actors inside these arrangements is something that absolutely needs to happen, right? Given their expertise, but also making sure that you're bearing their equities in mind. And we do not appropriately, giving them observer status in the UN is not, right? We're really making them tractable actors on the stage. And if I'm teaching IR now, I'm teaching multinationals, I'm teaching OpenAI, Google, Microsoft, right, as actors that we worry about. And so I think that's what I would probably want to see inside the regimes moving forward.
I think it's a great question. I don't have a lot to add other than I will just point out that in biology, we never really had a whole lot. And we have something called the Biological Weapons Convention, but we know that has been, well, it's glass half full, half empty. It has been perhaps of value. We don't know in ways in which it has been, but it clearly is not ideal. I think if I were backing up and looking at where we are and how we tend to place value and credibility, it's increasingly less in formal states and more in other kinds of organizations that have meaning for a whole different swath of individuals across societies. And I'm thinking now about not just professional societies, very much other than professional societies, but there are people who, for example, the Nuclear Threat Initiative has thought about an international biosecurity organization which would not be state-dominated. It might be endorsed by international agencies, but operate separately, be norm setting, be tool producing, engage in a whole variety of ways with sort of the civilian sectors.
We did come up with that before, though, right? That's multi-stakeholderism a la internet governance, right? So even our 70-year-old selves, right, can come up with arrangements right akin to that. Yeah.
We need to start from the scratch because that would be a much bigger lift, but we can use the tools we already have and modernize in a ways that reflect the 21st century realities.
Thank you so much for this really interesting panel. And I like Rob stole my question, but I'm going to ask it in a slightly different way because I want to get at something that I know that we're doing a lot of deep thinking on at the lab, and I know that other places are doing this research too. One of the underlying assumptions of the whole day has been capacity, either willingness or opportunity. Opportunity seems to be there. Willingness has shifted quite a bit. And I'm especially curious about this question, which is the economic, interdependent, liberal rules-based world order has stopped. It's no longer existent. Globalization has largely ended in the past couple of days, as sort of experts have talked about this. And I'm curious, with the rejection of US leadership and a lack of willingness to continue US leadership, what does this question look like? Especially if there's either a vacuum or another state takes up the mantle and is like, we're going to be the new world leader. We're going to now establish an order that is in our image. What do a lot of the questions that we're pursuing, and especially this question about establishing policies that make the world safer, look like when the US is maybe not the leader setting the rules?
Let me try. Okay. So this is a world in which the liberal international order is no longer operative, right? That it's, but it may be restorable under to like-minded countries. I mean, the LIO was something that you could argue was worldwide. I mean, you say that the LIO, disappeared in the last week. It's been under pressure for a very, very long time, right? This just one latest manifestation. Could it be possible to establish something vaguely similar among like-minded countries? Maybe. I think that's probably the best you could do. Okay, it's among the Western democracies. That's probably 1 billion people, something like that, out of 7. Okay. How will this, sort of shrunken LIO-like entity operate? I mean, obviously, nobody knows. But I think that's probably the best scenario that you can hope for. And then, at that point, it's just a question of being strong enough to keep others, the outside world, from imposing their values on us. So it's a fundamentally defensive crouch. It's not a leadership role anymore.
Yeah, I think we're already seeing it, right? So the Brits, the French, the Indians, the Dutch, the South Koreans, all of them want a piece of AI governance. They want to own it, right? And they can do that because the US is walking away from the table and J.D. Vance is getting laughed at, right, in Paris. I wouldn't necessarily oversell it, though, in 2 different ways. The first is that you can play for time, right? 3.5 years, Democratic administration. I'm sure there's a lot of rolling back, right? And I think a lot of capitals in Europe really hope that happens. Although they won't say it out loud because they want to stay low on the tariff list. And then the second piece of it is, it's still the case that the technocrats, so folks that are between the ages of, let's say, 30 and 45, inside of the US government are talking to their interlocutors in places like the British Foreign Office, the Indian Foreign Ministry, and they're still all the same people doing the same stuff. Now, I can't tell you at what point that changes. I assume that it does. I'd heard that April was going to be the big change, and then September's the big change. But there is a lot of, Trump's not wrong, or his Project 2025 people are not wrong, that, the bureaucracy is sticky. And so if you go to talk to the Australians about AUKUS, for example, right now, they still think that the AUKUS agreement is going on full bore. And that's because they're getting told such by that kind of middle layer, if you will, that's divorced from what the secretaries actually want to do. And so those are the two limb facts to the kind of the theory there.
Just wanted to almost reiterate the potential value of subnational consortia. If our former governor, Jerry Brown, were here, he would talk to you about the first Trump administration and some of the things that he was he governor of California then? No. He did before that in developing partnerships with a few other states and provinces in Canada and a few other nations in Europe, for example, on climate. And he did that because he saw that the international regime and frameworks weren't working necessarily as well as one would hope, and that there was still some value in operating at that level. And I see this as well a valuable alternative or complementary approach in a distributed technology like biology.
Your question reminded me of the news that I read today that China is going to impose about 34% tariffs on all U.S. import goods. So there's a trade war going on. I think it really is like a deeper geopolitical fragmentation, this zero-sum thinking that's blocking the collective risk reductions. I think this competitiveness, this national first logic is preventing corporations. And like Herb said, I think there's maybe a rising role for middle powers or other countries that can collectively work to push the parallel commitments for more cooperative risk reduction strategies.
Yeah, thanks for a really interesting panel. So I was talking earlier with some colleagues here about how some of my colleagues in the law world think about governance. And there's this discussion of the Framework Convention on Climate Change as incantatory governance. So we just repeat the incantation over and over again. And it's net zero, or it's the 2-degree goal, or the 1.5-degree goal, or something like that. And that sounds like a critique, and of course it is, but it's also a reality that if you can create a story, and I'm kind of thinking about what Herb said here, if you can create a shared story of what the goal is and articulate that in a really concrete way, it can help move entire societies in that direction. So in STS, people talk about this as creating a socio-technical imaginary. You know, what is the world that you want to get to? And it strikes me that in this conversation today, the case of climate and the case of nuclear weapons are both places where that goal is well defined. You know, we know the story, we know how to get there, we just don't do it. And so it's different in AI and bio because we don't, you know, we know what we want to not do, but we don't really know how to do that, how to not do those things and still do the things we want to do. So that, you know, it's a complicated thing and harder to articulate. But at least in those two areas, there is power in just repeating the story about the goal and how you get there and what it would mean, what it would look like. And then, you know, what does that look like in terms of policy? And I really liked what Andrew said about standards, and because in the climate case, at least, that's what it's all about. I mean, if you look at the corporations that have declared that a net zero goal, the quality of those commitments ranges from 0 to 100 on a 100-point scale, and everything in between. So at some point, you know, there is and there are carbon accounting mechanisms and emerging standards for doing that can help corporate firms and every other entity figure out where they are on that trajectory that they want to be on.
What is your vision of the shared story in nuclear? You said that there is one in nuclear, right? I thought that's what you said.
Global zero.
We have a treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons. We have the goal of disarmament.
Yes, but no nuclear weapons state signed it.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just saying that the goal is clear. That's all.
Well, it's not clear to 9 nations. And they're arguably the most important ones, so I don't understand your point.
There's a narrative. I think there's certainly a narrative, right? And there's no equivalent of global zero for AI. So I buy your point. Like, the uncertainty over where the technology is moving is absolutely a drag on regulatory standard setting. And even if I were to craft a regulation, I don't know how to make it flexible enough to deal with the AI of tomorrow, right? I mean, when GPT came out, we couldn't possibly have imagined it, right the October before it came out in the November. I think we'll get there for AI, though. But I think it's also worth remembering that there's also dogs that don't bark in this space. I'm sure some of you got asked to be a part of the nanotechnology of Solomar in 2011, 2012? Well, right? That conversation would have been very similar to this one and then went nowhere because of the technological characteristics. And so I think until we really know and understand the use cases of the technology, it's difficult to regulate against them beyond these principle-oriented documents that I mentioned before.
Okay, in light of time, we have 2.5 minutes left, so I will ask David for your take on what the biosecurity imaginary is that we could be working towards, and then leave Solgi with the last word.
What do I imagine? I like this highway analogy that we have some, to your point, Paul, some reasonably well-defined goals, a place that we all agree we want to get to, and we want to get there quickly. And to get there quickly down this highway, we're going to need several things. We're going to need some road signs and street lights that help light the way and point where we need to go and make it safer to go fast. But we also need some guardrails along the side, because sometimes going fast leads to loss of control. And there are now, in my view, some things that we simply cannot tolerate to have happen. There are very few of them, but these are things that we just should not allow as best we can. And we may need a few speed bumps too, because we as human beings, as social entities, need time to begin to understand and think through the developments that just happened last night before they're already 2 generations ahead and our thinking is even further behind. So this road analogy might work, and it might require licenses to operate a vehicle that is designed to go fast and be potentially dangerous. But all these things, I think, are very useful, and they help give the larger publics a greater sense of trust in the fact that the operators are going to be responsible.
I'm just going to say that the existential safety is not something that just comes to us automatically, or it's not something that we inherit. It's something that we need to build and defend through collective responsibility and sustain global efforts. And I'm going to try to be a responsible agent by taking home some leftover food to reduce the existential risks today. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. Please join me in thanking the panel. Thank you, Andre, Andy, Solgi, David, and Kurt.
Well, I want to just have a few closing remarks here, reflect a little bit on what we went through today. So first, I just want to thank everybody for participating. I mean, and for coming in with your A game. The talks were just awesome. They were stimulating, they were thoughtful, and and they were also succinct enough that we had opportunity for conversation back and forth. And so I just want to thank everybody for that constructive conversation. I feel a little bit like Jürgen Habermas here, and we're some communicative rationality, which is really welcome compared to reading the newspaper. I want to call out for special thanks Anna Furl, who was really the driving force for this conference. Thank you so much, Anna. We had great support from students as well. Eric Heng, Ria Jain, Emma Bahari, and Alex Ekpo-Otu. So thank you to our students. And I also thought we had 3 outstanding moderators, Dan Zimmer, Samantha Bennett, and Hannah Nowak. So thank you very much. And they were behind the scenes, but IT really helped us a lot. And all of this was live streamed as well, so the whole world will know, and we'll be able to make that available, and our caterers for support. I do want to reflect a little bit on some of what we've talked about. Paul opened with a concern for growing ignorance of issues and facts that are actually crucial to human thriving and human existence. And we talked a lot about many technological developments becoming existential risks, not because of the inherent technology, but because politics. And we live at a time when many political actors have thrived by degenerating science. So we have a political incentive that you can get a lot of votes from denigrating science. And with this, we have trust in science decreasing, and trust among countries and within society decreasing. So these are really tough times. And then we talk about how transient some of this knowledge is, how little nuclear knowledge is being passed across generations, and how the 18 and 19-year-olds who come to our campuses, for example, really don't have close stories, close understanding of nuclear weapons and this legacy. And then we're told, well, wait a minute, it's not just about nuclear. It only took 2 generations for us to forget how to build suspension bridges that don't fall down. So this is also telling us something about the challenge of continuing to hold on to crucial knowledge to keep ourselves from falling into catastrophe. Now, we do recognize as a community here that came together that we face at least catastrophic risks and perhaps existential risks, but it's hard to know which pathways are most acute, and how we should face them is extremely difficult. Daniel has suggested that math might help. And I don't know, there seemed to be some controversy over that, but still defending that position and suggesting that it's not straightforward, though, and there are assumptions and limitations along all of these models that require really careful interrogation. But that's probably a productive public conversation to hold. Lindsay Rand talked about this irreducible uncertainty, where the math gets really hard. We can't predict if a nuclear war is going to happen. And then this also gets made further difficult by ambiguity, things that we don't fully understand. And then within this context, artificial intelligence comes in and makes all of this harder, because it is growing in capacity, but still has uncertain capacity, including its capacity for harm. But one of the themes that came up repeatedly from speakers in this multidisciplinary convening was how the interaction between forces created exceptional risk. And I'm definitely seeing that with AI. But given all that problem framing, we were remarkably optimistic, or at least I thought clear on what are some things we can do going forward. Harshi talked about risks always bring opportunities. And so as we take a look, and we certainly see this in the biology sphere, yes, there's a whole lot going on in biology. There's a lot of promise that comes from that. The risks need to be managed. And thinking about how do we contribute um, grants work on trying to figure out what's going on with H5 in California. And the question came, yeah, but even if we had this knowledge, what would we do with it? But arguing to begin with, there's certain knowledge we need to generate, and even that knowledge then can begin to frame conversations differently and can even pivot politics, or the moment can pivot politics. And we heard from others about the importance of universities as one of the central actors, both in training and also potentially being honest brokers in these settings, and the central role we can have for transparency. So this is telling those of us who are university affiliated that it's important that we continue to go out and do our job, and to think about other ways that we might be able to nudge the world to a safer place. We heard about cities becoming leaders, which is, Jerry Brown was doing this a decade ago, but a lot of opportunities to think about subnational groups that might connect and reduce risk. And I really liked Sulji Park's comment about saying, yeah, we know we want to get to disarmament, but maybe we should think about this as less of a moral issue and more as this is just pragmatically what we ought to do in face of this big risk. But I think the award for the most optimistic take on the day has to go to Stephen, who suggests that we may be in a moment where Trump would be willing to negotiate sharp reduction in nuclear weapons. And I don't think that that's just so completely outrageous either, because he would be in a position that might be able to do this in a way that a democratic president would have difficulty. So there are potential opportunities. We don't know what the future will bring, but I am very grateful that people from all different walks came together to have a thoughtful conversation. And my main urging as you go out into the world is keep at it. We got a lot, it's a tough situation, but I heard a lot of people leaning in, trying to get us to a better place. Keep at it.